Above the mage. What is a mage? The one who can do everything is a mage. A true wizard can solve any problem with magic. If it can't be solved now, then create a spell that can solve it. Destructive power is only a byproduct of magic. The power of magic lies in creativity. Knowledge is power. What is above the mage? Chapter 1. Spell. The dark and cramped room housed 2 wooden beds, a wooden table that could fall apart at any time, 2 relatively intact wooden chairs, and a stove covered in dust and stains. There was only one narrow aisle in the entire room that was just big enough for 1 foot to pass through. A faint ray of light shone through the small air vent on the south wall of the room. Through the light, the dust floating in the air is like mayflies without support, drifting freely around. In the dim light, one could see a thin young man lying flat on one of the slightly damp wooden beds in the room. The young man, who was called Gauda both in his past life and in this life, was looking at the small, dusty room in the dim light and smelling the faint musty smell in the air. There was a dead silence all around. This place doesn't feel like a residence, but more like a claustrophobic prison cell. Are you saying that I've been unconscious for almost a day? Gauda finally spoke and asked the boy who should be called roommate. I thought you were dead. I was scared to death. The young man who answered was very thin. Gauda's figure was already considered thin, but he was much thinner than Gauda. He looked malnourished and was as small as a child of only 8 or 9 years old. Of course, Gauda knew that he was already 13 years old. I am also this age. Although in his world, this age is just considered a child. But here, 13 years old is already considered an adult. Why was myself unconscious for almost a day, to be more precise, how he died? Unfortunately, Gauda could not remember anything about his own death. He had no idea where he was, what his current situation was, or the name of his roommate. Fortunately, he did remember something, as his previous life still left him with some memories. Some of the things that Jay had considered truly important were clearly engraved in his mind and could not be erased. Perhaps for myself, the memory of this place was too painful, so when the cuckoo took over the magpie's nest, it was not passed on to him. In Jayad's opinion, this might be a good thing if he really inherited all the memories of his predecessor. Then who is he? Is it the predecessor, or itself, or a new personality that is a fusion of the two? He doesn't want his personality to change. The downside is that he now urgently needs to figure out his situation. Fortunately, he didn't have to try hard to test it, because his roommate named Amy was already frightened and started talking incessantly without him even asking. I knew this day would come. Although you are the only one among us who can independently prepare a primary spider poison potion, in the eyes of Master Seda, this is nothing. At this point, Amy glanced at Goddard, who had an expressionless face. As if she was afraid that he would be unhappy, she stammered, I mean, we are called apprentices, but everyone knows that Master Seda doesn't treat us as human beings at all. We are just his human-shaped little grey mice for drug testing and free servants. So, Master Seda doesn't care about our abilities at all. After hearing this, Gauda could probably guess how he fell into a coma. Keywords: drug trial. Amy was still chattering, and it was obvious that Gaudar's coma had frightened him so much that he needed to talk to relieve the negative emotions. I'm telling you, I've checked your breath before, and you clearly weren't breathing at all, and there was no heartbeat either. You were dead as hell, and yet you managed to wake up. If you hadn't been able to talk to me properly, I would have suspected that you were no longer human, but a ghost. Amy slapped her thigh, very excited about her roommate's resurrection. In such a place, his companions are his spiritual support. And if Gauda died, it would probably be his turn to try the medicine soon. Could it be that the potion made by Master Seda was successful? Amy guessed. Thinking of this possibility, he became even more excited. Because if they really succeeded, Master Seda would be very happy, and they would definitely have a good life. Besides, maybe we won't need them to test the drugs anymore. After all, the potion has been successfully refined. Gauda is not as optimistic as Amy. He knows the truth. The potion brewed by the Seda wizard that Amy was talking about did not succeed. It should be said that Amy's good roommate was successfully sent away. Gauda rubbed his temples, which were still aching slightly, and concentrated his mind to organize his thoughts. As a student of the Department of Mathematics at Peking University, one of the top universities in China, he had been working on his graduation thesis in the school library all night long. He was so sleepy that he lay down on the table and took a nap. When I woke up, there was already thick smoke and the whole place was red. It was an endless tongue of fire licking at him, leaving him no room to struggle. Once a fire breaks out in a place like a library, it is difficult to stop it. So Jayad's fate was already determined. People who study mathematics are generally rational and do not believe in metaphysics. But the iron-hard facts tell Gauda that his body is no longer his own, and rejuvenation is impossible. This extremely metaphysical thing of time travel actually happened to him. With Amy's endless chatter and his occasional questions, in just half a day, Gauda had figured out his current situation. The fatherless and motherless street beggar was taken in as an apprentice by Master Seda and brought back to the medicine garden, where he took care of herbs, prepared potions, helped out, and also conducted drug trials on humans. In the entire medicine garden, except for Master Seda, everyone else is an apprentice like God and Amy. The number of apprentices remains around 10 all year round. But it is dynamic stability. Because every once in a while, Master Seda would take away an apprentice to test his newly concocted potion on humans. No one knew what kind of potion Master Seda was trying to make, they only knew that he had always failed and had never succeeded. And every time the test failed, the apprentice would die on the spot, with absolutely no chance of survival. Whenever the number of apprentices in the medicine garden falls below 5, Master Seda will go out and bring back a group of about 5 new apprentices to keep the number of apprentices stable. As for the apprentices' origins, most of them were beggars without parents like Gauda. Why don't you try to escape? Gauda sorted out the messy thoughts in his mind and asked Amy thoughtfully. You are stupid. Amy shouted in surprise, have you forgotten that Master Seda has branded us with the tracking mark? No matter where we run to, he will find a way to track us. If we don't run, we can still survive. If we dare to escape, we will die immediately. Tracking imprint. Gauda's eyes narrowed slightly, and he fell into deep thought. If time travel is metaphysics, then this world is the metaphysics of metaphysics. This is a world where magic exists. Correct. Spells? The magic in this world is by no means the superstitious methods used by alchemists such as drawing talismans and chanting incantations, but a real magical technique of change, a kind of supernatural power that can change things and reality in an unscientific way. The tracking mark that Amy mentioned is a type of magic. A top student who received compulsory education should have scoffed at this mysterious power that only exists in novels, movies, and TV shows. Amy couldn't break deep-rooted ideas with just a few words. The reason why Jayad accepted the concept of magic so easily was very simple. He licked his chapped lips and looked towards the stove not far away. Without Gauda making any movement, the earthenware jar that was originally hanging on the stove suddenly moved horizontally in the air, all the way to the air above the wooden table that seemed like it would fall apart at any time, and then tilted slightly, and the boiling hot water flowed directly into the cup placed on the table. Then the earthenware jar fell steadily on the table, but the cup filled with hot water floated up and moved in front of Jayad at a steady speed. Gauda reached out, took the cup, and took a small sip to moisten his throat, which was dry from being unconscious for a day. Then he let go, but the cup did not fall. It seemed as if there was no gravity and just floated in the air. It moved back to the table at the same steady speed as before. During the whole process, Gauda did not make any movement except looking at the stove. Amy did the same, and there was no third person in the room. It was as if there was an invisible third party or an invisible hand that completed this not-so-complicated action and poured a glass of water for Jayad. If this happened in Jayad's original world, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying thing. But the two people in the room looked calm at this time, as if they were accustomed to this extremely strange supernatural incident. Gauda seemed calm on the surface, but his heart was actually in turmoil. His previous incarnation did not leave him any memories of life, but it left him all the knowledge he had mastered, including language, all knowledge of the world, and most importantly, knowledge of spells and potion mixing. No matter where you are, knowledge is the most valuable thing. Therefore, Gauda was extremely grateful that his predecessor left him something truly important. The method he just performed was one of the only 2 tricks mastered by his predecessor. Hand of the Mage, Transmutation, Level 0. A floating ghostly hand appears within range and persists until the spell ends or the player dismisses it. If the ghostly hand is more than 30 feet, 10 meters, away, or if Mage Hand is cast again, the existing ghostly hand disappears. The wizard hand can perform simple actions, such as manipulating an object, opening an unlocked door or container, or pouring the contents of a vial, but it cannot carry objects weighing more than 10 pounds, about 4.5 kilograms, or activate spell items. This was just a trivial trick for a mage, but it brought an indescribable shock to Gauda. Hand of the Mage. It's not even a spell, it's just a trick. This is a world of true power and truth. The power of the law, the truth of the art, is spell. Chapter 2. Law. Magic is indeed magical and gives people endless yearning and imagination, but Jayad does not have much time to express his feelings and shock. The environment here was extremely bad, dark, decayed, poorly ventilated, and as silent as a tomb. He felt depressed after just staying there for a while. This is obviously not a place to stay for long. More importantly, he died and came back to life after testing medicine for Master Seda. Can this matter be resolved peacefully? There is no doubt that the most urgent task is to escape from this medicine garden. How to escape? Just as Amy said, these apprentices were branded with the tracking mark on the first day they were brought back by Master Seda. If the tracking mark is not removed, there is no way to escape the clutches of Master Seda. God propped himself up and slowly sat up, but did not get out of bed. Instead, he leaned against the wall, thinking seriously about how to escape from Master Seda's control. With his current knowledge, he could only think of two methods. First, since there is a spell called Tracking Mark, there must also be a spell that can remove Tracking Mark. Second, if the problem cannot be solved, then get rid of the person who created the problem, Master Seda. It's easier said than done, but it's harder than climbing to the sky. At least that's the case for him right now. Magic is magical, so it is also extremely precious. He is a wizard apprentice with no background and is treated as a little grey mouse. He has only mastered 2 tricks so far, and both of them came from the wizard Seda. Where can he learn the spell to remove the tracking mark? What's more, learning spells is extremely difficult. Even if he really obtains the corresponding spells, he will definitely not be able to master them in a short period of time. As for dealing with Master Seda, it is basically impossible. Master Seda is a senior wizard, and I don't know how many powerful spells he has mastered. And he only knew 2 tricks, and neither of them had any lethality. Gauda thought about it over and over again, but couldn't come up with a solution to his current predicament. He thought about it for a while and was about to ask Amy, who had just calmed down, something. There was a noise outside. The sound of hurried footsteps was heard, and an apprentice who looked obviously much older knocked on the door and walked in. He walked hurriedly, looking around the narrow room, and soon his eyes accurately located Gauda, who was half lying on the bed. God, Master Seda heard that you woke up and asked you to go see him now. Gauda's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and his thoughts raced. However, it was obvious that he did not have the ability to resist Master Seda's orders at the moment, so he just nodded and said, "Okay." Gauda did not hesitate and immediately stood up and followed the apprentice who came to inform him of the news out of the room. After watching Gauda leave, Amy suddenly realized something. It seems that Jayad is a little different after waking up. But he couldn't tell exactly what was different. Coming out of the room is a long and narrow corridor. The corridor is generally arc-shaped, like a crescent moon, with a door at a certain interval on each side. There is a candle lamp on each side of the door, using their faint light and heat to dispel the darkness and coldness in the corridor. Although his predecessor had lived here for nearly 2 years, Gauda did not have any memory of this, so he was very unfamiliar with the environment here and was currently observing his surroundings quietly. The apprentice who came to deliver the message obviously did not notice Gauda's little action. In fact, in such a high-risk and depressing environment, how could these apprentices have the time to care about others? So at least Jayad doesn't have to worry about being exposed and being noticed by others to be different from before. Having just arrived in this world and before he could even catch his breath, Jayad had to face the mysterious Master Seda. It was impossible for him not to feel pressured. As he followed the apprentice who brought the message, he imagined in his mind the scene of meeting Master Seda later. A door on the left suddenly opened, and a young man with a gloomy expression walked out. Gauda didn't know him. But he seemed to know Gauda. He stood coldly in front of Gauda's way and looked at him with a forced smile before Gauda opened his mouth. Gauda, it seems you are very lucky. The drug test didn't kill you. Gauda frowned slightly, looked at him, said nothing, and turned to leave. It's not that he's afraid of him, it's mainly because he doesn't know this person, and if he really responds, he'll be exposed. Besides, it's obvious that this guy is here to cause trouble, so why bother with him? But just as Gauda was about to pass by this person, his shoulder hit him maliciously with such great force that Gauda felt as if he had hit a wall, causing him to stagger back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Why, God, are you so arrogant that you don't even bother talking to me? The gloomy young man said with a sarcastic smile, "You don't really think that you have some talent and can make a basic spider poison potion, and you can impress the master wizard, right? If the master really valued you, he wouldn't have let you go to test the medicine." He looked at Gauda coldly, with a sense of coercion and a bit of condescension. "Don't you face the reality yet? The master mage has summoned me, and I am about to go see him. Is your business more important than the master mage's?" Gauda asked calmly. "If not, please get out of the way." The young man's expression suddenly turned ugly. But he quickly regained his composure, then he slightly turned his body to make way, and said with a smile, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that the master mage was looking for you? Okay, go ahead, but don't delay the master mage's business." Gauda glanced at the young man, said nothing, and walked past him with a cold face. "Do you think that if I didn't kill you during this drug trial, I can't do anything to you?" When passing by the young man, Gauda heard the young man's low threatening words in his ears. Crunch! After saying this, the young man walked back to the room he had just left and closed the door. "Let's hurry up and don't let the master mage wait anxiously." Facing the harsh words uttered by the young man, Gauda remained calm and said to the experienced apprentice who was leading the way. The experienced apprentice nodded and continued walking forward. After walking a little further, he couldn't help but say, "Hey, God, you didn't die this time when you tried the medicine for the master mage, which means you are not destined to die. But you don't always have such good luck. Why did you provoke Yulan? Everyone knows that he holds grudges the most." Gauda's eyes flickered. So this was the young man's name. "Ella?" he asked tentatively. "Yulan is Master Seta's first apprentice, and Master Seta treats him somewhat differently. He is the only one among us who can enter and leave the medicine garden freely. Although he is doing this to deliver goods for the master mage, it is enough to show that he is different from us. Besides, even though the apprentices in the medicine garden have changed countless times over the years, he is still safe and sound, which can explain a lot. We can't afford to mess with him." "Why, can he kill me?" Gauda asked back. "Although he doesn't dare to kill you directly, it's still easy for him to make things difficult for you. Look, if you weren't lucky this time, you would have been killed by him, right?" said the experienced apprentice. Gauda was stunned for a moment, then realized where Yulan's confidence came from. "Is it because of him that I was chosen by Master Seta to test the medicine this time? Why else would they choose you? You are the only one among us who can prepare the primary spider venom potion by yourself." It turned out to be the case. God looked back at Yulan's closed door, his eyes flickering. Chapter 3. Torture. Walking through the long and narrow curved corridor, you can see a slightly larger brown-black door at the end of the corridor. The experienced apprentice who led the way stopped in front of the door and knocked carefully 3 times. The knock on the door seemed particularly abrupt in the silent environment. "Master Seta, God has brought him here." As the voice fell, the tightly closed door was opened. "Just let him come in." A low and unpleasant voice floated out from the room. The apprentice who led the way said yes respectfully and retreated silently. Gauda looked towards the door. The light inside was very dim, so he couldn't see the scene inside clearly, but the oppressive atmosphere was real, as if there was a dangerous beast hiding inside that could eat him up at any time. After a moment's hesitation, Gauda strode in. The moment he stepped into the room, the door closed automatically and silently. The vision first became blurry, then covered with a dim yellow. As far as he could see, Gauda saw an extremely long wooden table, on which were scattered parchments and some simple small utensils, a scale for weighing, a grinder for grinding powder, and a wooden shelf with many slender glass bottles similar to test tubes. On the left side of the long table is a huge bookshelf, on which are neatly displayed books. Near the right side of the long table is a crucible, underneath which is a complex heating device. Gauda's eyes quickly swept across the room and finally landed behind the long table. There was a high-backed chair, and a not very tall man was sitting there with his back to him. Gauda knew in his heart that he was Master Seta. Master Seta. Gauda stared at Master Seta's back, tilted his upper body slightly about 15 degrees, bowed to Master Seta, and then returned to original position. He was not familiar with the etiquette of this world, so he could only use the most common Western bow to express his respect to Master Seta. As God spoke, Master Seta turned around. Gauda was slightly surprised when he saw Master Seta's true face for the first time. Seen from the back, although Master Seta was not tall, there was nothing unusual about him. However, when seen from the front, what came into view was a face that was grey and lifeless, as if his end was near. Ahem! Master Seda coughed twice and said weakly, "Here I am, my good apprentice. I heard that you woke up." His withered face showed a strange expression, and he seemed a little excited. "Tell me quickly, how do you feel now?" Master Seda stared at Jayad, with a hint of anxiety and expectation in his eyes. Master Seda's question was within Jayad's expectations. He had already prepared the answer on the way here. Compared to before taking the medicine, there seems to be no change. Gowda shook his head and said hesitantly, "Except for being in a coma for a period of time." "No change." Upon hearing this, Master Seda's expression suddenly became gloomy and his tone became much stiffer. "How can there be no change? Either I die, or there shouldn't be no change." When Gowda saw Master Seda's reaction, his heart skipped a beat and he felt uneasy. However, he was not afraid that Master Seda would find out that his body had a new owner. Because these apprentices are nothing more than consumables to Master Seda, and he usually doesn't pay attention to their habits and personalities, so naturally there is no reason for him to notice his changes. "Come here." Master Seda suddenly snorted coldly. Gowda put on an expression of fear and trepidation on his face, and hurriedly walked forward until his body was close to the long table. He stopped slightly, nodding his head, not daring to look directly at Master Seda. Master Seda stared at Jayad with an expressionless face and did not speak for a long time. Gowda knew that the man was unhappy and would not take the initiative to speak and offend the other party, so he tactfully stopped moving and waited for the other party to speak first. After a long time, Master Seda still didn't speak. The atmosphere was weird. Gowda felt a little nervous and looked up slightly. "If you want to look, just look. Are you doing it in a sneaky way because you are guilty of something?" The gloomy voice of Master Seda suddenly sounded. God's eyes froze for a moment, then he raised his head, his eyes fell on Master Seda's face, and then he immediately retracted his gaze. Master Seda looked at God, who was timid, with a fake smile, and his eyes darkened. The next moment, Gowda felt a sudden push from behind, pushing his body forward. He was already close to the long table, and with this push, his entire upper body leaned forward. Then, Master Seda stretched out his right hand as if he had expected it, and grasped God's neck like a pair of pliers. Master Seda's grip was not very strong, but it brought Jayad indescribable pain. The pain was so severe that Jayad almost fainted and felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. It felt as if Master Seda's palms were covered with sharp thorns, which pierced into his neck, penetrated into his bones, and stirred his marrow. Of course, it is impossible for Master Seda to grow thorns in his hands. Gowda understood that this was the effect of the spell. "Master! He said with a trembling voice. "After taking the medicine, do you really feel that there is no change in your body?" Master Seda asked the same question again. "Yes." Enduring the severe pain, Gowda answered with difficulty. Master Seda frowned. "It is indeed true." After a pause, he repeated his calm voice, loosened his hand, and let go of Gowda. "I don't think you dare to lie to me, go down." "Yes," Gowda, who had just been relieved from the severe pain, replied in a hurried trembling voice with his body still trembling slightly, then staggered away from the room. In the huge room, Master Seda was the only one left. His haggard face could not be seen clearly in the shadows, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Who?" After a long time, Master Seda let out a long sigh, venting his depression, and his voice of muttering to himself could be heard in the secluded room. "At least the apprentice who tested the medicine survived this time, which shows that my direction is correct. Adding sage can effectively neutralize the conflict between the medicinal properties of other herbs. But there is still a question. Why is it ineffective? Is it because the sage also neutralizes the psychic properties of the psychic bone powder?" Master Seda really didn't doubt that Jayad was lying. Being high and mighty, he didn't think that these ants who he could crush to death with one hand would dare to play any tricks on him. Even if they dared, did they have the ability to do so? In the face of magic, all tricks and gimmicks are in vain. Just now, he performed the magic trick of torture on Gowda. Torture, necromancy, 0 level. Contacts the target and questions it, threatening it with strange pain caused by magical power. The target can choose not to answer the question truthfully, but the threat of pain will reveal that the target is lying. The spell proved that Jayad was not lying. Replace the 10-year-old sage with 5-year-old sage and try again. Here, Master Seda gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. The reason why he had to grit his teeth was because the main ingredient needed for the potion he prepared, spiritual bone powder, was extremely expensive even for him. Moreover, psychic bone powder is not a regular material. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. You need to wait. The psychic bone powder he purchased last time has been used up. There was only one herbal medicine store in the city that regularly stocked a small amount of psychic bone powder, but he had already bought it all. This herbal medicine store usually receives supplies once a month, and this is only the second day of the month, which means that there is still nearly a month before the pharmacy's next purchase. 1 month, all we can do is wait. I don't have much time. We must seize the time to break through and become a first-ring mage. Chapter 4, The Master's Practice. As soon as Gauda walked out of the door, an undisguised hostility rose in his eyes. In the face of absolute strength, being clever is useless. Even trying to maneuver is a struggle. He recalled his encounter with Master Seda. In addition to the unspeakable humiliation, he also felt a sense of luck that he had escaped death. Although I got away with it this time, it was also due to luck. Gauda didn't know the specific effect of the spell that Master Seda had just cast, which was like thorns growing out of the palm of his hand, but he could guess that if he was lying, Master Seda would definitely be able to sense it. Fortunately, Master Seda's question was, do you really feel that there are no changes in your body? In fact, after he woke up, he did not find anything unusual in his body. It is highly likely that all the effects of the potion were borne by its predecessor. It seems that the effect of the potion made by this old guy is for the spiritual aspect. Goddard deduced. Otherwise, as he inherited this body, he should not have any physical discomfort. The not-so-tall wizard Seda brought pressure to Gauda that was unprecedentedly huge in his past and present lives. With lingering fear, he touched the neck that had just been pinched by Master Seda. There weren't any wounds there. But just now, the unbearable pain was real. This is the magic of magic. Even if it's just a trick. It is not a pleasant feeling to have your life and death controlled by someone else's thoughts. Although Master Seda was just a stranger to God whom he had only met once, God's hatred for him had reached its peak at this moment. Jayad also knew that he was too weak now and could never be a match for Master Seda. The opponent is very powerful, so he must be patient and look for opportunities in secret. The question is, how much time does he have? Gauda didn't know that he actually only had 1 month left. But he knew that Master Seda attached great importance to the unknown potion. Even though he had never succeeded in mixing it over the years, he kept trying again and again, which showed his persistence. Now that Master Seda has discovered that he is still alive after testing the medicine, he must feel that the preparation of the potion is close to success. Therefore, in a short period of time, Master Seda will definitely try to prepare the potion again. There is a high probability that he will be the one testing the medicine then. After all, he is the only person who has not died after trying the drug so far. God, you're finally back. When God returned to his room, Amy immediately came up to him and asked, what did Master Seda want you to do? Gauda told the truth. Master Seda asked me how I felt after taking the medicine. That's what I guessed. Master Seda's potion was finally made successfully. We are going to have a good life. Amy was very excited. Maybe. Gauda did not break Amy's fantasy. By the way, I just met Yulan. He pondered for a moment and spoke casually. Why, is he bothering you again? Amy's expression changed when she heard that and she asked nervously. That's about right, but it's no big deal. At most he can embarrass me with words, but he can't really do anything to me. Gauda said indifferently. That's not what I meant. Amy was more concerned than God. Yulan has been with Master Seda the longest, so he can have a say in front of Master Seda. I heard that the reason you went to test the medicine this time was because of him. Really? I don't have any grudge against him, why would he do this? Gauda couldn't believe it. He is a narrow-minded person and is jealous of talented people. He is already unhappy to see that you are so talented. And you don't like to pay attention to him. How can he not hate you? Besides, you are so good at mixing potions so quickly. Island must be afraid that if this continues, Master Seda will value you more and more, until you replace him in Master Seda's position. You can't afford to offend him now, so you'd better pretend to be nice to him first. Amy advised tactfully. Gauda's eyes narrowed slightly, and after thinking for a while, he said, I understand. Amy thought that Goddard had listened to her advice, and she breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Island's job is to deliver goods for Master Seda. Goder asked casually. Yes, his job is the easiest. He usually needs to ship out goods once every 4 or 5 days, and he can also take this opportunity to go for a stroll in the city. We are not like us who work so hard all day in the medicine garden. Amy felt a little indignant when she said this. Like this. Gowda's eyes were vague, thinking about something. Afterwards, he learned a lot of information about the medicine garden from Amy through various topics, intentionally or unintentionally, and gained a basic understanding of the current environment. Oh! Amy slapped her head, as if she remembered something, and said hurriedly, let's go eat quickly. If we go later, there will probably be nothing left. He pulled Gowda to the restaurant and took credit for it. I missed the mealtime because I was waiting for you to come back. It's dinner time. In the medicine garden of Master Seda, there are 3 meals a day, namely breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If we exclude the drug testing, this place is actually a paradise for most apprentices who were born as beggars. Because most civilians only eat 2 meals a day. Under Amy's guidance, Goder came to the restaurant where the apprentices ate. It is called a dining room, but the space is only slightly larger than their bedroom. There are 3 square wooden tables, each with a candle lamp made up of 3 candlesticks, and a fireplace, so it is called a dining room. It was already quite late when Gowda and his friends arrived, and there were only 2 or 3 apprentices left in the restaurant. Amy glanced nervously at the large plate by the fireplace, and was relieved to see that there were still 2 long black loaves of bread left there. Next to the large plate, there is a clay pot stew pot. Gowda, who had not eaten anything except water for a long time after waking up, felt a little hungry and followed Amy. There were some tableware stacked next to the big plate. God picked up a small plate from it, then put a long loaf of bread into his own plate, picked up a small bowl, and looked at the stew pot. The stew pot is filled with pea soup made from a kind of pea, a local specialty. After filling their spoons with pea soup, Gold and Amy chose an empty table to sit down. Rye bread and pea soup. This is the daily food for these apprentices. Meat, forget it. Although it is called bread, it is completely different from the bread that Jayad knows. These rye breads do not have yeast added, so they are extremely hard when baked. They definitely don't taste very good and are extremely difficult to chew. Of course, it is not without its advantages. Cheap. 4 pounds, about 4 kilograms, of rye bread cost only 6 copper coins. Gowda converted it in his mind and it was equivalent to 3.5 copper coins per kilogram of rye bread. The cheapest meat cost 450 copper coins per pound, about 7 grams. The value for money of rye bread is self-evident. Amy used a knife to cut the long rye bread into slices and placed them on a plate. Then she poured pea soup on the slices of bread 1 spoonful at a time and put the slices of bread into her mouth. This is the correct way to eat rye bread. Soak the bread slightly while drinking soup, otherwise you will choke if you eat it dry. Of course, soaking bread slices directly in the soup is also a very common way of eating. Following Amy's example, Goddard picked up a knife and cut the rye bread into several slices. He then soaked the slices in pea soup and put them into his mouth. The next moment, he couldn't help but frown. Even though he was mentally prepared, the difficulty of swallowing the food was beyond his expectation. There was no seasoning at all in the pea soup. The bread slices soaked in the pea soup were just a little softer. If I had to describe the taste, it would only be slightly better than sawdust. For God, such food was undoubtedly extremely horrible, but for other apprentices, having this kind of bread to eat was already very good. But God had no choice now. The hunger in his stomach made him frown and swallow the rye bread with difficulty. So he had one more reason to rebel against Master Seda. If you can only eat food like this every day, what's the difference between that and being dead? After dinner, it was time for the apprentices to practice. The apprentices in the medicine garden have a very regular daily routine. They are busy with their work during the day, and have a fixed 3 to 4 hours of practice time at night. After returning to the room, Amy seized the opportunity and quickly entered a state of meditation. Gowda first reviewed the mage's practice methods in his mind. The 2 most important basic indicators for a mage are mana and mental power. Mana is the energy consumed when casting spells, also known as the blue bar, and is the cornerstone of all a mage's power. Mental strength is related to controlling spells and learning spells. It determines a person's spell casting skills, the stability of continuous casting, the changes in spells, and even the speed of learning spells. The growth of magic power and mental strength depends on boring and repetitive practice day after day. There is absolutely no room for laziness and there are no shortcuts. To begin the guidance, first, enter a meditative state. The method of cultivating magical power is called guidance, and the method of cultivating spiritual power is called meditation. The two are separate and cannot be practiced at the same time, and the order is usually to practice the guiding method first, and then the meditation technique. Because the process of practicing guidance techniques also consumes mental energy. Once the mental strength is consumed by more than 40%, continuing to practice the guidance method will be ineffective. For Jayad, this is not difficult to understand, just like studying the learning effect is definitely the best in the first few hours, but towards the end, when you are mentally exhausted, your learning efficiency will naturally be low. Practicing meditation after practicing guidance can not only quickly restore the consumed mental power, but also enhance the growth of mental power. According to Jayad's own understanding, this is like exercise. Constantly repeating the process of consuming physical strength, restoring physical strength can better stimulate physical strength growth. Chapter 5. Extraordinary Things. Gauda sat cross-legged on the bed according to his memory. He kept his chin parallel to the floor, his eyes closed, his back straight, and his hands on his knees, palms up, fingers relaxed. In this meditation posture, the whole person will feel very comfortable and relaxed, and then enter a meditative state better. Of course, for experienced mages, it is easy to enter a meditative state and begin practicing in almost any posture and any environment, without the need for these aids. But Gauda is still just an apprentice among apprentices, so he naturally follows the procedures strictly. After taking deep breaths for several minutes, God finally got into the state. In his consciousness, he seemed to be in a dark universe. There are countless stardust floating in the universe, wandering in an irregular manner, beautiful and charming, emitting starlight. This is the magic that exists in the world and the cornerstone of the world's power. It is abundant and powerful, and endless. The so-called guiding technique is to use one's own mental power to guide these magical powers, let them enter one's body, and refine them into magic power. God began to try to use his mental power to guide these magic stardust. These magical powers followed the control of his spirit and mind, entered his body along with the breath inhaled into his mouth, and then descended all the way to the position of his belly button before beginning to settle. This is not the end. After feeling that the magic stardust has settled down, Jayad still needs to manipulate his spirit and thoughts, follow the rhythm of his breathing, and continue to polish the magic until it turns into his own magic power. To be honest, the whole process is not very efficient. Because the guidance method and meditation technique practiced by Gauda have a unified name: apprentice guidance method and apprentice meditation technique. As the name suggests, it is a training method specially designed for mage apprentices. It is the most basic thing. Its disadvantage is that it is basic, and its advantage is that it is basic enough. It has reached perfection in terms of laying the foundation, but its efficiency is definitely not that high. Gauda was immersed in his first practice until he began to feel tired. The efficiency of guiding the magic stardust dropped by about 30% compared to the beginning, so he stopped. He knew that the consumption of his mental energy had reached the critical point of 40%, and the next step was to start practicing meditation. Gauda adjusted his posture, adjusted his breathing for a moment, closed his eyes as required by the apprentice meditation technique, and began to practice meditation. The practice of meditation is similar to the visualization method often mentioned in Buddhism in previous lives. It is to outline certain strange and mysterious things in the mind to enhance mental strength. The apprentice's meditation technique manifests a lotus with 16 petals, and the number of lotus petals that manifest is proportional to the progress of practice. Once all 16 petals of the lotus can be materialized, then this apprentice meditation technique can be considered to have been practiced to perfection. However, Jayad's current practice progress is far from perfection. If he remembered correctly, his predecessor had only been able to materialize 5 petals after practicing so far, and that was because his predecessor had an extremely good talent for mental power. This progress is not bad. One should know that the apprentices in the same batch as Gauda, and even those who started practicing earlier than him, have only reached the level of 1 or 2 petals so far. As his mind was immersed, Gauda clearly sensed the existence of mental power. In the endless darkness of consciousness, a lotus slowly rotated, existing in his mind. It's just that this flower does not have a physical entity, but is just an outline drawn by some dotted lines. The purpose of practicing meditation is to fill these dotted lines with mental power and fully materialize the real lotus. Gauda was just about to start materializing the lotus as he remembered, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something extra in the depths of his consciousness, and it was shining. Subconsciously, his heart moved, and his mental strength and attention were simultaneously focused on the point emitting light. Deep in the space of consciousness, it is still dark. But in addition to these, there are countless irregularly wandering stars and two groups of spell models composed of stars that resemble galaxies but are actually fixed. Those are the two tricks that God has mastered. Overall, the depths of the consciousness space look like a sea of stars. Therefore, this place is also called the Magic Star Sea. However, today, in addition to stars and spell models, there is one more thing in the Magic Star Sea. Something that shouldn't exist. It was a crescent moon. It floats quietly and steadily in the center of the magical sea of stars, motionless, emitting a pure white light. To be more precise, it should be a crescent-shaped gem. Its appearance is very similar to that of a megatama, with a wide and round head and a pointed and thin tail. The whole thing is white, but not milky white, but the whiteness of the moon. The gem is crystal clear without a trace of impurities, and there are complex and beautiful patterns and designs on its surface, like some strange symbols. Yes, it is growth, not implication. Because there was no trace of processing at all, these patterns and designs were integrated with the gemstone, and they looked natural. Gauda stared at the crescent gemstone that existed in his mind, and he couldn't believe it. Isn't this the pendant I always wore around my neck? This is a family heirloom of his Gao family, strung into a pendant by his father and passed down to him. Gauda has worn this pendant for more than 10 years and has never found anything unusual about it. But now, this item, which did not belong to this world, actually traveled to this world with him. It also changed from a real existence to an illusion, taking root in his magical sea of stars. Even time travel has happened, so having another gem in the head doesn't seem to be something difficult to accept. But why this gem? This shows that there must be something special about it. Jayad tried to stay calm and recall the information about the gem. Then he discovered that when his father passed this gem to him, he did not explain its origin in detail. Gauda only knew that this gem must be worth a lot of money. He was sure that it was not a handicraft made of agate, talc, or the like, but a natural gem. Because it is so exquisite that it doesn't look like it is man-made. Only the magic of nature can forge such a work of art. Gauda observed carefully for a while, but found nothing unusual. It's an extremely rare and extraordinary item. He made a tentative judgment on the origin of the gem based on his understanding of this world. And the fact that it was able to travel with me to this world is enough to prove that its grade is definitely not low. Gauda carefully directed his mental power towards the crescent gem. This was the most common way he could remember of activating supernormal things. God tried to stimulate this supernatural thing to find out its function. However, as soon as his mental power touched the gem, it was like hitting a wall, and it was immediately bounced back. Gauda thought about it and stopped being so cautious. He mobilized all his mental strength to try to activate it again. Once, twice, 3 times. Until Jayad felt a little tired, the crescent moon was still suspended there, without any change or movement, unmoved. He was shocked. At first he thought he was just too cautious and therefore failed to activate the magic item, but later on, even though he had already tried his best, he still failed. Gauda carefully observed the gem again, trying to find some mechanism. The end result was still nothing. Now Gauda was worried. There was such a foreign object in his mind, but he didn't know what it was used for. Who could be willing to accept this? But the problem is, this thing is like a nail house, it has settled down in his head, his mental strength is not enough to shake it at all, and he can't drive it away. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't change anything. It's most likely because my current mental strength is too weak, so I can't activate or shake it. Gauda guessed. Never mind. Jayad, which had no other choice but to give up, finally decided to give up. At least it is certain that this gem that inexplicably followed him through time and space will not cause any harm to his body. That's enough. So, Jayad withdrew his attention from the gem, took a while to calm down, and then re-entered the state of meditation. The lotus composed of dotted lines in his consciousness gradually solidified under Jayad's meditation. The lotus pedestal became a physical entity, and the 5 petals on the pedestal were gradually materialized by Gauda. Nearly 2 hours later, Goddard opened his eyes. A deep feeling of fatigue came over me. The mental energy previously consumed in practicing the guiding method has been restored as meditation progresses, but the restoration of mental energy does not mean that fatigue can be eliminated. On the contrary, according to the memories left by the previous incarnation, a good night's sleep after practicing meditation would be the most effective. Amy finished her practice earlier than him and had already fallen asleep, with a slight snoring sound coming from her. Gowda also took off his coat quietly and lay down on the bed, recalling what he had seen and heard since coming to this world, thinking about how he should get out of this situation and more. Chapter 6. Night Assassination. The night is darker. Amy's soft snoring gradually died down. There was deathly silence in the medicine garden. Crunch, the not-so-harsh sound of the wooden door being pushed open passed by in a flash, without breaking the tranquility of the night. Who? Yulan's confused voice sounded. It's me. God? What are you doing here? Yulan hadn't fully woken up yet and his mind was still in a mess. Yulan, I thought you should be fast asleep at this time, so I came to find you. What do you mean? Yulan was about to get up, but in the night, with the help of the moonlight, he could see a hazy figure, which had moved to the side of his bed while he was talking. A dark figure was reflected on the wall, with a sharp knife in his hand, which was stabbing towards him as the hand fell. What? Yulan was frightened and his heart trembled. All his sleepiness was dispelled and he woke up instantly. Goosebumps appeared on his skin. He instinctively raised his right hand to try to block possible attacks. It's too late. There was a pop. There was a piercing pain in his chest. Something sharp and cold pierced his chest. It was a table knife, the kind used in restaurants to cut rye bread. It wasn't very sharp, but it was barely enough to be used as a deadly weapon. Gowda pressed his knee against Yulan's throat and used his left hand to hold down Yulan's body, while his right hand held the dinner knife firmly. Puff, 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 he pulled out his knife and stabbed again and again and again. The scarlet blood flowed on his hand, which seemed warm in the cold night, but it could not bring any warmth to Jayad. He just felt sick. God didn't stop until Yulan's body completely collapsed and there was no sign of struggle. He gasped for air. So, this is murder. Everything went just as Jayad planned, and even more smoothly. Yulan, who had not yet fully recovered from a deep sleep, had never thought that God would dare to kill her. Facing God's night attack, Yulan had no power to resist at all. Everything is much simpler than imagined. But the discomfort of killing someone for the first time does not disappear just because it was planned. The King of Hell is a difficult little devil to deal with. Even if Yulan can't kill me directly like Master Seda, he has always been holding a grudge against me. Who knows what little tricks he will use to disgust me. And he keeps staring at me like this, which makes it inconvenient for me to act later. I can't feel at ease until he dies. Besides, I have already died once because of Yulan's frame-up while trying the medicine. This is a life and death feud, and blood debt must be paid with blood. It is only natural. He forced me. Gowda's hands were still shaking, and he kept finding reasons to force himself to calm down and adapt. Must adapt. Gowda understood that given his situation, if he didn't want to die, others would have to die. Clang! Suddenly, Gowda's pupils dilated sharply, as if he had seen something horrifying, and he was so frightened that the dinner knife in his hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound when it hit the floor. After killing someone, although Jayad's hands were still shaking, he was still not so shaken that he couldn't even hold a table knife. The reason for this was simply because he was startled. Just now, Gowda clearly felt that the crescent gem that existed in his mind, whose use he had never understood, seemed to be activated and suddenly emitted a flickering light. Immediately afterwards, several lines of information interfaces that were often seen in games and novels appeared in front of him. Origin. 0 ring human, 1/7. Spells. 0 ring hand of the mage, repair. The interface is very simple, even crude, with only 2 information columns in total, namely spells and origins. The spell column showed the 2 tricks that Gowda currently knew. Behind the 2 spells, there was a small yellow plus sign flashing. This is an extremely familiar design, and anyone who has played the game will understand what it means. Add some more. Gowda tentatively touched the yellow plus sign behind the word repair with his mind. The next moment, some information inexplicably emerged in Jayad's mind as if it were implanted in his memory. The source is insufficient. Obviously, adding points requires consuming essence. Jayad's attention naturally turned to the origin column in the interface. Human 1/7. The message was brief and contained no additional explanation, but Gowda understood it instantly. His eyes turned to Elaine's body on the bed. Do I have to kill 7 humans to get a little origin? Gowda muttered to himself. It's still dark. Master Seda was awakened by the inexplicable noisy sounds in the medicine garden. For a man of his age, he was a very light sleeper. And he always has a bad temper. He pushed open the door with dissatisfaction, took a few steps, and grabbed a passing apprentice. What did you say? After hearing the news spoken by his apprentice in a trembling voice, Master Seda was stunned for a moment. Passing through the long and narrow corridor, Master Seda came to the apprentice living area, which he rarely visited on weekdays. Master Mage. An apprentice saw him and said timidly with a panicked expression, Yulan is dead. What's going on? Although Master Seda's voice remained steady, the coldness in it was clearly revealed. I just got here too. The apprentice was unable to answer and stammered. Master Seda lost his patience and walked forward with a cold face, passing through the long and narrow corridor. Finally, he stopped in front of Yulan's door and looked inside. I saw Yulan's not-so-tall body lying on the wooden bed against the wall, his chest was covered in blood, and his eyes were round and white. Obviously, dead. The way he died was simple, he was stabbed to death. The murder weapon should be a dagger-like blade. Master Seda frowned, suppressed his anger, and turned his gaze to another corner of the room. There was a young man sitting there, and on the ground next to him was a blood-stained knife. And his hands were covered in scarlet blood. Master Seda usually doesn't pay much attention to these apprentices, but his memory is not bad. There is no such thing as a wizard with a bad memory. He remembered this young man, who was the only apprentice who survived the drug testing over the years. You did it? Asked Master Seda, his voice full of dissatisfaction and coldness. Yes. Gowda raised his head and replied. His face was still pale, but his eyes were very calm. What's going on? Master Seda asked again. I first stole the knife used to cut bread while eating in the restaurant. Gowda pointed to the bloody knife on the ground. Not very sharp, but good enough. Then, I waited until late at night, when I thought he was asleep, and sneaked up on him, Gowda explained. He is older and stronger than me. If I don't find a good opportunity, I may not be able to kill him. In the end, he died in my hands. Thanks to my good brother Weiming Chen Guang, the leader, the boss is confused. Chapter 7. Life is like grass. Master Seda's face was livid, and it was unclear whether it was because of Yulan's death, or because of God's calmness after killing someone, or both. How dare you kill him? All of you are my apprentices and my personal property. I am the only one who has the right to decide your life or death. I know, Gowda nodded, his pale face showing helplessness, and explained, but he wanted me to die, so I had to let him die first. After all, I don't want to die yet. When he said this, he raised his head and looked directly into Master Seda's eyes, appearing very sincere. You killed my apprentice without my consent, which means you are stealing my property. You must pay with your life. Master Seda looked at Gowda coldly, unmoved. It's better to die at the hands of the Master Mage than at the hands of this villain, Gowda said, looking at the stiff body on the bed. Besides, he should be the one who really wants to seize your property. Yulan told me yesterday that he wanted me dead. My life is worth dying for, but if I delay your progress in developing the potion, that would be a big mistake, Gowda said meaningfully. This is the reason why he dared to stab Yulan at night. Gowda was sure that no matter what Master Seda thought about his killing of Yulan, or how he would react, he would never really let him pay with his life now. Because at this moment, he has irreplaceable value to Master Seda. He is the only apprentice who has survived after the drug trials so far. If Master Seda wants to successfully refine the potion as soon as possible, he must use his high virtue in the next drug test. Therefore, before the next drug test, Master Seda would never let him die. The next drug test will be the sword of Damocles hanging over Jayad's head, but also his golden ticket to immunity from death. The same is true for the wizard Seda, who has absolute power and authority. After discovering that Yulan died at the hands of God, he did not immediately kill God, but kept talking nonsense to God, which means that God is valuable to him and is an existence that he cannot directly eliminate now. Jayad's purpose goes beyond this. He took a breath and spoke to Master Seda again. Master Mage, Yulan disobeyed your authority first, and I resisted in self-defense. Besides, I can do what Yulan did, and it will not affect my original work. Without him, Master Mage, you will not suffer any loss, and you can also save a mouth to feed. Self-defense resistance, Haha, you call this self-defense resistance? A despicable means of fighting for power. After listening to what God said, Master Seda glanced at the messy room, and seemed to have understood everything. He said coldly, even if Yulan deserves it, how to punish him is my business, not yours. You crossed the line by stabbing him at night. You tested the potion for me, and if my potion was successful, you would have gained a lot, and I would have accepted you as my apprentice. But your cleverness will prevent you from being treated this way again. You will regret what you did today. Master Seda snorted coldly without waiting for Gauda to react, and turned to walk out. You will do his work from now on, but all you will get is his job. Obviously, Master Seda knew very well what Jayad relied on and what he desired in his heart. Watching Master Seda leave, Gauda did not feel the slightest bit of emotion due to his threat. Regarding what Master Seda said, after the potion is successfully refined, you will get considerable benefits. Gauda first of all did not believe that this old fox would be so kind. In addition, he understood that the probability of successfully refining this potion was too low. In the eyes of Master Seda, the fact that Jayad was still alive after testing the medicine meant that he was infinitely close to success. But Jayad knows the real situation very well. Master Seda is still a long way from success. As for the so-called regret for what I did today, that is not worth mentioning. If he doesn't resist, the next time he tests the medicine will be the day he dies. Why would he care about what happens next? Although the night attack on Yulan this time seemed reckless, it was actually a well-considered move by Jayad. There were basically no consequences. His situation couldn't be any worse. But the gains were a lot. While solving a big problem, I also prepared myself mentally for killing in advance in order to adapt to this cannibalistic environment. Most importantly, he obtained the qualification to freely enter and exit the medicine garden that originally belonged to Yulan. Only by going out can he have more chances to escape from the current predicament. As for the inexplicably activated crescent gem, it was an unexpected surprise. Swish, a basin of clean water washed away the last trace of blood in the room. Gauda reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although the incident of Yulan has been temporarily uncovered, the scene must still be dealt with. Otherwise, not only will it be bloody and creepy, but the body will also rot after a period of time. Master Seda did not delegate anyone to deal with the matter, and Jayad, as the murderer, took the initiative to finish the job. The room has been cleaned. Let's bury his body in the back hill, said Amy, who volunteered to stay and help. The apprentices who tested the medicine before were also buried there. Gauda nodded without objection. Two men, one holding the legs and the other holding the shoulders, lifted Yulan's body. Amy looked at the roommate opposite her, who should have been very familiar with her but now felt strange. She hesitated for a long time before whispering to God, I really didn't expect you to do such a thing. He was a little timid because after seeing how Yulan died, he instinctively felt a little scared of Goder. Most people are afraid of murderers. What would you do if someone wanted to kill you? Gauda asked. Amy was stunned and couldn't think of an answer for a moment. He understood what Gauda meant, but he also knew that he would be at a loss what to do in such a situation and would certainly not be as decisive as Gauda. Let's go, you lead the way. Seeing that Amy was afraid of him, God was no longer as cautious as before. After burying Yulan's body, God and Amy returned to the medicine garden. It was also time for the apprentices to have breakfast. The two had been busy for a long time, especially Gauda, who had killed people and buried bodies, and had consumed a lot of energy. He was already starving, so he immediately rushed to the restaurant. When the apprentices in the restaurant saw Gauda coming in, the originally noisy environment immediately became quiet, leaving only the sound of chewing. Witnessing Yulan's death with their own eyes had a great impact on these apprentices who were strictly speaking still children. At this moment, the apprentices all regarded him as a tiger. Gauda seemed unaware of what was happening. He just took his breakfast and found an empty seat to sit down. He took a big bite of rye bread soaked in pea soup. The taste is still indescribable, but it is not as hard to swallow as before. I don't know if it's because I'm hungry or something else. While swallowing his breakfast, Gauda reviewed his schedule for the day. Even though I killed someone in the middle of the night, I still have to continue working today. In the morning, he was responsible for the cultivation of some medicinal herbs in the medicine garden and feeding the little grey mice. In the afternoon, he was responsible for preparing the primary spider venom potion, and in the evening he practiced. Day after day, a very fixed and boring schedule. After drinking the last mouthful of hot pea soup, Goder stood up, said goodbye to Amy and walked towards the backyard. That is the herb growing area in the garden. Yesterday, with the help of his roommate Amy, Gauda had already gained a general understanding of the topographic structure and regional distribution of the medicine garden, and could basically go to each area independently. Chapter 8. Repair Plus. After passing through the long and dark corridor, the view suddenly becomes clear and the light becomes brighter. The aroma of medicine wafted towards him, and what came into view was a vibrant green, making Gauda feel as if the smell of decay on his body had been dispelled a lot. This medicinal herb growing area is not particularly large, but it is distributed with several plots of land with different soil types. Because herbs are essentially extremely delicate flowers and plants that require careful care. Different herbs have different requirements for their growing environment, some of which are even extremely extreme. Not to mention external environments such as temperature and water quality, the requirements of different herbs for soil environment alone are very complex. Most herbs grow best in loose, fertile, well-drained soil. But some herbs like to grow in forest humus soil rich in humus, a typical example being ginseng. There are also herbs that prefer to grow in acidic or slightly acidic soil or on riverside beaches. Therefore, it is necessary to choose suitable soil for planting according to the growth habits and characteristics of the herbs themselves and local conditions. The cultivation of herbal medicine is a profound subject. Not only does it require the ability to identify the herbs and be familiar with their habits, but it also requires knowing how to construct an environment suitable for their growth based on their habits, thereby ensuring their survival rate, increasing yields and improving their medicinal properties. These tasks include but are not limited to the configuration of nutritious soil, thinning, fixing seedlings, deep tillage combined with fertilization to improve soil physical properties, intertillage, soiling and weeding, fertilization, irrigation, disease and pest control, and plant shape adjustment. The main part of Jayad's work in the morning is tilling the soil, applying fertilizer and watering, and checking for pests and diseases. Generally speaking, these jobs become simple repetitive work after becoming proficient. Because the types of herbs grown by Master Seda are fixed. So even though it was the first time for Gauda to do this kind of work, based on the memories left by his predecessor, he was able to complete the cultivation of medicinal materials neatly and without any mistakes. After finishing all this, he only had one last task left for the morning. Gauda walked hurriedly to a small room. There were many iron cages in the room, and each cage contained 5 to 10 mice with grey-brown fur. These are little grey mice that are specially bred by Master Seda for use in life potion experiments. Although the results of human drug testing are the most accurate, even though human life is not that precious in this world, it is definitely not to the extent that Master Seda can unscrupulously test drugs on living people. In most cases, animal testing is still the main method. Grey mice have strong reproductive capacity, low breeding costs, and are relatively less aggressive. Under these conditions, they are highly similar to humans, referring to their genetic similarity, not their appearance. Therefore, the little grey mouse naturally became the best living experimental subject. Gauda poured some feed into the feeding bowl in each iron cage and filled it with water. Then he checked the condition of all the little grey mice in the cage and found that one of the little grey mice looked sick and didn't even have the energy to grab food. After a closer look, Gauda discovered that the back of the little grey mouse looked like alopecia areata, with a small piece of fur completely fallen off, revealing the skin underneath, which was slightly red. "It looks like you have some skin disease," Goddard made a judgment and nodded. "That's you." He took the sick little grey mouse out of the iron cage. Of course, Jayad is not trying to cure it. First, I don't know how to do it, and second, there is no need to do so. Because the little grey mice are far less valuable than medicinal herbs, the apprentices in the medicine garden do not pay as much attention to the breeding of the little grey mice as they do to medicinal herbs, so some of the little grey mice fall ill from time to time. There is only one final outcome for these sick little grey mice, which is early detection and humane termination to prevent them from spreading the disease to other healthy little grey mice. Gauda didn't hold back either. He grabbed the little grey mouse's head and twisted it hard along the neck. With a crisp snap, the little grey mouse died without even a chance to struggle. Throwing the dead little grey mouse aside, Gauda focused his attention on his own mind. Deep in his mind, an exquisite crescent gem was glowing with light. Some changes have taken place. Inside the gem, 2 spots of light and 12 dotted lines suddenly appeared, forming 2 Big Dipper-like sieve diagrams. Each set of colander diagrams has 7 points and 6 dotted lines, but at this moment only the point at the starting point is flashing, and the remaining 6 points are dim. It is not difficult to infer that it will be complete only after all 7 points are lit up. The next moment, a familiar information interface appeared in front of Jayad's eyes. Origin. Spells. 0 ring hand of the mage, repair. Compared to before, there is one more entry in the origin information column, grey-eyed rat. It is the scientific name of the little grey mouse. It is true. Gauda muttered to himself. When he first saw this information interface, Gauda was certain that the origin could not only be obtained from humans. It should be able to expand into multiple entries like the spell column, but he has only unlocked the human one. When going to the back mountain to bury Yulan's body, Gauda crushed a few unknown insects to verify his speculation, but no new entries appeared in the origin column. Either the source is not obtained by killing. Or maybe those insects are too weak to provide the source. After all, before the human entry, there is a level division, ring 0. If you want to obtain the origin of the 0th ring, it is very likely that you can only get it from a 0th ring creature. Yulan is a mage apprentice. According to the mage level classification, he is a 0 ring mage, who happens to be able to provide the origin. The latter is obviously more likely. You can't get the correct answer by guessing, you have to experiment. And in the medicine garden, besides the mage apprentices, there happened to be a kind of 0 ring creature. Grey-eyed rat, also known as the little grey rat by ordinary people, is so weak that it can be slaughtered at will, but in terms of level, it is really the same as the mage's apprentice, both at ring 0. This is because the grey-eyed rat contains extremely rare blood of earth creatures. This tiny bit of earth vein creature bloodline cannot give it any extraordinary abilities, nor can it make them have the same powerful strength as earth vein creatures, but it can make it no longer belong to the category of ordinary animals, but belong to the 0 ring ranks. There are also gaps between 0 rings. The speculation was confirmed, and what happened next was a natural progression. Killing 7 people is difficult, but killing 7 little grey mice is easy. Gauda took action immediately. Once again, he caught a healthy little grey mouse from the iron cage. The little grey mouse kicked its legs hard in God's hands, making sharp squeaking sounds, but it was in vain, just like a weak girl who was about to be humiliated but had no power to resist. Gauda looked at the little grey mouse carefully for about 10 seconds. After confirming that there was no change on the panel, he silently stretched out his other hand to the little grey mouse, which seemed to have gotten used to being carried and stopped struggling. With a crisp snap, the little grey mouse suddenly fell silent. The next moment, another light spot lit up inside the gem. Origin. Sure enough, death is a necessary condition, but I don't know if it must be death at my hands for it to count. Gauda muttered in his heart. This can be left for verification later, so don't rush it for now. The most urgent task is to obtain the first complete origin. He put down the dead little grey mouse in his hand and looked at the little grey mice in the iron cage who didn't know what was about to happen. Little grey mice are not valuable and they often get eaten up, so even if 7 of them die in one day, no one would care. In addition, Gauda was eager to know the effect of origin, so 5 little grey mice immediately sacrificed their lives for it. Soon. Origin. At this time, the crescent-shaped gem was still hanging firmly in the center of the Jayad magic star sea, motionless. However, inside the gem, there are now 7 more twinkling spots of light, and the 6 dotted lines have turned into bright solid lines. The spots of light and the solid lines form an inseparable model, just like the Big Dipper, slowly rotating and extremely beautiful. Come on, let me see what you are capable of. Gauda muttered to himself, while shifting his attention to the 2 tricks he mastered in the spell column. Each one has a small yellow plus sign flashing. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to choose prosthetic surgery for experimentation. Repair, transmutation, level 0. This spell repairs a tear or crack in an object you touch, such as a broken chain, a key that has broken in 2, a torn cloak, a leaking wineskin, and so on. As long as the damage or break is no more than 1 foot in any direction, you can repair it without leaving a trace. This spell physically repairs a spell item or construct, but does not restore spells on such an item. Gauda once again used his mind to lightly tap the yellow plus sign behind the repair technique. Add some more. The change happened instantly. In the gem, the perfect group of Big Dipper that represented the origin of the grey-eyed rat no longer rotated but flowed and swam out directly from the inside of the crescent gem. They moved towards the spell model representing repair. The so-called spell model is the basis for a mage to cast spells. It is composed of stars in the magical star sea, and its appearance resembles a constellation composed of stars in the vast universe. It's just that the lines between the constellations commonly seen in books are artificially connected to facilitate observation and understanding of the composition of the constellations, while the lines between the spell models are real. The mage follows the guidance of the spell formula, uses mental power to pull the stars in the magic star sea, and uses mental power as a support to fix the stars, thereby constructing a spell model composed of stars. Once the spell model is constructed successfully, it means that the wizard has initially mastered the spell and can cast the corresponding spell through the spell model. The structure of each spell model is different, and it can even be said that the differences are huge. There are almost strict requirements on the number of stars and the distance and direction between the stars. Even the slightest difference will not be tolerated. Therefore, mastering a spell is an extremely difficult and time-consuming task. Normally, one needs to experience hundreds or even thousands of failures before successfully constructing a spell model. And now, the goal of the Big Dipper is the spell model, which can be called the most important thing for a mage. The speed of the Big Dipper was very fast, and in a moment, it had crashed into the spell model of repair. There was no Mars-Earth collision. The next moment, a flash of spiritual light appeared, and 7 flashing points of light merged into the spell model like young swallows returning to their nests. This is... In Jayad's confusion, the originally complete repair spell model seemed to have a second spring after the light spot was integrated. It began to grow branches and leaves again, and began to extend outward at certain nodes, with new lines and stars appearing. The whole process is very stable and natural. Some nodes extend out a line and a star, and some nodes extend more. However, these changes do not destroy the original basic structure of the spell model. Clearly, only 7 light spots were added, but in the end, the number of stars extending from the repair spell model was far more than 7. Instead, 13 new stars were generated before stopping. The Big Dipper has disappeared, and the repair spell model has returned to normal, with no new changes. Looking at the spell model that had changed in appearance and was very different from the repair model in theory, some information instinctively emerged in Jayad's mind. This information told Jayad that the new spell model in front of him was still the 0-level transformation spell repair, and its effect had not changed. It was still used to repair minor damage to the target object. It's just that compared to the original restoration, it has something extra. Under the new spell model, when repairing spell items, the repair spell will be able to restore the spells originally attached to such objects. It seemed that only a slight change had taken place, but Gauda was not so short-sighted. He clearly understood that this was already a qualitative improvement. This process, using the terminology of his previous world, is called skill enhancement. This kind of enhancement is not just a simple increase in values, but a higher level of mechanism enhancement. Some changes have also taken place on the simple information interface. Origin: 0 ring human, 1/7, grey-eyed rat, used, spells. 0 th level, hand of the mage, repair plus. The 0-level spell repair, under the influence of the origin, became repair plus, and accordingly, the yellow plus sign after its name also disappeared. Repair plus, transmutation, level 0. This spell repairs a tear or crack in an object you touch, such as a broken chain, a key that has broken in two, a torn cloak, a leaking wineskin, and so on. As long as the damage or break is no more than 1 foot in any direction, you can repair it without leaving a trace. This spell physically repairs a spell item or construct, but does not restore spells on such an item. Additional, when you repair a spell item, you can restore spells on that spell item. Chapter 9. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Although Jayad didn't know much about the world of mages, he could understand how exaggerated the power of this enhanced spell was. This is the sublimation of the essence of magic. A complete origin can strengthen a spell of the corresponding level. If I master more spells in the future, I can strengthen all the spells I have mastered. Just thinking about it was enough to make Jayad excited. What does this amount to? This is equivalent to others playing the regular version of the same game, while he is playing the modified version. This is even more awesome than. Is this your effect? Gauda's attention shifted back to the crescent-shaped gem floating in the center of his magic star sea, and he was amazed. At this moment, he had already understood that this gem was absolutely an invaluable treasure, or it should be called a priceless treasure. While marveling at the magic of the crescent gem, God took out another grey-eyed mouse from the cage and sent it away again with a familiar snap. The mind is immersed in the brain. In the gem, after the group of Big Dipper representing the origin of the grey-eyed mouse was integrated into the spell model of repair, only one light spot was left flickering. This eighth grey-eyed mouse did not light up a new light for God. Origin. 0 ring human, 1/7, grey-eyed rat, used, a living thing can only obtain a little bit of origin. Gauda had anticipated this, but speculation is just speculation and it still needs to be verified through practice. It can be seen that although the crescent gem is powerful, it is also not without limitations. However, even with many restrictions, even though Jayad is currently unclear about the upper limit of gem-enhanced spells and whether it can only enhance 0-level spells, even if that is the case, this crescent gem is worthy of being regarded as a priceless treasure. Although 0-ring spells may seem to be of low level, they were all created by famous great wizards in history. They are rigorous and perfect, and have been passed down for who knows how many years, and no one has been able to innovate and strengthen them. It is conceivable how difficult it is to strengthen spells. Who on earth are you? You followed me into this world and possess such incredible abilities. Gauda thought to himself, and at the same time he was secretly concerned. Every husband is not guilty, and he is guilty of his crime. If outsiders knew that he had such a treasure, the greedy people who heard the news would overwhelm him in an instant and try every means to kill people and steal the treasure. Not to mention the distant past, Master Seda might be the first person to kill him and get the treasure. You must be careful in the future and never let slip a word that reveals the existence of this treasure. Fortunately, this gem has taken root in his sea of magic. As long as he doesn't actively publicize it, who would have thought that he actually possesses such a precious treasure? Moreover, because of the existence of the gem, God saw for the first time a glimmer of hope to escape from the current danger. Buying lethal spell formulas, mastering new spells, and then strengthening the spells with gems might just give him a chance to confront the Seda wizard head-on. Gauda looked at this magnificent gem in the sea of magic stars and decided to give it a name. After all, it is not just a simple gem, it just looks that way. It is essentially some kind of magical treasure and deserves a name. Gauda looked at the crescent-shaped gem and thought of its magical effect, which was equivalent to a modifier in the game. He suddenly thought of a very suitable name. I'll call you Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Gao Diqiang suppressed his excitement, as if nothing had happened, cleaned up the body of the little grey mouse, and then went to the restaurant to have lunch. In the afternoon, it's still working time. The daily work in the medicine garden is mostly about cultivating and processing herbs, as well as preparing some simple medicines for Master Seda. Although it is said to be a simple potion, there are actually only 3 people who can do this job. Everything requires talent. And Jayad is the strongest among all the apprentices. Therefore, he was fortunate to have a separate workroom. Of course, he learned all these things from Amy. Even his workshop was pointed out to him by Amy, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to find it. Jayad's workshop is not big, just a long work table with many tools needed for mixing potions on it. On one side of the workbench, there is a foot-operated bellows, a furnace, and several hanging crucibles of different sizes. The bellows are used to control the temperature. I heard that senior potion masters use spells to heat the potions, which is not only convenient, but also allows for more precise control of the temperature. At the other end of the workbench is a larger shelf with rows of raw materials needed to prepare potions, placed in various containers. After carefully scanning this familiar yet unfamiliar environment, Gauda took a deep breath and said, "Let's get started." His job in the afternoon was to prepare a primary spider venom potion. Just as in the Xiangxia novels, the alchemist, the weapon refiner, and the array master are called the 3 great schools of secondary professions, in this world, although there are many disciplines related to magic, such as puppetry, scrollology, etc., these are minor disciplines, and the most recognized ones have always been these 3 disciplines: alchemy, potions, and the most mysterious of all, runes. Alchemy can be compared to refining equipment, and alchemy is easier to understand refining pills. As for runes, with the amount of knowledge in my previous life, I really don't have the corresponding understanding of this subject. But in short, as one of the 3 major disciplines, potion science contains very profound knowledge. It is by no means as simple as putting all the ingredients into the pot in order and boiling them as God has seen in some Western movies and TV dramas. First of all, before preparing the potion, the required materials must be magicked. Magic transformation can release the properties of materials, and through the precise control of the alchemist, make them more consistent with the needs of the potion. This is a very important step, and also extremely difficult. Most apprentices are unable to prepare potions because they are stuck at this step. Gauda narrowed his eyes slightly and recalled all the details again in his mind. 1 snake tooth grass, 1 wormwood, 1 green spider sac. According to his memory, Gauda took the main ingredients needed to prepare the primary spider poison potion from the shelf nearby and set them aside. Then, he took out the snake tooth grass and put it into a wooden bowl on the table that looked ordinary and was actually very ordinary. After calming down for a while, Gauda stared at the grey-green snake grass in the wooden bowl, calling on his mental power, and his 5 senses became extremely sharp at this moment. About 2 minutes later, something different appeared on the surface of the snake grass in his field of vision. Spiral waves like DNA chains, sharp jagged waves, and nearly 7 or 8 kinds of wavy waves are being released from the snake grass in some strange but regular form. Gauda knew that these ripples were the embodiment of the many properties of snake grass. Snake tooth grass is not a rare herb, but it still has 7 or 8 medicinal properties. Of course, when he prepares the primary spider venom potion, he only needs one of the medicinal properties that belongs to poison. Gauda's face was solemn. He stretched out his hand and touched the snake tooth grass in the wooden bowl. At the same time, the magic power in his body extended along the trend, concentrated in his palm, then climbed along his fingers, climbed onto the surface of the snake tooth grass, and continued to flow into the sharp jagged ripples, as if charging it. Thus, all ripples except for the sharp jagged ones representing the poison properties of snake tooth grass stopped being released at this moment. It seemed that the stillness of the other ripples gave the sharp, jagged ripples more room to expand, and coupled with Jayad's charging, its volume suddenly expanded by nearly half at this moment. But the stillness lasted only a moment. Soon, the rest of the ripples were released from the snake grass again, squeezing out the space that did not belong to it and was occupied by the sharp jagged ripples. However, the jagged ripples were so powerful that these returning ripples could only regain some of their own territory. Most of the territory was still firmly occupied by the jagged ripples. Seeing that the task was accomplished, Gauda, who had been on edge, finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the enchantment of the snake tooth grass had been completed, and silently withdrew his magic power. The entire demonization process from beginning to end took no more than 1 minute, but it consumed a lot of Jayad's mental and magical power. Snake tooth grass is just an ordinary herb of no rank. One can imagine how powerful mental and magical power is needed to enchant high-level herbs. No wonder it is said that a powerful alchemist must also be a powerful wizard. Although this was the first time that Jayad performed the demonization operation, his predecessor had already performed it many times, and his muscle memory prevented him from making any mistakes. With this experience, it will be easier to enchant the remaining materials. Soon, all the materials were transformed into magic, and the first step of work was completed. The next step was to process the materials. Chapter 10. Extraordinary Talent. Snake tooth grass needs to be ground into powder. Sage is boiled in a cauldron with a large cup of water, 8 ounces, until only 1 ounce of water is left, and then the 1 ounce of juice is used. Gauda estimated that 1 ounce is approximately equivalent to 30 milliliters in his world. It is much easier to deal with the green spider sac. Just puncture it and take out the venom. This step was completed by Jayad using the hands of a mage. Although the venom of the green spider is mainly paralyzing, it is still somewhat corrosive. If you accidentally get it on your hands, it will still be a bit troublesome. After all the materials have been processed, the last step is to combine the medicinal properties of all the materials together. This is also the most important step in preparing the medicine. Gauda took a deep breath, took out a conical medicine bottle from the shelf on the table, expertly poured the juice boiled from wormwood into the bottle, and then added 5 ounces of honey water. He shook the potion bottle slightly, and after the liquid in it was completely integrated, he quickly poured most of the grey-green powder ground from the snake's tooth grass into it. As soon as the snake tooth herb powder was added, the liquid in the bottle began to boil and churn violently, and the color gradually began to change. Gauda released his mental power again and stared at the potion bottle. The strange ripples appeared in his vision again. Only this time, the ripples are constantly entangled and fused, and constantly changing. He carefully observed the changes in the ripples, and according to the actual situation, he added snake tooth herb powder from time to time, trying to control the final state of the ripples to form in the direction he needed. Snake tooth herb powder should not be too much or too little, you have to grasp the right degree. If you add too much, you need to add a little honey water to neutralize it immediately. If it is too little, you need to replenish it immediately. To put it bluntly, this process is actually just adding noodles if there is too much water, and adding water if there is too much noodles. But it is not that easy to operate. On the one hand, Jayad needs to concentrate his mental strength to observe the changes in the ripples. On the other hand, it requires him to have an absolute understanding of the properties of the materials and know how much material to add under what circumstances. After failing to control the amount of snake-tooth herb powder several times before, which almost caused the potion to fail, Gowda finally calmed down from the chaos, and the preparation of the potion was nearing completion. When the last drop of green spider venom dripped into the bottle, the constantly churning liquid gradually calmed down. A faint grey-green magical light could be seen flashing through the liquid. This is a sign that the primary spider venom potion has been successfully prepared. If you master the trick, detect magic, you can see this magical light in the potion again. Gowda looked at the slightly green liquid in the potion bottle, and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of accomplishment and pride in his heart. Primary spider venom potion, level 0 potion, has a strong paralyzing effect, is non-lethal, and is usually bought to be applied on arrows to deal with wild beasts. He couldn't wait to take down 3 obviously smaller conical potion bottles from the shelf nearby, and then poured the freshly prepared primary spider venom potion into them. A standard recipe for a primary spider venom potion can be divided into 3 small bottles for sale. This way of selling is more profitable for the potion maker and more acceptable to the buyer. But when Jay had filled the 3 small potion bottles, he found that there was still about half an ounce of potion left in the large potion bottle in his hand. But according to his memory, a standard formula of primary spider venom potion is only 3 small bottles, and a small bottle of primary spider venom potion is only 2 ounces. How could there be so much left, unless... A thought suddenly flashed through Gowda's mind. The next moment, he immediately started searching in the small workshop. Finally, Jayad took out a wooden box from the bottom shelf. In the wooden box were 3 small bottles of primary spider venom potion, 6 gold coins shining with charming colors, and dozens of scattered silver and copper coins. Jayad's heart began to beat violently. There is no doubt that this is a huge sum of money. In the monetary system of this world, the most basic currency is copper coins. Here, the actual purchasing power of 1 copper coin is equivalent to the 4 yuan before Jayad traveled through time plus a fraction of 1 or 2 dimes. The second layer of the monetary system is silver coins. 1 silver coin is equal to 1 copper coins, which is equivalent to the purchasing power of about 50 yuan. Gold coins are at the top of the monetary system. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 1 silver coins, and its actual purchasing power is around 1000 yuan. Moreover, silver and copper coins are not necessarily universal among different countries due to differences in coinage techniques, materials, and national strength. The actual purchasing power also varies greatly in different regions. However, gold coins do not have these 2 problems because they are directly linked to gold. It is universal and the value does not vary much. Gowda picked up a gold coin with a charming color. The golden light was so bright that it was a little dazzling. He couldn't help but squint his eyes, but he couldn't help but fall in love with it. The region he is in is the Principality of Shan. The scientific name of the gold coins used by the Principality of Shan today is Shan gold coins, which is easy to understand. The obverse of the Shan gold coin features the face of the founding Duke of Shan, and the reverse features a rooster with a proud and majestic look, so people privately call it cock-a-doodle-doo or little rooster. What a cute little rooster! God couldn't help but sigh as he admired the exquisite rooster pattern on the back of Shan's gold coin. It's not that he is greedy for money, he just simply likes chickens. He defended himself in his heart. After admiring the charming little rooster for dozens of seconds, Gowda picked up another silver coin. The obverse of the silver coin of the Principality of Shan still features the face of the founding Grand Duke, but the reverse has been replaced with a trefoil, hence its name, the trefoil silver coin. Gowda counted them carefully and found a total of 6 gold coins, 7 silver coins and 14 copper coins. This is equivalent to the 6,400 yuan he had before he traveled through time. It doesn't look like a lot. But you have to know that in this world, usually, the minimum living expenses for a family of 5 is only 57 gold coins a year, and this is assuming they need to pay rent. If you have your own house, the annual living expenses can even be reduced to less than 45 gold coins. It is absolutely incredible that an apprentice who was born a beggar could accumulate such a huge sum of money in such a high-pressure environment. After all, the apprentices did not receive any remuneration for working for Master Seda. Gowda did not have any memory of the source of the money from his previous incarnation, but he now understood everything. Whether it was the remaining 2/10 of an ounce of potion or the 3 small bottles of primary spider venom potion neatly placed in the wooden box, they all told the same truth. The predecessor was a gifted genius. A genius in the field of potions. With the unsystematic instruction, in less than a year, the standard formula for preparing primary spider venom potion could produce an extra half ounce of finished product. In other words, for every 4 portions of primary spider poison potion prepared, 1 extra small bottle of primary spider poison potion belonging to Jayad will be obtained. All of this is based on the predecessor's precise grasp of the material properties and the outstanding effects of the material magic, which is also the embodiment of the predecessor's talent, and Jayad has inherited all of this. Chapter 11. Phil's Potion Shop. Genius. This is not an unfamiliar evaluation for Gaudet. From childhood to adulthood, people around him have always praised him in this way. But his genius is in mathematics, which seems to mean little to the world of magic. A former genius in the field of potions is what is truly useful now. The purchase price that the Seda mage can get for the primary spider venom potion is 3 gold per set, 2 small bottles. This is based on the premise that Master Seda has certain strength and can deliver goods stably. It is obviously impossible to get this price if you ship on a small scale yourself, but it won't be much lower either. Moreover, the advantage is that it is pure profit without any cost. What a pity, Gaudet couldn't help but sigh. In addition to his outstanding talent in the field of potions, his predecessor was also much smarter than ordinary people in scheming. Jayad is not the only one who has remained sober in this environment. My predecessor was also such a person. Just like God, he was not willing to wait blindly for his destined fate to come, but tried to change his own destiny. He began preparing to escape the predicament he faced early on, and miraculously found a breakthrough with his talent. As long as you have money, it is possible to find a way to crack the tracking mark. But unfortunately, before he could save enough money, he was chosen by Master Seda to experiment with medicine. Always stay with me. If his predecessor was given more time, perhaps he could really create a miracle of his own. Since I have been given a second chance, I will definitely succeed this time. With the savings left by the predecessor, the newly obtained qualification to enter and exit the medicine garden freely, and the wind spirit and moon shadow, the originally slim hope finally became visible. After eating the standard dinner of rye bread and pea soup, Gaudet left the medicine garden with Amy, carrying a full package, before it got dark. The package contained 5 sets of primary spider poison potions, which he was going to deliver to the potion shop in the city. This was originally Yulan's job, but after he stabbed Yulan to death, it was handed over to him. Because of the existence of the tracking mark, Master Seda was not worried about his apprentices escaping. Generally speaking, he did not restrict the apprentices' range of activities. At the same time, in order to save trouble, Master Seda confidently handed over the job of shipping the potions to Yulan. Of course, the price was negotiated by Master Seda himself, and Yulan was only responsible for delivering the goods. Master Seda's medicine garden is located on the outskirts of Hogan City. The establishment of a medicinal garden requires a large and fertile piece of land. As a potion master, Master Seda has many ways to make money, but his expenses are also huge, so he cannot be extravagant. Therefore, even in Hogan City, which was equivalent to an unknown small county town in the previous life, Master Seda could only choose to locate the medicine garden in the suburbs where the land price was cheap. The place where Jayad wanted to go was the commercial district of Hogan City. In most cases, a city's commercial district is located in the best location in the city. Hogan City is no exception. Its commercial district is located in the most central part of the city. Even though Hogan City is not that big, the location of the medicine garden is indeed remote. It takes about an hour to walk from the medicinal garden to the commercial area. The round trip is 2 hours. Before the crossing, Jayad had many means of transportation for this distance. Subway, bus, and even taxi. The only thing I wouldn't consider is walking. But here, he only has one means of transportation: his own legs. Although there are still carriages as a means of transportation in this world, the problem is that the rental price of a carriage starts at 1 hour, with a starting price of 2 silvers, and 5 coppers are required for every 6 minutes thereafter. At this price, only Master Seda is qualified to ride it, and it has nothing to do with these young apprentices. The first impression that Hogan City gave to Gaudet can be summed up in 3 words: too shabby. Along the way, the roads are winding and almost unplanned, and most of them are very narrow. Because it rained a few days ago, many sections of the road were flooded with dirty water and littered debris could be seen everywhere. The feeling of restraint and crowding is overwhelming. Along the way, most of the pedestrians I met were in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry. Gaudet knew that most of these pedestrians were factory workers in the city. They had to rush home before dark, finish their chores as quickly as possible, and go to bed to rest, so as to save as much kerosene money as possible. As we entered the slum area on the edge of Hogan City, the stench in the air became more and more intense. On the roadside we could see many semi-unemployed, ragged poor people working as temporary workers, and homeless beggars. Gauda and Amy are also from here. It's very chaotic and poor here, and there are a lot of people. There are also many thieves. Gauda subconsciously tightened the straps of his package, bent down slightly, quickened his pace, and, following Amy's lead, lowered his head and walked through the messy streets. Although he could barely be considered a wizard apprentice and mastered 2 tricks, these 2 tricks had no lethality and were mainly functional. In addition, his body was not very strong, so Gauda had to act with caution. This is why God wanted to bring Amy with him on this trip. His previous life only left him knowledge, and his current situation is equivalent to that of a person with amnesia. In other words, he didn't know the way. As they walked forward, the stench in the air gradually faded away and the houses on both sides became much brighter. Only then did Gauda straighten his back and look straight ahead. Now they are in the civilian residential area of Hogan City. After crossing this area, they will reach the commercial district. After walking for about another 20 minutes, Jayad finally arrived at the commercial district before dark. The commercial district of Hogan City was very busy. As it was getting dark, the street lights on both sides of the road were already on. The street lamps here are all magic crystal lamps, powered by a strange crystal called magic crystal, and are much brighter than kerosene lamps. In the same city, only 30 or 40 minutes apart, one side is reluctant to turn on the lights at night in order to save a little kerosene money, while on the other side, the more expensive magic crystal lamps are brightly lit all night long. It's like 2 different worlds. The streets in the commercial district are very wide and clean. All kinds of tempting aromas wafted from the high-end restaurants on both sides of the road. When they passed by a bakery called Ponde Bread, the sweet smell of freshly baked cakes and biscuits wafting from the store made God and Amy, who had been eating rye bread all day, swallow their saliva instinctively. However, the prices outside the bakery forced the 2 of them to just walk by without even glancing at them. A small portion of the cheapest maple syrup pancake cost 6 copper coins. Everyone on the street is wearing well-dressed clothes, but the colors of men's clothes are very monotonous, generally brown and black. The dresses of ladies and young ladies are much more colorful, with different colors and gorgeous decorations. Amy had bent slightly again, lowered her head, and quickened her pace, just like she had just done in the slums. But it's different. Gauda, however, looked around with great interest, taking in the exotic scenery that he had never seen in his previous life. Following the house number, Amy took Goddard to their destination. Phil's Potion Shop. A medium-sized shop that monopolizes the 3 house numbers 18, 19, and 20 on this street. It has a large sign and a water sign at the door. Phil's Potion Shop is looking for diligent herb collectors. The time for the thorn grass to mature is approaching. Since the grass grows high in the mountains, the picking period is very short and the demand is high. We urgently need to hire 5-10 temporary herb pickers with good physical strength and hard work. This job requires going out into the mountains, sleeping outdoors, and following the instructions of our pharmacist. You will be paid based on the quantity and quality of your collection. Our store will provide the necessary outdoor equipment and food. If you are interested, please come to our store for an interview as soon as possible. It was a job posting for a handyman. Thorn grass is a medicinal herb with small thorns on its surface. Its medicinal effect is to restore physical strength. After being dried, thorn grass is often used as an auxiliary medicine in the preparation of physical strength recovery potions. The physical recovery potion is one of the best-selling low-level potions, so when the thorn grass matures, pharmacies generally collect it in large quantities, then air-dry it and preserve it to ensure a stable supply throughout the year. The herbal knowledge about thorn grass flashed through Jayad's mind. He shifted his eyes away from the water sign and strode into Phil's Potion Shop. This is the shipper that Master Seda negotiated with. Because the specific details had already been negotiated and this was not the first time they had cooperated, and Autonavi was only responsible for delivery, the transaction was completed smoothly. He walked into the shop, stated his identity and purpose, handed 5 sets of primary spider venom potions to the clerk, and then received a receipt stamped with the seal of Phil's Potion Shop, which meant he had completed his mission. The money does not pass through Jayad's hands. Every once in a while, Master Seda will come with a receipt to collect the payment himself. God. After leaving Phil's potion shop, Amy saw God looking around, as if looking for something. Gowda came back to his senses. The primary spider poison potion belonging to Master Seda had been used, but his own set of primary spider poison potions still lay quietly in his package. Gowda didn't remember where his predecessor had sold these medicines, but it was not a big problem, he could open up a new channel. Amy, I want to walk around some more. You go back first. He turned to Amy and said. Amy was stunned for a moment, then she subconsciously said, it's so late now, there are no magic crystal lamps in the slums. Gowda thought about it and it did make sense. This world was different from his previous life. Public security could not be guaranteed, especially in places like slums. It was safer to travel in groups. He took out 6 copper coins from his pocket and stuffed them into Amy's hand. Wait for me at the door of Pand Bakery. I'll find you after I finish shopping, and then we'll go back together. God. Amy was not surprised that God had money. Instead, she advised, since Master Seda's potion has been successful, we should be able to live a stable life. You are the most talented among us, and you will definitely be valued by Master Seda. Are you sure? Godar was not surprised that Amy knew something, and just asked back. After all, they live under the same roof, so it would be strange if Amy didn't know anything. I think so, Amy stammered, looking very guilty. Obviously, he knew Master Seda's character well, but he was just deceiving himself subconsciously. I killed Yulan and offended Master Seda. Besides, the situation can't get any worse, right? Gowda said, then turned and left. I'll come back to you soon. Chapter 12. Spell Recipes. After confirming that Amy did not follow him, God wandered around the streets looking for a suitable shop. In addition to being located in the city center, a city's commercial district also often develops around the city's palace, church, or market square. The same is true for Hogan City, where the commercial district is built around the city square. Although it conforms to the laws of development, the street layout of Hogan City's commercial district is actually very chaotic and lacks unified planning. There is only one main road, running north-south, leading to the city square. There are several branch roads, forming several narrow alleys. These alleys have a small flow of people, but the corresponding store rents are not high, so they hide many small businesses and workshops. After going through several alleys, Gowda finally found his target. This is a grocery store. Compared with other large stores with magnificent facades, it is much simpler and located in a remote area. On the already simple door, there was an even simpler wooden sign. There were a few words scrawled on it: Pierre's Grocery Store, which sells all kinds of ready-made potions, sacred waters, medicinal herbs, and herb seeds, sell various materials and ores, including magic crystals, sell various low-level magic accessories and amulets, part-time item recovery and treasure identification. Looking at the wooden sign that was full of the temperament of a small workshop, Gowda nodded slightly. This is exactly what he needs. When Goddard walked into the grocery store, the owner Pierre was curled up in a recliner behind the counter, resting with his eyes half open. It can be seen that the grocery store business is not very good on normal days. Please check if you need anything. Just because something is not on the shelf doesn't mean it is out of stock in the store. Some of the goods are in the warehouse at the back. The owner, Pierre, was an old man who looked very old. He clearly heard God's footsteps but did not even raise his head and just greeted him casually. Gowda glanced around casually and found that although there were many items here and they were messy, they were kept very tidy. I saw a wooden sign at the door saying items are recycled. Do they accept everything? Gowda asked straight to the point. Of course not, Pierre shook his head, still not intending to get up. This is a grocery store, not a garbage dump, so it has to be something of some value. Where are the potions? Godar said as he browsed through the potions on display on the shelves. There were many varieties, but they were all level 0 potions. Let's take a look at the goods. Pierre became a little interested after hearing this. He finally opened his half-closed eyes and climbed up from the recliner. Primary spider poison potion was not a rare treasure, so there was no need to hide it. Gowda immediately took out 3 small bottles of primary spider poison potion from the package and placed them on the counter. Primary spider poison potion. A glimmer flashed in Pierre's eyes, which was a sign of performing the trick detect magic. He then nodded and said, the aura is very bright, and the quality is good. If one masters a spell, he can be called a mage apprentice, so the shopkeeper in front of him is at least a mage apprentice. Moreover, considering his age, even if his talent is poor, his strength is definitely higher than his own, Gauda muttered to himself. My purchase price for a set of primary spider venom potion is generally 30 silvers. Your goods are of good quality, so I will give you an extra 1 silver for each small bottle, so a set will be 33 silvers. Pierre directly offered. This is definitely a very realistic purchase price. The long-term purchase price negotiated by Master Seda is only 40 silver, 2 gold. Deal. Gauda was very satisfied and agreed immediately. After paying and receiving the goods, Gauda did not leave. Do you need anything else? Pierre asked. Gauda approached the counter and lowered his voice. Do you have any spell formulas for sale? A moment of dead silence. In Shan, private trading of spell formulas is strictly prohibited. Pierre's politeness disappeared and became expressionless. In fact, it is not just the Principality of Shan. Almost all countries on the entire continent have similar regulations, listing spell formulas as controlled items and restricting private transactions. If a wizard wants to buy spell formulas, he can only go to the official wizard association or some officially permitted wizard organizations. There are many reasons for this. In the world before Jayad traveled through time, there were generally 3 types of controlled tools and items. The first is items with strong lethality that may pose a strong threat to public security, such as firearms, ammunition, and controlled knives. Point 1 category is items that infringe intellectual property rights, including pirated software, pirated audio and video products, etc. The last category is items that can provide huge profits but the products themselves may cause harm, the most typical example being tobacco. As for spell recipes, they actually meet all 3 of these conditions. First of all, it allows the buyer to master spells with powerful lethality or destructive power, which is equivalent to guns and ammunition, or even more powerful than them. In addition, spell formulas are extremely profitable. After all, it's just a piece of paper and some words. It has almost no cost, but can be sold at an astonishingly high price. The average price of a 0-level spell recipe is 6 gold, which is hundreds or thousands of times the profit. The average price of a 1-level spell recipe is as high as 25 gold. Because what it actually sells is knowledge, and paper is just a carrier. Finally, spell recipes are too easy to forge, and private transactions cannot guarantee the authenticity of the recipes. Once fake formulas spread, it will cause serious harm to the entire country. The reason why it is called a spell formula is that in order to master spells, in addition to hard work and talent, one also needs to take the corresponding magic potion. Therefore, a complete spell recipe, in addition to spell introduction, spell model, and casting techniques, also includes the corresponding potion recipe. If you buy a fake magic formula, you will make fake medicine. Not only will you lose everything, but there is a high probability that someone will die from taking the fake medicine. Taking all of the above into consideration, countries have implemented strict control over spell formulas, which can not only increase national revenue, maintain market order, protect the intellectual property rights of mages, and prevent the proliferation of spells, achieving 4 goals at one stroke. Of course, even with the strictest controls, it is impossible to completely prohibit the private trading of spell formulas. Because the act of trading itself is difficult to identify. For example, Master Seda teaches his apprentices tricks, which is obviously not considered a transaction and is allowed. Therefore, many private transactions of spell formulas can be called teaching as long as there is no evidence. Who can do anything to you? Of course, in most cases, mages would rather purchase spell formulas from official channels at high prices than choose private transactions, even if the price of private transactions is much cheaper. Spell formulas from official channels are expensive, but they can guarantee authenticity. Who can guarantee the authenticity of spell formulas from other channels? After all, the threshold for forging a recipe is too low, anyone can do it, and the materials needed for a potion are often much more expensive than the recipe. Buying a fake recipe to save a little money, and then wasting more money to buy ingredients to make a fake potion is not worth it. Chapter 13. New spells. Private transactions of zero-ring spell formulas are not uncommon, and the authorities have always turned a blind eye to such transactions, haven't they? Gauda understood all this, but he did not give up his idea and continued to insist. Zero-level spells are quite special. The practice of spells at this level does not require the assistance of potions, so they are also called cantrips and are not included in the list of spells. This also leads to private transactions of spell formulas of this level being much more common. The cost of trial and error is lower. Pierre narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not speak, as if he was thinking. If you agree, I can add 10 more clover silver coins to each spell formula. Gauda raised the stakes again. He urgently needs to master new spells. New spells with devastating power. The crisis may come at any time, so he must strengthen his own strength and find ways to prepare trump cards for himself so that he will have room for resistance when the time comes. Private transactions of zero-ring spell formulas are indeed common, but I am a business after all. I cannot be sure of your intentions. Maybe you said you wanted to trade with me, but after the transaction, you turned around and reported me. Although both parties in the transaction will be punished, the most you can do is pay a fine and be imprisoned for a period of time, but my store will be forced to close, and I dare not take this risk. Pierre shook his head calmly under God's gaze. Although the private trading of spell formulas has been banned repeatedly, it is basically done between individuals. It was only the first time that Pierre and Godette met. There was not even a glimmer of trust between them, and the consequences they had to bear were not equal. Pierre's refusal was understandable. But before Godette was completely disappointed, Pierre said again, although I will not make this deal with you, but... Gauda's eyes lit up. Seeing Pierre's hesitation, he immediately understood what he meant. Boss, if you can provide a reliable channel, I can pay you for it. Seeing that Godard was so understanding, Pierre nodded with satisfaction and said, I have a client who is a little short of money recently and wanted to sell me a few spell formulas, but I rejected him as well. I can help you make some connections, but as for the specific transaction, you have to discuss it among yourselves. If there are any problems, it has nothing to do with me. Gauda pursed his lips, pondered for a moment, nodded and said, of course, I'll trouble you, owner. He naturally knew that there were risks involved, but he had no choice. Hogon City is just a small city. There is no so-called Shan official mage association here, so Jayad cannot purchase spell formulas from formal channels and can only choose private transactions. This customer usually comes to my store once every 10 days or half a month. The last time he came was 8 or 9 days ago. How about this, you come to the store again before evening prayer in 5 days? Pierre said. Evening prayer, which is at 5 p.m. Gauda had no objection. Knowledge is such an expensive thing. After walking out of Pierre's grocery store, God sighed inwardly. In order to get Pierre to help him, he paid 10 clover silver coins before even seeing the spell formula. But at least we have gained something, and we only need to wait 5 more days. Gauda couldn't help but feel excited when he thought that he would get a new spell formula in 5 days. He had just arrived in this world for less than a day, but he had already begun to appreciate the magic of magic. How many people don't yearn for supernatural powers like magic? He walked along the alley towards the main road of the commercial district. It was getting late, so we needed to hurry and reunite with Amy and return to the medicine garden. Gauda walked in a hurry, but his mind was very distracted, and he kept muttering to himself. Whether it was the inexplicable arrival in this world, the current crisis, or the magic of magic, all of them brought him great shock and forced him to think more. The next 5 days were uneventful. While Gauda was holding his breath the whole time, he gradually became familiar with the life in the medicine garden. But this familiarity did not make him feel at ease. As time passed, he became more and more uneasy. Knowing that the next drug trial is basically the date of your death, and knowing that the next drug trial will be soon, but not being able to determine the exact time, this feeling of torment cannot be understood by those who have not experienced it personally. Gauda hasn't collapsed or gone crazy yet. He is still alive and well, and actively thinking about ways to survive. One can only say that he has a strong will, which may have been trained by the fierce battle with those math problems for more than 10 years in his previous life. New spells, and new origins. Gauda knew that this was his only chance of survival. There is still hope for new spells, but the new origin leaves Jayad at a loss. It is not easy to find zero-ring creatures. It is even rarer to find a zero-ring scum like the little grey mouse, who has the blood of a zero-ring creature but has no fighting power. Even a mage apprentice like Yulan, who is so virtuous that he needs a night raid to kill, is actually at the bottom of the zero-ring combat power. As he was thinking, he dripped the last drop of green spider venom into the bottle. With a flash of inspiration, a batch of primary spider venom potion of good quality was ready. Gauda put away the medicine, tidied up the utensils on the table, and then took out the wooden box from under the shelf. He opened the wooden box and saw gold, silver, and yellow. The box contained all his savings. A total of 6 gold, 30 silver, and 8 bronze. Approximately equal to 7,500 yuan. Gauda quickly calculated in his mind, thought for a moment, took out all his savings, put them into his pocket to make it cumbersome, then put the wooden box back in place, then slowly stood up and pushed the door open to walk out. The afternoon's work is done. Next is his free time. As soon as he went out, he ran into Amy. He obviously didn't expect that Gauda would not be in the workshop preparing medicine at this time, but would go out. However, he still reacted quickly. "God, you're going to the city." Gauda nodded and did not hide his whereabouts. After Yulan's death, he had the right to enter and leave the medicine garden freely without having to hide anything. Amy stood there in a daze for a long time, watching Gauda's back disappear into the shadow of the medicine garden corridor and then be enveloped by the light outside the door. 5 days were up, and this time Gauda brought all his belongings into the city, not for anything else but to buy spell formulas. After leaving the medicine garden, with the experience from last time, and because it was daytime and he was in a hurry, Gauda was familiar with the route this time, and arrived at the commercial district of Hogan City in just less than 40 minutes. This was not his first time to come to the commercial district, and in his previous life, this so-called prosperous commercial district was not even as prosperous as a commercial street in a small county town. But after staying in the depressing medicine garden for a long time, Jayad still felt a yearning and vitality in the bright and spacious commercial area. He had a clear purpose in mind for this trip, and without looking around, he followed the house number and came to Pierre's grocery store hidden deep in the alley. Goddard strode into the grocery store. Just like when he first saw him, the owner Pierre was reclining on a recliner to rest, but compared to 5 days ago, there was an outsider in the empty store. This was a man in his 30s with a thin face and sparse stubble that made him look a little weathered. He was wearing clothes woven from fine linen. Although he had his back to God and did not even look back at him, Pierre seemed to have an eye on his back. While God was sizing the man up, he stood up and said, "You're finally here. Yam has been waiting for you for almost an hour. If you don't come, I won't be able to keep him." The man's name was Yam. It was the guest introduced by Pierre who traded spell formulas with God. It took a while on the road. God apologized to Pierre and looked at Yam, but did not speak to him at the first time. When conducting a transaction, if you cannot ensure that you have the initiative, then wait for the other party to speak first. This will make it difficult for the other party to figure out your background. This is a little trick of Jayad. Yam obviously had no experience in this area. After knowing that God was the one who wanted to buy his spell formula, he looked at God eagerly with a suspicious look. "You want to buy the spell formula?" Apparently, God's plain dress and childish appearance made Yam doubt the strength of his purse. No one would pay 10 3-leaf flowers just for a joke. Gauda spread his hands and said calmly. The agency fee of 10 3-leaf flower silver coins was paid by Gauda. Yam stared into God's eyes for a few seconds. After a moment of silence, he calmly took out a piece of yellow paper from his arms and handed it to God. "This is the spell formula I'm going to sell. Take a look." The spell formula is sold as knowledge, so it is naturally impossible to show the formula directly to Jayad before the transaction is completed. On the paper are some spell recipe entries and corresponding spell effect descriptions. After the customer has gone through these introductions and selected the spell they liked, they would then pay for the spell and receive it. This is the most common transaction process for spell formulas. Even if you purchase spell recipes through official channels, the process is the same. Chapter 14. New Spells. Jayad took the yellow paper handed to him by Yam and quickly browsed the information on it. There are 5 0-level spells listed on the spell list. Acid Splash, Conjuration, Level 0, fires a small ball of acid at the target, with an initial maximum distance of 25 feet, approximately 8.5 meters. You must make a successful ranged touch attack to hit the target, and the acid ball deals strong acid damage. The acid from the acid ball will disappear after a few seconds. Increase resistance, protection, 0 level, inject mana into the target can be yourself, to increase the target's spell resistance, thereby reducing the spell damage and spell effects suffered. One casting can last for 1 minute. Blade Protection, Level 0, reach out and draw a protective sigil in the air, granting you resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from weapon attacks. Freezing Ray, Evocation, Level 0, launches a beam of cold blue-white light at the target as a ranged spell attack, with an initial maximum range of 25 feet. If hit, the target will take cold damage and be slowed. Reading magic, prophecy, 0 level, you can decipher magical writings on items, books, scrolls, weapons, and so on, that are otherwise indecipherable. Such deciphering usually does not release the magic contained in the writings. Furthermore, once this spell has been cast and a magical text has been deciphered, the same text can be deciphered thereafter without resorting to reading magic again. How is it? Are you satisfied? Gauda forced himself to suppress his excitement and looked up expressionlessly. Satisfied, very satisfied. How can I be dissatisfied? The spell list provided by Yam included not only the destructive spells he needed most, but also 2 of them. However, the most important principle in a transaction is not to let others see that you are satisfied with the item being traded, otherwise you will inevitably be asked to raise the price. There are 1 or 2 spells that are pretty good, barely meeting my needs, but the number of spell recipes is a little small. Gauda replied with a half praise, half criticism. That's a lot. It will take at least 1 or 2 years for a wizard apprentice to master all 5 spells. Yam muttered. Gauda pretended not to hear Yam's mumbling and asked directly, how much do you want for a spell formula? 3 little cocks. Yam held up 3 fingers. Too expensive. The most I'll pay for a spell formula is 1 gold coin. God frowned slightly and directly cut Yam's bid by more than half. In the official Mage Association, the average price of a 0-level spell formula is 6 gold. Yam immediately emphasized. You said this is the official price. If your price is not significantly better than the official price, why should I buy spell formulas from you? Not only is it against the ban, but it also involves great risks. After all, who knows whether the spell formula you are selling me is real or fake? 2 gold and 10 silver. Yam was silent for a moment, then finally spoke, I was born and raised in Hogan City. I'm here and can't run away, so at least the authenticity of the formula is guaranteed to a certain extent. It's far more than you can get by just finding someone to trade with. Goddard looked at Pierre, who had been watching the show on the side. Pierre was also a smart guy. He nodded and said, Yam is indeed a Hogan man. He has lived in Hogan City for so many years and has never left. God's heart moved. If Pierre was not lying to him, then the authenticity of the formula in Yam's hand was indeed guaranteed. After all, the monk can escape but the temple cannot. It is impossible for Yam to flee his hometown just to do a business worth no more than 10 shan gold coins. From this perspective, a slightly more expensive price is not unacceptable. Sell me the 3 spell formulas as a package. The price is 6 gold coins. 2 gold and 10 silver. Actually, this was already Jayad's desired price, but he chose to continue bargaining. The price I offered is already the lowest. Yam gritted his teeth. That's a pity. Godar shook his head, handed the list back to Yam, and immediately turned around and walked out of the store. His expression was extremely calm, but he was actually very nervous. Will he call me? He knew very well that if he missed Yam, it would be difficult to find someone willing to trade spell formulas with him in a short period of time. But what Jayad lacks most right now is time. But he was really short of money, so he had to save some money wherever possible. It's just an attempt anyway. God had been prepared. If Yam really didn't call him before he left Pierre's grocery store, he would immediately turn around with a smile of failed speculation. Okay, sir, 2 gold and 10 silver, you win. You can't eat your face, but the 30 silver coins you save can buy you many meals. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just as God was about to walk out of Pierre's grocery store, he finally heard Yam's slightly frustrated voice from behind him. Etc. God turned around and looked at Yam. Okay, it's just 6 gold coins, you win. If I wasn't short of money recently. Beautiful. Whether in my previous life or this life, I was able to negotiate so successfully for the first time. I am really gifted. Gauda praised himself in his heart, and then showed a calm smile on his face. Sir, this should be called a win-win situation. He was in a really good mood, so his smile was genuine. Which 3 spell recipes do you want? Yam asked. Acid Splash, Freezing Ray, and Increased Resistance. Gauda had already made the decision in his mind. With his current financial resources, purchasing 3 spell formulas is the limit. First, 2 attack spells are required. Of the remaining 3 spell recipes, reading magic can be ruled out first. It's not that this spell is worse than the other spells, but Jayad doesn't need it at the moment. What he needs is a spell that can improve his combat power. As for Blade Guard and Increased Resistance, both spells belong to the protection system, but they target different types of damage, which is the difference between magic resistance and physical resistance. When taking the Satyr Mage as the imaginary enemy, it is undoubtedly more appropriate to increase resistance. An old mage will not take out a long sword to fight you with a bayonet, right? Although the transaction price was 30 silver coins less than the expected price, it was obviously within Yam's psychological acceptance range of 6 gold coins. He simply took out 3 thin booklets from his body, which were the 3 spell formulas selected by God. The money was exchanged for the goods, and Jayad also took out 6 gold coins from his pocket and completed the transaction with Yam. After receiving the money, Yam said hello to Pierre and left first. He had been waiting for Godette in the store for a long time and was eager to go back. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Pierre." A satisfied Gauda expressed his gratitude to Pierre. "It's reasonable to charge money for doing things. You don't have to be polite to me. On the contrary, I would like to trouble you to take care of my small business," Pierre still said with a smile. 10 3-leaf silver coins were not a big deal for him, but it was just a matter of saying a word, and he could make some money without paying anything else, so Pierre was naturally very happy. Chapter 15. Spell Model. Gauda returned with 3 spell recipes and arrived at the medicine garden just in time for dinner. He suppressed his impatience and went to the restaurant, where he swallowed with difficulty the classic 2-piece set that was already unpalatable and he was tired of, rye bread and pea soup, and then came to his workshop. The evening is the apprentices' practice time, they can do as they please and no one will disturb them. Gauda took out 3 spell recipes from his arms. After a brief thought, he first opened the spell recipe for Acid Splash. What catches your eye is a spell model composed of a number line graph with 9 nodes on it. At first glance, the entire spell model structure looks like a 3-dimensional constellation map, and there is also an official introduction to the spell below. The yellow paper that Yam gave me before contained an introduction to the effects of spells, and I copied this from it. The right page is a partial enlarged image of the spell model and a detailed text explanation. Turning to the next page, there is another enlarged picture of a part and the corresponding text explanation. The spell model of the trick itself is not complicated, and there is no need to take the corresponding potion, so the content of the potion formula is also removed, making the entire spell book only 5 pages in total. It only took a few minutes for Jayad to go through it simply. Of course, this is not enough. The first step in building a spell model is to memorize the spell model. A normal mage apprentice would spend a day or 2 on this first step. Jayad's memory itself is extremely outstanding, and the memory of his predecessor was also not bad. It seems that 1 + 1 is greater than 2, resulting in his memory going directly from outstanding to superb. In just less than half an hour, he had memorized the acid spattering spell model in his mind. Afterwards, Jayad put away the acid splash spell formula, closed his eyes slightly, and quickly entered a meditative state. These 5 days of practice allowed Gauda to become more and more proficient in entering a meditative state. His mind was immersed in the world of magical stars. Deep in the dark consciousness, countless stars are wandering, beautiful and gorgeous. In order to construct a spell model, you need to use your own spiritual thoughts to pull and link these stars, let them stay in specific positions, and then connect them into a spell model through the connection of spiritual power. Once the spell model is constructed, the mage can let the magic power pass through the model, transform it into the corresponding spell, and release it. However, these stars are always moving in an irregular manner. It is not an easy task to pull them and link them together at a fixed distance and position. The spell model of Acid Splash requires a total of 9 stars, which is not a lot, but not a few either. In fact, 9% of the time, the magic model of a trick will not exceed 9 stars. Jayad began to try to construct the spell model with his mental power according to the spell model diagram and specific route recorded in the Acid Splash spell recipe. He locked onto a star at random, and his mental power approached silently like a hunting snake. As the distance got closer, Jayad's mental power suddenly swept forward, locking the star that was originally wandering irregularly firmly in place. It went very smoothly and there were no accidents. With his current mental strength, he would not make any mistakes in controlling a star. But the star will not just sit there and move once it is locked. It will continue to struggle and resist. In other words, before the spell model is constructed, Jayad needs to use his mental strength to constantly check and balance the star. If any star is not controlled well and deviates during the process of building the spell model, all efforts will be in vain and everything will have to start all over again. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest, but for building a spell model, it is just the opposite. The easiest part is the first star. Because next, Jayad will have to firmly suppress the first star while diverting his mental power and attention to lock onto and control the second star. Until the last step, it will be to suppress 8 stars at the same time and control the 9th star. The difficulty can be imagined. This is just a trick. The spell models of the higher first and second level spells will be constructed by hundreds of stars. It is scary to think about it. No wonder the two most important indicators of a mage are mana and mental strength. Without mana, you can't cast spells. If your mental strength is not strong enough, you can't build a spell model at all. Without a spell model, even if you have a lot of mana, you still can't cast a spell. Both are indispensable. However, this is not the problem that Jayad needs to consider at the moment. What he needs to do now is to control the second star. He tried to separate a part of his mental power, just like before, and control another star that was wandering near the first star. However, for the second planet, it is not enough to just keep it still, it also needs to be moved to a specific position relative to the first planet. Gauda took a deep breath, and the mental power wrapped around the first star extended outward, turning into a straight star track, connecting directly to the second star until the two stars were connected together. Then, according to the spell recipe, Jayad controlled the second star and began to move with the location of the first star as the starting point. 1 step forward, 1 1/3 step right, 1 1/4 step up. There are only 2 elements for any object to move, direction and distance. There are only 3 directions in which stars move, front and back, left and right, and up and down. Distance, on the other hand, is expressed directly in numbers without any units. Because the distance between each star in a spell model is fixed in equal proportion. For example, the distance between the second star and the first star in a certain direction is 2 feet, and the distance between the third star and the second star in a certain direction is 4 feet. If you change it to 4 feet and 8 feet, it will not affect the construction of the spell model. Therefore, the 1 in forward one is actually a proportion. The actual distances set by each person to construct the spell model are different, but the proportions are the same, thus ensuring the uniformity of the spell model. The star track formed by mental power connecting the 2 stars is also constantly extending and lengthening as the second star moves. Finally, the second star arrived where it should be. Gauda continued his momentum and captured the third star near the position of the second star. He also used his mental power to form a star track connecting the second star and the third star. He then controlled the third star to start moving with the current position of the second star as the starting point. There is nothing else in the magical star sea except stars, so there is no reference object, let alone a ruler. However, the position between each node in the spell model must be absolutely fixed and precise. From this point of view, just grasping the distance moved by each star is already an extremely difficult task. But the fact is the opposite. In the process of constructing a spell model, the simplest thing is actually to control the distance that the star moves. Because the magic star sea is located deep in everyone's consciousness, and in their respective consciousness spaces, everyone will have a precise intuition about real attributes such as distance, size, direction, mass, etc., comparable to that of a machine. The real difficulty in building a spell model lies in controlling the movement of the stars and keeping them stable. This is because the planets are constantly struggling whether they are moving or stationary, which brings huge resistance, and the direction of the resistance is constantly changing randomly. 1/2 forward, 2/3 to the right, and 1/2 down. Similarly, this second star track continues to extend and lengthen as the third planet moves. Jayad's mind was highly concentrated on controlling the third star. This third planet is also moving at a steady speed. However, at this moment, the star track between the second star and the first star suddenly began to shake inexplicably, and the shaking frequency became faster and faster. Then, before Jayad could react, the star track broke in the violent vibration. Without the restraint of the star track, the second star flew across the magical star sea like a wild horse. Just like a domino effect, the departure of the second planet also caused the collapse of the second star track, and the third planet naturally got out of control. First build of the Acid Splash spell model, ended in failure. Chapter 16. Analytic Geometry and Cartesian Coordinate System. Gauda opened his eyes and rubbed his temple subconsciously. The construction of the spell model is very troublesome. His apprentice meditation technique has reached the 5th petal level. This level of mental strength is enough for him to complete the model construction of the trick, but it is a bit strenuous. If one could cultivate to the perfection of 16 petals, with this level of strong mental power, constructing the spell model of 0-ring spells would be much easier. The difficulty in constructing a spell model is that, firstly, it requires precision, to the extent that a slight mistake can lead to a huge error. Secondly, it requires the mage to have enough mental energy to expend and to try again and again. With Gauda's current mental strength, he tried to construct a spell model for acid splashing. Every time he failed, he would feel dizzy and tired. If it fails 3 times at most, the brain will start to hurt and the mental energy will be overconsumed. It will need to rest and wait for the mental energy to recover, and it will be impossible to construct the spell model anymore. This is the disadvantage of not having strong enough mental power. If a first-level wizard is asked to construct a spell model for a 0-level spell, not to mention that his efficiency is dozens of times higher than that of Jayad, even if he fails, it is not a problem for him to fail dozens of times a day. Constructing a spell model is indeed not easy. No wonder it took my predecessor more than a year to master the 2 tricks, Restoration and Mage's Hand. Gauda muttered to himself. Even mastering a 0th level spell is so difficult, so you can imagine how much effort it takes to become a powerful wizard. But he didn't complain. It is said that a mage is a wizard. Master Wizard, how can you be a grandfather if you don't be a grandson first? Failure is the mother of success. Jayad closed his eyes and reviewed the failed build just now, and quickly found the problem when he was focusing on controlling the movement of the 3rd star. The position of the 2nd star was slightly offset. Pulled around and moved the whole body. Since the 2nd star track connecting the 2nd star and the 3rd star has been extended, if the position of the 2nd star is slightly offset, the entire spell model will naturally collapse. This is another difficulty in building a spell model. There can't be even the slightest mistake, otherwise you have to start all over again, instead of just correcting where you made a mistake. This error tolerance is too low. Gauda muttered to himself, and subconsciously thought, can the construction process of the spell model be optimized? If other wizards knew what he was thinking at this moment, they would certainly laugh at him for being ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Not to mention that this method of constructing spell models that has been passed down for who knows how many years, how could there be room for optimization? Even if there is, how could a wizard apprentice think of it? Jayad would not have such miscellaneous concerns. In the world of mathematics, if a method doesn't work or is difficult, it is common to change your thinking. Is it possible to determine the positions of all the stars first and then connect the star tracks? This idea suddenly popped into Jayad's mind. After this idea came to him, it was as if he had suddenly been enlightened. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to him. He even felt that this was the correct way to construct a spell model. In this way, even if any star deviates from its original position during the construction of the spell model, it will not cause the collapse of the entire spell model. Everything will start from scratch, and you only need to adjust the position of the star in time. Compared with the traditional method of constructing spell models, this improves efficiency by more than just a little bit. That's simply the difference between an abacus and a computer. Jayad has always been very proactive and will execute ideas as soon as they come up with them. The first problem to be solved is how to determine the position of each star. The spell model construction process recorded in all spell recipes is to connect the star tracks while determining the position of each star through relative displacement. It does not explain how to determine the position of the star without connecting the star tracks. But for AMAP, this is not a problem at all. The existing information is enough to use. Isn't it just simple analytic geometry? Simply establish a Cartesian coordinate system, and then decompose the vector coordinates of each star, so that the position of each star can be determined, right? First, you need an origin. The origin is where all vectors originate. Only when the origin is determined can we determine the length and distance, and then determine the vector coordinates of each node. There are no other objects in the magic star sea except stars and spell models. However, the stars are constantly moving, so they are obviously not fixed reference objects and cannot be used as origins. Although the spell model will not move, it is a model composed of multiple stars. How can it be used as a reference? If one of the stars in the spell model is used as the origin, there will be overlap of 2 spell model nodes or cross-interference of star tracks. But this is easy to solve. Just regard the location of the first star as the origin. With the origin as the center, establish a classic XYZ coordinate system. Then use an ordered ternary array to determine the position of each node of the spell model. A ternary array consists of 3 numbers that guide how to get from the origin, the starting point of the vector, to its tip, the end point of the vector. The first number represents how far along the x-axis we are going, with positive numbers moving to the right and negative numbers moving to the left. The second number represents how far to go in a direction parallel to the y-axis after this. The third number represents how far along the z-axis we are. Similarly, the coordinates of each star can be deduced from the direction of the stars recorded in the spell formula. Gauda stood up, took out a charcoal pencil from the shelf beside him, and started writing directly on the blank space of the spell formula. The first star is the origin, and its coordinates are 0, 0, 0. 1 step forward, 1 1/3 step right, 1 1/4 step up. Left and right is the x-axis, front and back is the y-axis, and up and down is the z-axis. 1/2 forward, 2/3 to the right, and 1/2 down. The third star moves with the second star as the starting point, and cannot be directly compared with the origin for record, but it is not a big problem, it is just a simple vector addition operation. Through calculation, we can get the coordinates of the third planet as 2, 3/2, 1/4. Just continue to calculate in this way. Soon, Jayad disassembled the acid splash spell model into an XYZ coordinate axis and 9 vector coordinates including the origin. Then, Gauda looked at the 9 ternary groups on the paper with burning eyes and began to try to memorize them. Obviously, the 9 triple array is much simpler than the complicated description of the spell formula, not to mention that God is naturally very sensitive to numbers. In just a few minutes, he memorized the 9 coordinates. Try it. Since the preliminary work had been done, Jayad got to work and started trying immediately. Chapter 17 Acid Splash. Jayad entered a meditative state once again, his mind immersed in the sea of magic stars. The first star was successfully fixed as the origin. Capture the second star and start moving, coordinates, 4/3, 1, 1/4. Capture the third star and start moving, coordinates, 2, 3/2, 1/4. The second star is offset, and its coordinates change to 4/3, 9/8, 1/4. The position of the second star is corrected. Correction completed. The fourth star, coordinates the third star was deviated and correction started. Correction completed. Oops, I was so busy looking at the third star that the first one shifted. The position of the first star was offset. Tried to correct the position but gave up and failed. Gauda came out of meditation somewhat discouraged, and rubbed his brows to regain his consciousness while thinking. Originally, the construction of the spell model was proceeding smoothly as Jayad expected, but when the first star shifted, Jayad terminated the attempt. Because a problem that he had not considered before arose. The first planet serves as the origin, and the coordinates of other planets are established based on it. Of course, when the positions of other planets shift, they can be corrected by referring to the origin, but what if the position of the first planet shifts? The first planet itself has no reference point, so it cannot be corrected like other planets. However, the location of 0, 0, 0 can be deduced from the coordinates of other planets that have not shifted, but there is a new problem without an origin reference. How can we ensure that the positions of other stars do not shift? Doesn't that mean we have to start all over again? Jayad did not give up his idea because of this. Solve problems when they arise. In any case, his ideas for building spell models are more efficient than the original ones, at least only when the first star is offset do you need to start over. In other cases, you can continue building the spell model by promptly correcting the position of the offset star. But this exception made Jayad feel very uncomfortable. If it was just a trick, it would be fine. After all, the spell model of a trick has at most 10 stars, and you can start over from the beginning. But if it comes to a first ring or even a second ring spell, a spell model composed of dozens or hundreds of star particles, and you have to start over again after completing more than half of it because of the offset of the first star particle, it will really make people feel irritated. It would be great if we could find a fixed point, Gauda muttered. But in the Magic Star Sea, there is nothing else except spell stars and spell models, and the spell stars are definitely moving constantly and irregularly, so how can we find fixed points? Fixed point, fixed point. Wait. In a flash, Gauda caught a key point. There is nothing else in the Magic Star Sea except stars and magic models. That's other people's. There is another thing in my Magic Star Sea. His eyes suddenly brightened. Wind Spirit and Moon Shadow, yes, it's Fengling Yu Ying. Gao didn't know the origin of Fengling Yu Ying, but it just floated quietly and steadily in the center of his magic star sea, emitting a bright white light. Like a statue. Isn't this a ready-made origin? Jayad picked up the charcoal pencil and redisassembled the coordinates of the 9 nodes of the acid splash spell model. With Fengling Yu Ying as the new origin, the first star is no longer regarded as the origin, and the coordinates are naturally no longer 0, 0, 0. Jayad sets it as 1, 1, 1, as a ruler for the equal distance of the spell model. Then on this basis, the coordinates of the second star are 7/3, 2, 5/4, and the coordinates of the third star are soon. The new 9 coordinates were listed by God on the spell formula. He spent several minutes memorizing the 9 ternary groups again, and endured the slight swelling pain in his head. He entered the meditation state for the 3rd time and constructed the acid splash spell model. Look directly at the wind spirit moon shadow emitting bright light, and catch the first wandering star around it. Using the wind spirit moon shadow as a reference, the first star successfully moved to the position 1, 1, 1. The third star. The fourth star. The coordinates of the second star are offset, and correction is started. After correction is completed, continue to capture the fifth star. The fifth star successfully moved to its coordinate point. The first star was offset and began to correct. Gauda was completely immersed in the construction of the spell model, just like solving an interesting math problem. For a moment, he entered a state of ecstasy and could not even feel the swelling and pain in his head caused by the loss of mental energy. The sixth star. The seventh star. The eighth star. Correction of the deflected sixth planet. Move the ninth star to its coordinate point. The 9 stars return to their positions and start connecting. Following the optimized procedures, AMAP proceeded step by step in an orderly manner. The mental power starts from the first star, extends and connects to the second star. Because the 9 stars had already been fixed in place, there was no need to pull these unruly things to move, so the speed of the star track connection was extremely fast. In almost the blink of an eye, Gauda's mental power connected the 9 stars together. In an instant, a stunning star trail appeared between the 9 gorgeous stars. This star trail presents a faint starlight. Starting from the first star, it drags out a long starlight that runs through 9 stars. The star track is formed and the spell model appears. A brand new constellation-like spell model appeared in God's sea of spells. The moment the spell model was successfully constructed, Jayad felt that he had mastered a magical power. Successful? Just like that. Even though he was confident that his optimized spell model construction method was better than the traditional method, he didn't expect it to be so smooth, and he was able to successfully build it the second time. Generally speaking, for a magic apprentice like him who has not been practicing for a long time, it would take at least half a year and at most a year to master a trick. Even for an experienced wizard apprentice like Master Seda, it would take more than a month to master a trick. Now, he only spends time. 1 day, only a formal magician can learn spells with such efficiency. And Jayad, according to the classification of wizard levels, is still the lowest level first-class apprentice among wizard apprentices. The training of the mage apprentice stage is divided into 3 levels: first-class apprentice, second-class apprentice, and third-class apprentice. The division of apprentice levels is much simpler than that of formal mages, and is determined only by 2 indicators: magic power and mental strength. Take the apprentice meditation method as an example. If a person can manifest 1 or more lotus petals through meditation and perform a cantrip, he or she will be a first-class apprentice. If one can manifest 8 or more lotus petals through meditation and has enough mana to perform 5 tricks in one breath, he will be a second-class apprentice. If one can manifest a lotus with 16 petals or more and has the magical power to perform 20 tricks in one breath, he will be considered a third-class apprentice. From this we can see that, although they are both mage apprentices, the difference in strength between a first-class apprentice and a third-class apprentice is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. Try out the effect. Having successfully constructed a spell model for the first time and mastered extraordinary powers, Gauda couldn't wait to try out the new spell. Acid splashes. He muttered to himself. At this moment, his magic power flowed, rising from his lower abdomen in an instant, and then flowed into the sea of magic stars, flying past the newly constructed acid splash spell model as a track, changing into new power, and then rushing out of his body, and under the guidance of God's thoughts, concentrated in his right hand. A ball of acid the size of a bowl suddenly appeared and was now held in Gaudex's right palm. Then, Gauda waved his right hand and flew towards the corner of the wall not far away. Sitsizi, when the sphere touched the corner of the wall, it was like a balloon filled with water being punctured, and water splashed everywhere. Any object that the acid touched was immediately corroded and green smoke rose. This scene lasted for about 3 seconds, and then the acid evaporated and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. But whether it is the burn marks on the ground in the corners or the slight corrosion marks on the walls, they all indicate the lethality of acid splashes. Even wooden walls and stone floors are not completely immune to acid, so how can the human body resist it? It's so interesting! Gowda exclaimed with infinite pleasure and curiosity. Building a spell model is like solving a difficult math problem. Although the problem-solving process is difficult and hard, the pleasure after solving the problem and getting the answer is addictive. The positive feedback brought about by the successful construction of a spell model is 10 or 100 times greater than solving a math problem. Each spell model represents a new extraordinary power. Continue to conquer the next spell. Gowda was full of fighting spirit and was about to continue building a new spell model, but at this moment, his eyes suddenly went black, his body shook unconsciously, and he almost fell down. Then, he felt a very empty, dizzy, and bloated feeling in his head. Overexertion of mental energy, he realized belatedly. Constructing the spell model 3 times in one night had already exhausted Jayad's mental strength. This kind of overdraft cannot be restored through meditation, and rest is necessary. Although he couldn't wait to master the other 2 spells, Gowda knew that too much is as bad as too little, so he put away the 3 spell formulas and went back to his room to rest. Chapter 18. Amy's Intelligence. In the quiet workroom, the candle light flickered. Gowda didn't move for a long while, then suddenly raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and pointed diagonally forward. Just looking at this action, it seems somewhat confusing and weird. However, after God made this move, magical energy fluctuations appeared at his fingertips, and a blue-white beam of light shot out of thin air. The beam of light itself was not thick, but it carried an inexplicable chill. The next moment, a beam of cold light shot out from God's fingertips like a flying knife, and hit the corpse of the little grey mouse that God had placed in front of him. The moment the beam of light touched the little grey mouse, a slight sound of ice cracking could be heard in the air. A thin layer of ice instantly formed on the little grey mouse's fur. The thin ice lasted for about 20 seconds before dissipating. It can last for 20 seconds against a dead little grey mouse. If the target is a Seta wizard, it would be good if it can last for 3 seconds. Gowda calculated secretly in his mind. Then he let out a long breath. 6 days to master all 3 tricks. After thoroughly perfecting the new method of constructing spell models, he successfully constructed the acid splash spell model in one go. Although the main reason was that the construction method he used was much more efficient than the traditional method, there was also a bit of luck involved. Perhaps there are so-called novice benefits in learning magic. In short, when constructing the 2 spell models of Increase Resistance and Freeze Ray, Jayad did not continue his good luck on the first day. Both spells failed even after excessive mental energy was depleted, and it was necessary to wait until the next day when mental energy was restored before making a second or even a third attempt. 6 days have passed since I purchased 3 spell recipes from Yam. Just now, Jayad finally successfully constructed the spell model of the Freezing Ray. This announced that he had mastered all 3 new spells. A first-class apprentice can master 3 tricks in 6 days. There's no way anyone would believe it if I told them. This is the advantage of AMAP's current method of building spell models. But Gowda did not think of himself as a genius. He understood clearly that the reason he was able to achieve this incredible transformation was simply because he was standing on the shoulders of giants. In the final analysis, it is just repeating what others have said. To the people of this world. First, we need to change our inherent concept and transform the traditional construction method of connecting star tracks while determining the position of the substars into a new method of first determining the position of the substars and then connecting star tracks, then using the method of analytic geometry to establish a coordinate system to disassemble the spell model to determine the position of the stars requires both the courage to question authority and the knowledge to solve problems that exist in the new method. More importantly, there must also be a wind spirit and moon shadow. The traditional method of constructing spell models has been passed down for who knows how many years. The more powerful the wizard is, the more he has practiced according to traditional methods for so many years, and the more difficult it is for him to question and change his thinking due to inertia. A weak magician would not even have such wishful thinking. Just like the heliocentric theory, it seems to be an obvious truth now, but back then, the geocentric theory was a sacred and inviolable truth that could never be questioned. But for Jayad, a visitor from another world, he did not have any pedantic concepts about truth and falsehood. He is still a very new mage apprentice, and his thinking pattern about spells is not yet fixed. What's more, for an excellent mathematics student, the courage to question and the courage to change are one of the basic qualities. If the method used by the teacher is wrong or not good, then it is normal to use your own method to solve the problem. As for analytic geometry and Cartesian coordinate system, they are completely new fields of knowledge for people in this world and they create a new concept. But for Jayad, this is just taking out a practical method from its own knowledge base. Analytical geometry and Cartesian coordinate system were not considered advanced knowledge in Jayad's previous life. Any ordinary junior high school student could relate to this situation if they encountered it. But for people in this world, it is extremely difficult to think of the coordinate system. If you think of some things, the principle is actually very simple, but thinking of this step can stump countless people. The apple fell countless times, but only Newton thought of gravity. Even the seemingly simple Cartesian coordinate system was invented in the 17th century, before which no one had thought of it. I have mastered 5 spells, and my current mana is just enough to support me in performing 5 tricks. Gowda rubbed his slightly swollen temple and muttered to himself. There are shortcuts in constructing spell models, but the growth of mental strength and magic power requires down-to-earth efforts. He has tried it and found that after casting 5 0-level spells, his magic power will be completely consumed. If you use the 5 tricks you have mastered one by one, your mana will be exhausted. This embarrassing situation can be described by a common saying, a mage with great equipment is just a piece of trash without mana. Jayad has no way to deal with this. The growth of magic power cannot be achieved overnight. At least this embarrassing situation will continue for a while. Money has its origin. Since it is unrealistic to increase mana in a short period of time, we have to find ways to do more with limited mana, such as enhancing the effectiveness of spells. This may not be realistic for other people, but it is feasible for Amap. Because he has Fengling Yu Ying, he can add some points. Just adding points requires consuming essence. Thinking of this, Gowda felt a little regretful. The little essence of the grey-eyed mouse should not be used so easily in repair surgery. Although Repair Plus is good in every way, it cannot be used in actual combat. The spell problem has been solved temporarily, and the next focus is to obtain a new origin. Let's go to the commercial district again tomorrow and see if there is any way. Gowda thought to himself. It has been 11 days since he came into this world. As time goes by, he becomes more and more anxious. But even if there is a way, it still requires money, and after purchasing the 3 spell formulas, his savings have shrunk to 30 silver and 8 bronze. Thinking of this, Gowda couldn't help but sigh again. It turns out that no matter where you are, or even in any world, you cannot survive without money. When Gowda left the workshop and returned to his small bedroom, his roommate Amy had already gone to bed. These days he has been concentrating on building spell models and comes back very late. Gowda quietly took off his coat, lay down and prepared to rest. God, you're back. Amy's voice was heard in the darkness and silence. Gowda was stunned for a moment, then he hummed softly and apologized, I have been practicing for a long time these days, so I came back late. I am sorry to have disturbed you. No, I came back late today, and I just lay down and haven't fallen asleep yet. Amy's voice was very low. She was hesitating about something. After some hesitation, she finally spoke carefully, God, do you want to deal with Master Seda? In the darkness, Gowda's face changed, his heart trembled, and he even subconsciously thought that he had exposed something these days. I know. You told me a long time ago that if we don't do something, we will all die. Amy took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. The Master is too powerful. I always feel that no matter what we do, we can't change anything. Master Seda is indeed very powerful. Jayad replied ambiguously. You asked me that day, Amy imitated Gold's tone and repeated Gold's original words, if someone wanted to kill you, what would you do? I couldn't answer it at that time, but I've been thinking about it these past few days. He nodded vigorously in the darkness and said, at least we can't do nothing, right? I can't just sit there and wait for death. Gowda expressed his attitude. Master Seda specializes in necromancy. There is a spell in it. I don't know the name, but I know that as long as it touches the target will become powerless. Gowda remained silent and did not respond. Amy continued, I heard from Mulan that one of the 3 major rules of a wizard is never let others know your spells. Although I don't know what it means exactly, I think this should be of some help to you. Chapter 19. The Power of Spells. The Three Major Principles of a Mage. Gauda's heart moved when he heard this unfamiliar term, and he secretly memorized this principle in his heart. It was Yulan who said that he was told by Master Seda, Amy explained, but he only said this one thing. He didn't mention the other two. Why is Yulan telling you this? Also, since never let others know your spells is one of the three major rules of a mage, how could Master Seda let you know his spells? Gauda frowned slightly and asked inconspicuously. Hearing Goder's question, Amy understood what Goder meant and quickly explained, Yulan once said this to us in the restaurant in order to show off his status as a true apprentice of Master Seda. You weren't in the restaurant at the time, so you didn't hear it. That's true. Master Seda never told us about the three great principles of mages. If Yulan hadn't told us, we wouldn't have known about it. As for Master Seda's spells, do you remember that half a year ago when Master Seda asked Neo to test the medicine, Neo was scared and wanted to run away, he was running to the backyard, and I was there at the time, and I saw with my own eyes that Master Seda just reached out and touched Neo, and Neo collapsed to the ground. If the spell can be effective without physical contact, why would Master Seda bother doing that? Amy pursed her lips and said with certainty. So. Gauda thought. What Amy said made sense, and he believed it in his heart. At the same time, he thought of the first day he came to this world and experienced the magic of Master Seda. That hand that could bring him so much pain still makes Gauda feel frightened when he thinks about it. It seems that Master Seda has at least two spells that require contact to take effect. Therefore, if it really comes to the last step and we have to face him, the first thing we should do is to avoid physical contact with him as much as possible. Gauda secretly paid attention, and his thoughts began to spread. Besides avoiding it, is it possible to take advantage of it? I understand. Go to bed early. You still have to work tomorrow. Gauda said softly while thinking. Amy didn't get the response she expected from Goder. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. In the end, she could only remain silent. Soon, the sound of Godel's steady breathing after he fell asleep could be heard in the room. The next day, afternoon. After finishing the preparation of the primary spider venom potion early, Goder left the workshop and went to the commercial district of Hogon City for the third time. He did not notice that three pairs of eyes lit up at the same time in the shadows of the trees opposite the medicine garden gate. The owners of the eyes were three thin but strong men. Everyone was unkempt, with wine stains on their messy beards, greasy and tangled hair, and oil stains on their clothes that couldn't be washed off. This is the physical appearance of the lower class people. The three men all had cunning and aggressive looks in their eyes, and were obviously not good people. After the three of them watched Gauda walk away, they began to discuss in low voices. Boss, is that him? Asked the man with the darkest skin. It's him. I've asked around. The old wizard at Seda Medicine Garden rarely goes out. Whether it's selling potions or buying raw materials, he always asks his apprentices to do it for him. It's just that the person in charge of this was an older apprentice before, but recently this kid took over. The man called the boss spoke, his voice a little sharp, which did not match the fierceness of his eyes, but instead sounded a little like a rooster. Good news. This kid doesn't look very old. He will definitely be easier to deal with. But he is a wizard's apprentice and knows magic. The shortest man among the three hesitated. Should we really do it? If it's the old wizard we do have to be wary of, but why should we worry about a little kid like this? A wizard apprentice of this age won't have much combat power. At most, he can master one or two tricks. And it's most likely a magic trick like the mage's hand that doesn't have any lethal power. The three of us have worked in the mine for so many years, and we're all strong. How could we not be able to take down a little bastard like this? Among the zero-level spells, the mage's hand can be said to be the most well-known and representative trick. It is also basically a spell that every mage apprentice must learn and the first spell to master. So even many people who are not mages know this spell. Third brother, you are still too timid. The second brother echoed the elder brother. This kid didn't bring a package this time, so he didn't go to sell potions, but to buy raw materials for the old wizard. The man called the boss spoke again. I also asked, the old wizard seems to have been researching a high-level potion in recent years, and the raw materials required are extremely precious and expensive, so this kid must have brought a lot of money with him. We were originally going to leave Hogon City and go to Bremen City to find another way to make a living. After we do this, we will just leave. Even if the old wizard is very powerful, he will definitely not find us to settle the score. The other two couldn't help but nod their heads upon hearing what he said, thinking that it made sense. When do we start? The third brother asked again. We will take action after we reach the slums. It's a mess there and it will be difficult to track down the suspect. This will delay us for a while, long enough for us to leave Hogon City and ensure that nothing unexpected happens. It is good. To get to the commercial district of Hogon City, the dark and dirty section of the slums is still a must-go. However, compared to the previous 2 times, Jayad, who has newly mastered 3 0-level spells, is undoubtedly more confident this time and no longer needs to lower his head and be cautious. Besides, even if the slums are a mixed bag and there are many thieves and scoundrels, under normal circumstances, how could he, a civilian dressed simply, encounter so many accidents in broad daylight? But Jayad forgot one thing: the reason why an accident is called an accident is because it is unexpected. Just like now, I just walked to the intersection of an alley and the street. Because it was an alley, the vision was a little dim, and I couldn't see any shadows. It was in this situation that he felt a slight chill on the back of his head and heard the sound of a strong wind in his ears. Sneak attack! And it was aimed at his head. Gowda reacted immediately, but it was too late. In a hurry, he just instinctively bent his body to lower the impact point and avoid the head, which is the vital part. God's body's instinctive reaction saved him from having his head exploded, but he was hit on the back. The strong force made God groan and stagger. Feeling the burning pain in his back, Gowda made the most correct response at the moment. He followed the force and rolled over, successfully avoiding the second attack that followed. He quickly stood up and saw the dark hand that attacked him. 3 rather strong men, each holding a wooden stick in their hand, were looking at him ferociously. It was one thing to do, but the 3 men were not prepared to kill anyone. Although they are vicious, they are not extremely cruel and vicious. Besides, he was just planning to rob people of their money, and he didn't have any deep hatred with Gowda. Under normal circumstances, why would he have the intention to kill someone? He knocked the man unconscious with a club, took all his money, and then ran away. Fortunately it was just a stick. Gowda secretly thanked himself. If the attacker had a weapon, he would be in great danger now. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Gowda asked sternly. You're quick to react, kid. Hand over the money you have on you and we'll let you go. The leading man stared at Gowda and threatened. It turned out to be a robbery. Gowda finally understood. He felt that since he came to this world, he had hardly had any contact with the outside world, so how could he have offended anyone? However, Jayad was not prepared to spend money to avoid disaster. Moreover, he only had a few dozen silver coins on him, and this little money would definitely not satisfy the 3 villains in front of him. Thinking of this, Gowda had already raised his hand. A ray of cold blue light burst out from his fingertips. The light was as fast as lightning, flying straight towards the leading man, leaving a crystal trail. The rays appeared very suddenly and very fast. In addition, Jayad's donkey rolling didn't put him far away from the 3 people, so the attack under such circumstances made it impossible for people to react. The reason why Gowda asked about the identities of the 3 people was that he never expected them to answer this question. The reason he spoke was just to distract the 3 people's attention a little and buy himself more time to cast the spell. The ray directly hit the man in the lead. With a slight sound of ice cracking, a thin layer of ice instantly condensed on the man's skin. He felt a chill deep in his bones and an intense pain, his expression twisted by the cold and pain. Freeze Ray. Chapter 20. Unexpected news. When the 3 were stunned by the freezing ray, Jayad once again activated the spell model to release the spell. The next moment, his left hand had already thrown out a small ball of emerald green liquid, which streaked through the air like a malicious comet and headed straight for the leading man, who was slow in movement due to the freezing rays. After spinning briefly in the air, the ball formed a large mist-like splash and then landed accurately on the leading man. As soon as the acid came into contact with the man, his clothes and skin immediately began to corrode with a hissing sound, and thick smoke and a pungent smell of sulfur emerged. The fabric of the clothes began to melt, and the skin also melted, leaving a green trail of corrosion. The acid only lasted about 3 seconds before disappearing, but these 3 seconds were enough to make the man feel so painful that he collapsed to the ground, rolling and struggling, and constantly wailing in pain. In the dark alley, the acid quickly disappeared, leaving only corrosive smoke filling the air. The man was lying on the ground, still twitching violently. His body was in a horrible state, with marks of burns all over it. There was no trace of his ferocious appearance just now. The other two people were frightened out of their wits. They have a certain understanding of mages, but not a deep understanding. In the final analysis, they are just thugs with some connections. Therefore, the two of them did not realize that a mage apprentice like Gauda, who had no background, was most likely just a first-class apprentice at his age, with limited magic power, and the number of spells he could cast would not exceed 5 at most. Master Mage, please spare us. Please spare us. We didn't know you were a mage. We offended you and we won't dare to do that again. The second of the three kept begging for mercy. In his eyes, the boy with a childish face was even more terrifying than the number one thug of the city's gang. You are a distinguished wizard. Don't bother with us, scum. Don't attack us again. He said with a trembling voice as he saw the light flashing from Jayad's fingertips again. The miserable condition of the boss was right before his eyes, which made him not have the courage to resist at all. He was afraid that he would end up like his boss. Gauda silently put down his right hand, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" It was the same question as before, but this time they answered honestly. "We are the miners of Nottingham Colliery." He saw that Gauda's anger seemed to have subsided a little, just like a drowning man breathing oxygen, and he hurriedly spit out everything. "Since the Nottingham mine was exhausted, the three of us have lost our jobs and can only work odd jobs in the city, working from day to day. We knew that this was not going to work. A few days ago, when we were drinking, we heard a piece of news that a new mine had started construction in Bremen and miners were urgently needed. So we planned to go there and continue our old business, but it's just that you usually spend all your money in the tavern, so now when you need money you can't even take out the travel expenses, right?" Gauda understood and said coldly. Miners in this era usually have no so-called savings awareness, and they are all Moonlight Clan. As soon as they get their salary, they just enjoy themselves and spend all the money on drinking or having fun. Therefore, when wages are settled at the beginning of each month, the pubs in the city are the busiest and have the best business. The second male was a little embarrassed, but he kept begging for mercy. "It's us who don't want to make progress, it's us who have evil intentions. Master Mage, please don't bother with us scumbags. Why did you choose me as your target? Do I look like a rich man?" Gauda had no intention of letting the three of them go and kept asking for answers. The second brother was very nervous. He looked at God carefully and explained, "Yes, boss. Some time ago, Phil's potion shop was recruiting temporary herbalists. The three of us went and followed the shop assistants to the mountains to pick thorn grass. We worked as herbalists for a few days." Gauda actually still remembered what this person said. When he and Amy went to Phil's potion shop for the first time, they did see a sign at the door of the pharmacy saying that they were recruiting temporary herbalists, which matched perfectly. During the interval between picking herbs, the boss was chatting with their store staff, and one of the staff shared an interesting story. Among the 4 medicine gardens that their pharmacy cooperates with, the potion master in your medicine garden is the most troublesome. On the one hand, he ships low-level potions to them, and on the other hand, he constantly purchases high-level medicinal materials from them, and returns most of the money he earns to them. Then the leading pharmacist shouted at him not to be disrespectful to the Seda pharmacist. He also said that pharmacist Seda was in seclusion researching advanced magic potions, not leaving his house, and even letting his apprentices do the shipping and purchasing, which was enough to show his concentration. Once he made a high-level magic potion, it would be amazing. It was when the boss heard this that he had evil thoughts. Then the boss found out that the apprentice in charge of purchasing and shipping herbs in your herb garden was recently replaced by you, who is much younger. We thought that the younger you are, the easier it would be to get started." After hearing the whole story, Gauda was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Have you found out when our herb garden will purchase medicinal materials next time? If you can answer it, I will let you go this time," he added. I know, the trembling third brother said quickly. "The clerk said that your medicine garden just placed an order last month, and this month they urgently placed another order of the same kind. It's just that they have stock of other herbs, but the herbs you purchased are rare and need to wait for the store's next restock before they can be provided." He even boasted that the pharmacist in your medicine garden was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do because the only channel for purchasing the medicinal materials he needed in the entire Hogan city was Phil's pharmacy. "The three of us have been waiting outside the medicine garden for several days. Today, we saw you go out into the city with nothing in your hands. I thought the pharmacy must have been restocked, and you took the money to get the medicine, so. Gauda got some key information, his attention was diverted, and the anger in his heart gradually dissipated. He waved his hand impatiently and said, "Go away." The other party was only after money and not intending to kill, and they had already been punished enough. In this case, he really couldn't bring himself to kill these 3 people. Although Gauda dared to draw his sword and blood splattered 3 feet when facing Yulan's threat, he was not a violent and bloodthirsty person after all. "Thank you, Master Mage." "Thank you, Master Mage. We'll leave now." Seeing that Gauda agreed, the 2 nodded rapidly, not daring to think or stay any longer. They hurriedly helped up their boss who was still lying on the ground in pain, and ran away. Watching the 3 people leave, Gauda could still feel a burning pain in his back. The blow was quite powerful. Even if it's just a blunt weapon like a wooden stick, it really wouldn't feel good to be hit by it. But the anxiety and enthusiasm in his heart made him temporarily ignore the pain. The anxiety came from knowing from the 3 of them that I really didn't have much time left. The reason for the frenzy was that this was the first time that God had completely released a spell. Even though he had cast spells and experienced it after successfully constructing the spell model, he still didn't expect that the power of spells would be so great in actual combat. This is just a trick, what if it is a first-level spell? I'm afraid that with just one spell, the 3 of them can go to see their grandmother together, right? Horn City, Business District. Phil's Potion Shop. Gauda looked at the door and walked into the store. "What can I do for you?" The clerk of the potion shop came over and quickly recognized Gauda, saying, "Is the time interval between the 2 deliveries from your medicine garden shorter this time than before? I'm not here to ship goods today." As Goddard spoke, he browsed through the magic potions on the counter. There were many kinds of them, but most of them were ordinary low-level auxiliary potions. "Our master mage specifically asked me to come and ask if the herbs he requested have arrived. You know, our purchase time is always the last day of every month. We also know that Master Seda is very anxious, but the goods will indeed have to wait until the end of the month. Please tell Master Seda to wait patiently." The clerk said with a smile, without any impatience at all. "I understand. I will tell the Master Mage." Gauda nodded calmly and turned to leave the pharmacy. Chapter 21, Dark Swamp Creeper. As soon as he left the pharmacy, a look of worry appeared on Gauda's face. He knew he didn't have much time, but he didn't expect it to be so urgent. The last day of the month. It is now the 13th day of the awakening month. Gauda silently calculated his time in his mind. This world also has 12 months in a year, and the months from January to December are called Frost Moon, Awakening Moon, Spring Bud Moon, Green Leaf Moon, Flower Flame Moon, Sunshine Moon, Harvest Moon, Dark Night Moon, Frost Gold Moon, Misty Frost Moon, Frozen Moon, Winter Solstice Moon. However, there is no distinction between odd and even months in each month. All months have 30 days. The day he woke up was the 2nd day of the awakening month. Today is the 13th day of the awakening month. There are only 17 days left until the end of the month. After getting the exact information from Phil's potion shop and calculating exactly how much time he had left, God arrived at Pierre's grocery store with a heavy heart. This trip is certainly not for consumption. In fact, since the last time he bought the spell formula, his savings have been stretched to the limit and he can't afford any spending at all. "Are you saying that you have the ability to repair broken magic items?" In the grocery store, Pierre looked at God in surprise, as if he couldn't believe it, and suspected that he had heard it wrongly. Gauda nodded affirmatively. "It shouldn't be a problem to repair some relatively low-level magic items." "Aren't you a potion master?" Pierre asked suspiciously. "Are you also an alchemist?" Potion master, alchemist, and rune master are the 3 main secondary professions in the world of mages. Gauda shook his head. He is not an alchemist, at most he is an enchantment repairman. Alchemists can create a variety of magic items, including repairing magic items. The enchanter is only good at repairing damaged magical equipment or tools. His job nature is more like that of a craftsman, and his technical level is far lower than that of an alchemist. Having said that, Pierre still showed an expression of awe when he heard it. It is unknown whether it was true or he did it specially for God to see. In a place like ours, you can still see a wizard apprentice who studies both potions and enchanting, and he's so young. It's incredible. I have only mastered the basics. I don't deserve such praise from the boss. Gauda said modestly. That's good. I happen to have a damaged divine guidance ring in my hand. It has been damaged for several years. I haven't found anyone capable of repairing it in this small town, but it's only a zero-ring magic item. It's not worth going all the way to Bremen just to repair it, so I'll give it to you to try." Pierre fumbled under the counter for a while, and then took out a dark grey iron ring. In a small city like Hogan, you can still see quite a few wizards studying potions. Because the market for potions is widespread wherever you go. When there is demand, there is market. But there is hardly a single wizard who studies enchantment. There are only a few magic items in a small city, let alone damaged ones. People who had this skill either starved to death or moved to big cities. Just like doctors can at least make a living in rural areas, car mechanics in rural areas will most likely have nothing to work for. "If you can repair this ring, I can give you 30 silver coins as repair fee." Pierre made a gesture similar to OK, indicating the labor fee of 30 silver coins. 1 gold is equal to 20 silver, and 30 silver is equal to 1.5 gold. The price of a magic item of level 0 is usually between 12 and 15 gold coins, and the repair fee of 1.5 gold is equivalent to % of the value of the item itself. This is already a very reasonable price. From the first time he used the primary spider poison potion on Pierre, Goddard had already realized that this boss was capable of dealing with things. This is indeed the case. Pierre is indeed a kind person. "Deal, I'll repair it and bring it to you tomorrow." Goddard took the ring from Pierre. The iron ring is of moderate width and its surface is polished to be smooth as silk to ensure the comfort of the wearer. A mysterious rune pattern is carved on the outside of the iron ring. These rune patterns are the source of the ring's magical power. However, there is a crack on the ring body. While destroying the ring body, the crack also runs through the rune pattern, making the ring's magical power ineffective. Pierre nodded, feeling relieved, and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry, bring it to me whenever you feel better. It's not that I hit it off and trusted Gauda so much after just a few times of spending time with him. It's mainly because the broken zero-ring magic item itself is not very valuable. Unlike high-level magic items, which use precious materials to carry high-level spells, zero-level magic items only need the most common refined iron to carry magic. Therefore, if the added value of magic is lost, this ring of divine guidance is actually just an iron ring." After putting away the ring, Gauda thought for a moment and then asked, "Is there any place in the city where I can buy living earth vein creatures?" Living earth vein creatures? Pierre frowned upon hearing this, and did not ask Godard's intention. He thought seriously for a while and replied, "You can still see some in a big city like Bremen, but it's hard to see in Hogan City. It takes much more manpower and resources to capture a leyline creature alive than to hunt it down, and there is no market for it in a place like Hogan City, so you know." Gauda nodded silently to show his understanding. Just like in his previous life, only big cities had pet shops and zoos. Suddenly, a burst of orderly and powerful footsteps came from the street outside the alley, coming from far away and interrupting the conversation between the two. Godard and Pierre looked over at the sound. "I saw a team of uniformed city guards walking on the avenue outside." 2 of the city guards left the team when passing by the alley near Pierre's grocery store, walked into the alley, and headed towards the 2 men. The 2 city guards wore dark blue long-sleeved tunics with shoulder straps indicating their rank. The city emblem of Hogan City is sewn on the chest of the uniform, making it look extremely majestic. They approached and stopped outside the store. Seeing that they had attracted Pierre's attention, they bowed slightly. One of them stepped forward and informed in a serious yet polite tone, "Mr. Pierre, I am here on behalf of the city sheriff to deliver an urgent notice." His voice was not high-pitched, and was even a little low, but it was extremely clear, conveying a sense of urgency that could not be ignored. A hint of surprise flashed across Pierre's eyes, but he quickly adjusted his expression to show respect for the city guards. Gauda also looked at the city guards, waiting for the information that was about to be revealed. The number of dark swamp creepers in the city's sewers has increased dramatically recently, and they are unusually active. In a few days, it will be the city's annual trading day. To ensure that the trading day goes smoothly, the sheriff requires all merchants on the street to clean the sewers and clean up the sewer sections covered by their stores. The city guard's words were brief and powerful. After hearing this, Pierre's face changed slightly, showing that this news did cause him some trouble. However, he quickly calmed down his expression, nodded slightly to the city guard, and thanked him. "Okay, I will finish cleaning the sewer before the trading day." After giving the notification, the 2 city guards turned around and left, returning to their team. What is a trading day? What is the dark swamp creeping? Compared to Pierre's troubles, Gauda was more curious. As a native of Hogan City, you don't even know the trading day. Pierre was surprised when he heard God's question. I seldom go out, so I have never participated in a trading day. Gauda's expression remained unchanged. He understood that it was another problem caused by the incomplete inheritance of memory, so he made up an excuse. Although Pierre was surprised, he did not think too much about it or ask too many questions. He just casually introduced the trading day to Jayad. The middle of the awakening month every year is the busiest trading day in Hogan City. At that time, the Hogan City Council will open the town square to everyone and hold a trade fair where citizens can buy and sell all kinds of goods, including second-hand and old items. On trading days, it is not just merchants who sell goods, but also civilians of all kinds. The goods traded were even more varied, including handicrafts made by civilians themselves, old clothes, furniture and other personal belongings that were no longer needed, and even hidden items whose origins were unknown. If you are lucky enough and have a good vision, you may be able to find some good things at this market at extremely cheap prices. According to Jayad's understanding, it is a flea market. But in this world, there is no such thing as flea market. As for the creeping things in the dark swamp, Pierre looked gloomy when he mentioned this. It is a type of worm that generally lives in dark, wet, swampy environments, including city sewers. The worms themselves are not dangerous, but they constantly secrete an extremely sticky mucus. If they are allowed to grow and move freely, after a period of time, the mucus secreted by these worms will clog the sewers, affecting the discharge of sewage in the city and causing the city to stink. So every once in a while, the city council will organize personnel to regularly clean out a wave of dark swamp creepers in the sewers. When the dark swamp is flooded, the city council is short-handed and asks us merchants to be responsible for the section of the sewer that our stores pass through. Is this job difficult to complete? Asked Gauda. Although these worms are not dangerous, as underground creatures, they have certain camouflage abilities and are good at hiding. They live in sewers, so they are difficult to find and clean out. Wait, Gauda's eyes gradually brightened. Boss, are you saying that this kind of worm is a ground vein creature? Chapter 22 The Second Origin. Pierre nodded. Boss, didn't you just say that there are no living underground creatures in Hogan City? Isn't this it? Gauda was delighted when he got a positive answer. Does that count? Pierre was puzzled. In his understanding, the geocentric creatures that Jayad wanted to buy were either geocentric creatures that could be used as food or geocentric creatures that could be used as pets. How can this worm that lives in the sewers be counted? The underground creatures are very dangerous, but they are isolated outside the city, and there are also mages who patrol and clean up the area around the city regularly to ensure that the underground creatures will not easily approach human settlements. Therefore, under normal circumstances, geomantic creatures will not appear in cities, and if they do appear, they are basically controlled. The only exception is the grey-eyed rat, a subterranean creature that poses no threat to humans. Although they have the blood of earth creatures, they are no different from ordinary animals in the eyes of humans because they pose no threat. The dark swamp slither is also a ley-line creature of this type. Of course, this type of geo-venue creature is extremely rare, and most of them are extremely dangerous. How come this doesn't count? Gauda thought to himself, but of course he would never say that out loud. Since these worms are good at hiding, how do you usually get rid of them? You can also flush the drains with lots of boiling hot water to dislodge and remove some of the worms. Or we can use insecticide, dilute it and inject it into the sewer to kill these dark swamp creepers. Pierre spread his hands. But these dark swamp creepers are extremely tenacious because they are underground creatures. It often takes a lot of time to drive them away with hot water, so we usually use insecticide to clean them up. Insecticide is expensive. Gauda grasped the key point. That's not the case, Pierre shook his head. It's just a potion for cleaning worms. How expensive can it be? If the price is higher, no one will buy it. The worst that can happen is that it will take a little longer. What is that? God saw that Pierre was troubled by this job. The main thing is that the sewer is smelly, dark, and damp. Who would want to go there? Pierre said helplessly. Gauda suddenly realized. Anyone who can afford a store in a commercial district to do business is considered to have some wealth, and can be considered to be living a life of luxury on a daily basis. It would definitely be uncomfortable for such a person to suddenly have to go to a dirty place like the sewer to clean worms. It's not so bad for larger stores, as they can leave this job to the store clerks. Pierre was in a miserable situation because his grocery store had no employees except him, the manager. Moreover, the city guards had sent out a short notice, and the trading day would be in 2 days. Time was so tight that he had no time to hire a temporary worker, so he had to do it himself. 2 clover silver coins, you pay for the insecticide, and I'll help you clear out the creeping creatures in the dark swamp. God's words were beyond Pierre's expectations. Are you interested in making this kind of money? He couldn't help but wonder. Why not? Gauda spread his hands and asked, aren't you willing to pay this money? 2 3-leaf silver coins are needed to clear the dark swamp creepers. To be honest, this price is a bit high. In normal times, one could hire someone for a silver coin plus a few copper coins, but now time was tight and Pierre naturally wouldn't care about the price difference. If you don't mind the sewer environment and are willing to take this kind of job, I would be more than happy to help you, Pierre said happily. Then let's do it today. I'll clean out the creeping creatures in the dark swamp for you before I leave. Gauda appeared calm on the surface, but he was impatient in his heart. Okay, there are still a few bottles of insecticide left in the store, you can use them directly. Seeing that God was so enthusiastic, Pierre had no reason to object. Taking the insecticide, Pierre took God to the sewer entrance in Hogan City, which was closest to the grocery store. Compared with the previous life, the sewer system in this world is still very simple and lacks systematicity. It is far from the sewer facilities in the modern sense, and the entrances are even more random, some sewage outlets set up at the bottom of buildings or on street corners. They are called sewage outlets, but in fact they are just some simple holes that are directly connected to the shallow stone pipes underground, and there are no protective measures such as manhole covers and grills. The entrance to the cave itself is not big, only enough for one person to pass through. When the wind blew, a foul smell wafted from the cave entrance, causing Pierre to unconsciously take 2 steps back and cover his nose and mouth with his right hand. This taste is naturally not pleasant for Jayad. But after receiving the money and doing the job, he took a deep breath and went into the cave. As soon as he entered the sewer, a foul stench mixed with countless smells hit him in the face. Even though Gauda was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but dry heave twice. Money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. Our ancestors were right. Fortunately, Gauda's main purpose was not to earn the 2 silver coins, but to sneak into the dark swamp. The reason why he asked for money was, first, to rationalize his behavior, and second, it would be a waste if he didn't make money. The sewers in Hogan City are interconnected, and the damp ground feels wet and slippery, making people feel disgusted. Not only is it narrow here, but there is almost no light, making it difficult to tell the direction. In addition to the insecticide, Pierre also provided a portable oil lamp for Godette to use for lighting. Using the light at the entrance as a reference, Jayad quickly determined the direction. As Pierre had instructed, he walked carefully along the narrow, slippery, mossy pipe trail. After passing 2 forks, we came to a sewer corner. Above is the location of Pierre's grocery store, and the section of sewer in front of you is what Pierre needs to clean. Goddard confirmed the correct location and quickly took out the insecticide given by Pierre. Insecticide potions are not as precious as magic potions, and because their main function is to be injected into sewage to kill insects, they are larger in size. For example, this bottle of insecticide is enough to fill a pint, 20 ounces, which is nearly milliliters. Jayad unscrews the bottle cap and then installs the matching special nozzle, which is equipped for precise application of pesticides. However, at the first moment, he did not target the dark swamp worms that might be hiding in the cracks in the pipe wall, but instead aimed at the worms that might be hiding in the sewage at the bottom of the pipe. This was a good opportunity to do an experiment he had long wanted to do. In order to obtain this origin, does he have to kill it with his own hands, or is it also okay for it to die at the hands of the props he uses? Jayad sprayed the potion into the dirty water, causing ripples. The drug effect spreads quickly through water flow. After spraying about 10 ounces of insecticide, Goddard lifted the oil lamp to illuminate the water surface. He stared at the flowing sewage intently, quietly waiting for something. A few minutes later, a piece of worm's body emerged from the water with a gurgling sound and was carried by the sewage to the drain outside the city. Gauda knew that the insecticide was taking effect. He calmed his mind and immediately focused his attention on his own mind. Spells. 0 level, Hand of the Mage, Repair Plus, Acid Splash, Freeze Ray, Increase Resistance. Sure enough, you don't have to kill it with your own hands to obtain the origin. This is great news for Jayad. Because if you have to kill it with your own hands to obtain the origin, then you will not be able to obtain the origin if you use magic potions or other magic items to kill it. This is definitely a huge limitation for mages. People are happy when they are happy. Jayad instantly became motivated. His mind moved, and the insecticide in his hand floated in the air. Hand of the mage, using the magician's hand, he controlled the nozzle of the potion to approach the gap in the wall of the sewer pipe, and then turned the nozzle. The insecticide instantly turned into a fine mist jet and sprayed into the gap. The swamp worms and some ordinary worms hiding in the crevices began to show abnormal reactions the moment they came into contact with the potion. They began to struggle and twitch, trying to escape this sudden and fatal attack. However, the potion was so powerful that it quickly penetrated their skin and reached their nervous system, causing the worms to lose vitality in a short period of time, gradually becoming limp and losing their lives. But most of them are ordinary worms, and the number of dark swamp worms is still small. Jayad advanced step by step along the pipeline, carefully spraying every gap area and injecting medicine into the sewage. With the help of the magician, Jayad worked very efficiently and completed the cleaning of this section of the sewer in just a few minutes. A faint chemical smell permeates the air. The effective ingredients of the insecticide will continue to work for a while. Although it is impossible to cure the disease permanently, it can at least prevent the worms from making a comeback in a short time. And the second origin has already been gathered. Chapter 23. Acid Splash Plus. Tick. Tick. Gouda was holding an oil lamp and walking in the sewer pipe. An unknown liquid kept seeping out from the pipe wall and then dripping into the turbid sewage flow. There is light coming from the front. Gouda knew that they were about to reach the entrance. He quickened his pace. The slippery and dirty environment around him made him feel uncomfortable. After reaching the entrance, Gouda climbed carefully, trying his best to prevent his clothes from being stained by the unknown liquid attached to the wall of the sewer pipe. When he was about to leave the sewer, he seemed to vaguely hear a strange noise coming from the sewer behind him, like the cry of some animal. Gouda subconsciously looked back. In the endless darkness of the sewer, two strange red spots suddenly appeared at some point. Deep red. It was like a pair of eyes staring at him. In an instant, Gouda felt a chill all over his body. He didn't dare to look back, and hurriedly followed the hole and left the sewer. Goddard returned to the grocery store and informed Pierre that he had finished cleaning the worms. At the same time, he returned the unused insecticide to Pierre and received his own small reward, 2 trefoil silver coins. The ring will be delivered to you tomorrow. I'm going back first. I smell bad. After receiving the payment, Gouda said goodbye decisively. In the sewer, even though he was very careful, and even used the mage's hand to clean up, his body was still inevitably stained with some filth, and he was anxious to go back and wash it. After rushing back to the medicine garden, Gouda first took a shower to wash off the bad smell on his body, and then went to the restaurant for dinner. Due to Yesi Yulan's glorious record, other apprentices in the medicine garden, except his roommate Amy, kept their distance from him. Just like now, Gouda had just sat down at the table with his food, and the other apprentices who were still eating subconsciously sped up their eating in order to leave the restaurant quickly and avoid being in the same room with Gouda. Gouda didn't care about these. He finished his dinner slowly, cleaned up the dishes, and walked towards his workshop. There are 2 big projects waiting for him tonight. In the workshop, Jayad sits cross-legged in meditation, concentrating his mind. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. As I silently thought about it in my mind, that simple and familiar interface appeared again. In the spell bar, except for Repair Plus, there are small yellow plus signs flashing after the other 4 spells. Gouda thought for a while, and finally set his sights on Acid Splash. In terms of killing power, Acid Splash is better than Freeze Ray. This time, the points you add will only allow you to choose between 2 lethal spells, Acid Splash and Freeze Ray. To put it in a professional way, when facing a huge headwind, the only economic resources you have should be used to buy output equipment, so that you have a chance of turning the situation around. Add a bit. Without any hesitation, Gouda stared at the plus sign after Acid Splash. The next moment, the Big Dipper representing the origin of the dark swamp creeping swam out from the inside of Feng Ling Yu Ying and merged into the acid splattering spell model like lightning. The two blend perfectly together, and based on the original spell model of Acid Splash, new branches are generated and extend outward. A moment later, the Acid Splash spell model consisting of 9 stars expanded into a new model consisting of 18 stars. In the spell bar, the plus sign after Acid Splash disappeared, and its name became Acid Splash Plus. Acid Splash Plus, Conjuration, Level 0 launches a small ball of acid at the target, with an initial maximum distance of 25 feet, approximately 8.5 meters. You must make a successful ranged touch attack to hit the target, and the acid ball deals strong acid damage. The acid from the acid ball will disappear after a few seconds. Bonus, the acid will stay on for up to a day if you wish. It's done. Gouda was delighted. The changes to Acid Splash Plus did not disappoint him either. The acid in the acid ball itself is continuous damage. As long as the acid exists, it will continue to cause damage until the acid is consumed. But most of the time, the acid released by the acid splash has not been completely consumed before the acid duration has expired. Therefore, the increase in acid retention time, in other words, is equivalent to an increase in lethality. Moreover, the acid will last for at most 1 day, which means it is not only an enhancement of lethality, but also has strategic value, expanding the uses of the spell. For example, what Jayad is thinking now is that since the acid can only be preserved for 1 day at most, he can save the acid of Acid Splash Plus 1 day in advance. When necessary, he can indirectly cast the Acid Splash spell through physical throwing, thereby breaking through his own mana limitations. The ad points are over. Gouda took a deep breath, calmed his fluctuating heart, and started the second major project of the night. He fumbled in his arms and pulled out a ring. A broken divine ring. Just give it a try. Gouda concentrated his mind, mobilized the magic power in his body, and controlled the magic power to flash through the spell model of Repair Plus. The magic power turned into invisible energy streams, gathered in his fingers, and gathered into a soft light, gradually enveloping the damaged divine ring. The faint light precisely sank into the cracks of the ring, and the light flowed along the cracks like molten metal flowing into a mold, quickly filling and healing every damage. Generally speaking, this is the end of the process. That's all prosthetics can do, it can only repair physical damage to an object. But what Jayad has mastered now is not repair technique, but repair technique plus. So, the restoration continues. The runes on the surface of the ring, representing the source of the ring's magical power, were now also enveloped by the soft light of repair magic. Then, a golden line began to extend from the broken edge of the rune, extending to its end, the original connection point. It was as if an invisible feather pen, dipped in golden ink, began to draw where the rune was broken. As the last ray of light merged into the ring, the surface of the ring of divine guidance began to shine with its original luster again. The lost magical power also revived. Gouda breathed a sigh of relief. The mana consumed to cast Repair Plus is actually equivalent to the amount of mana consumed to cast 3 normal 0-level spells. But in the end, the ring was repaired, proving that hard work pays off. He put the restored divine ring back on his finger and focused his mental power on the ring. Immediately, relevant information came back. With the help of the Ring of Divine Guidance, you can perform a magic trick Divine Guidance once a day without consumption. Divine Guidance, Prophecy, Level 0. Choose a target to cast this spell on, temporarily and slightly improving its performance in the next feat. Including but not limited to, lockpicking success rate, archery hit rate, item manufacturing success rate. Chapter 24. It's hard to make money. There is actually such a magic. Gouda already had a certain understanding of spells. He knew that spells could have various magical effects, and amazing destructive power and lethality were only part of the many effects. But I didn't expect the spell's effects to be so wide-ranging that they could improve skills. Divine Guidance. Gouda secretly kept it in mind. If he could get out of the current predicament, he would definitely find a way to get the spell formula of Divine Guidance in the future. There is no doubt that Divine Guidance is an absolute must-learn spell for all extraordinary craftsmen such as potion masters and alchemists. As for now, let's find a way to make money. After completing the 2 major projects, Gouda continued to sit cross-legged and began today's practice. Of course, he also knew that whether it was the practice of guidance or meditation, it would take time to accumulate, and there would be no possibility of a major breakthrough in a short period of time. At least there won't be any breakthrough before the next drug trial. And if he fails to resist Master Seda by then his current practice will be just a waste of time. But this is a high probability event. So it seems that the current efforts are unnecessary. But Gouda understood better that no matter what, it was not a reason to slack off in practice. For everyone, as long as they consciously want to become a powerful magician, they must not slack off or take a break during their practice. This requires amazing perseverance. But for every mage, this is the most basic thing. Gradually, Gauda's mind became empty, his spirit became introverted, and he immersed himself in the guidance method. Silently, the abundant magic power floating everywhere in the world flowed into Jayad's body under the guidance of his mental power, and was then refined into magic power bit by bit. Although casting spells consumes mana, controlling spell casting also requires mental power. Therefore, due to casting repair spell plus to repair the ring of divine guidance, Gauda's mental strength was not in the fullest state when he began to practice. Just after less than 2 hours, the loss of his mental power reached the critical value of 40%, and the efficiency of guiding magic power began to decline rapidly. Gauda decisively interrupted the practice of the guidance method and turned to the apprentice meditation technique. His practice for the day did not officially end until the 40% of his mental energy he had consumed was fully restored through meditation. When I looked at the time, it was almost late at night. The 6th petal of the lotus is about to materialize. Compared with my previous incarnation, the speed of practicing the guidance technique has not changed much, but the speed of practicing the meditation technique seems to have become much faster. Is it because of the soul crossing? Gauda thought secretly. The talent for practicing the guidance method depends on one's physique, and on the affinity between the body and magic power. The talent for practicing meditation depends on the soul, and my soul talent is stronger than my previous incarnation. This is most likely the case. But no matter what the reason is, it is always a good thing to improve the speed of meditation practice. It's time to rest. Gauda dragged his tired body out of the workshop contentedly and returned to his room to rest. The next day. Awakening month, the 14th day. In the afternoon. Gauda finished preparing today's set of primary spider venom potion, and his work for the day came to an end. But there was an extra job, which was originally Yulan's job. There is a certain amount of potions accumulated in the medicine garden, and it is time to send them to Phil's potion shop. It just so happened that Gauda was going to the city today to return the repaired divine guidance ring. He counted the types and quantities of potions to be delivered. Primary stamina potion, sets of 10. This is a potion prepared by Master Seda. He is the only one in the entire medicine garden who can prepare primary endurance potion. 13 sets of primary spider venom potion. This is the result of Gauda's labor, and one of the groups belongs to him. Gauda's current daily workload is to prepare a group, 3 small bottles, of primary spider venom potion. With his technique, he could produce an extra 0.2 of an ounce for each batch of primary spider venom potion he prepared. The weight of a small bottle of primary spider poison potion is 2 ounces, which means that Jayad can have an extra small bottle of primary spider poison potion in 4 days. 12 days had passed since his last shipment, and he had accumulated exactly 1 set of primary spider venom potion of his own. Gauda once again left the medicine garden and headed for the commercial district in the city. By the time he arrived at Phil's potion shop, a thin layer of sweat had already appeared on Gauda's forehead. Amy wasn't traveling with him this time, so all the burden of the potions fell on him alone. He carried more than 20 sets of potions on his back. The potions alone weighed a pint, 1.8 liters, plus the weight of the potion bottles themselves. It was a considerable burden for Goddard, who was only 13 years old, had a malnourished diet, and whose body had not yet fully developed. Just like last time, the money was paid and the goods were delivered. The purchase price of the primary spider venom potion is 2 gold, while the primary endurance potion is a set of 2 gold and 5 silver. Although they are both primary potions, there is still a difference between them. This is nothing. If it is a primary healing potion, the purchase price can even reach 3 gold per set. Because among all the primary potions, healing potions have always been the most widely used potions and there is no need to worry about sales. But at the same time, the formula of the healing potion is also the most precious. It is only owned by some old forces and is basically not sold. It is a priceless formula in the market and can be treated as a family heirloom. A total of 22 sets of potions were exchanged for a delivery note worth 46 gold and 10 silver. It seems like a lot, but in reality the profit is far less than that. I don't know about other things, but just talking about the primary spider venom potion, according to Jayad's observation, if all the raw materials needed to prepare a set were purchased from a pharmacy, it would cost about 30 silver. In other words, for a potion master, the actual profit of a set of primary spider poison potion is only about 10 silver, and this is based on the assumption that the success rate of the drug production is 100%. If the potion master is not skilled enough, every failure in mixing the potion will mean an additional cost of 30 silver. After working hard to learn and master a prescription, and then working for most of the day, you can only earn about 20% of the labor cost. Unless they master the formula of a rare potion such as a healing potion, the profit that a low-level potion master can earn is roughly this amount. Fortunately, Master Seda has his own medicine garden. Therefore, he can cultivate some of the herbs needed to prepare potions by himself instead of purchasing them from pharmacies, and his profits can be further increased. This is also what most potion masters have in common. Most of them have their own medicine garden, where they grow and cultivate herbs by themselves to reduce the cost of potions. Therefore, there is a saying among potion masters, a potion master who does not study herbology is not a good potion master. After putting the receipt in his arms, God went to Pierre's grocery store again with the remaining set of primary spider poison potion and the repaired divine guidance ring. Is it really repaired? Even though Pierre was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help being surprised when he saw the divine ring in perfect condition. You will know if you try it. God handed the guidance ring to Pierre with some reluctance. Pierre took the guidance ring, put it on the finger of his right hand, and then after feeling it carefully, he smiled with satisfaction. Your craftsmanship is really good. If I didn't know it in advance, I wouldn't even be able to tell that it was damaged, Pierre praised. Not bad, Gauda said modestly, the real purpose is revealed. Boss, you have a wide network of contacts. Can you also help me keep an eye out for others? If there are still people who need to repair magic items, please introduce them to me. Sure, sure. Pierre said with a smile. Naturally, he would not refuse something that was just a piece of cake. What's more, as a middleman, not to mention the commission, just earning a favor from both parties is not a loss. The purchase price of the potion is the same as last time. The repair cost of the guidance ring will be as agreed. Pierre opened the drawer under the counter, took out a few gold and silver coins and handed them to God. The purchase price of a set of primary spider poison potion is 33 silver, and the repair cost of the ring of guidance is 30 silver, totaling 63 silver. Looking at the 3 new Shan gold coins and 3 3-leaf flower silver coins, Gauda felt a lot happier unconsciously. Together with the remaining 35 silver savings, his total savings reached 4 gold and 15 silver. Chapter 25. Oakenly. Hogan City, City Square. Hogan City's annual trading day is held in the city square in the middle of the month of awakening. The specific time is from the 14th to the 16th day of the awakening month, a total of 3 days. Today is the first day of trading. After leaving Pierre's grocery store, God immediately rushed here with all his belongings. The city square covers a large area. It is a wide blue brick square, which is now surrounded by people. Some of these people were commoners, some were small vendors, some were children of impoverished families, and some were servants of noble lords. Nowadays, these people of different identities set up small stalls around the city square like vendors. The things for sale are even more bizarre and all kinds of things are sold. Gauda even saw someone selling some strange-shaped stones picked up from the river. In front of these various stalls, 1 or 2 people would come up from time to time to take a look or ask a few questions, but very few transactions could be made on the spot. Seeing this, Gauda couldn't help but take a deep breath. He came here for only one purpose, to pick up bargains on Dobeo. If you want to improve your strength, in addition to strengthening yourself, using external objects is also a means. However, Jayad's current savings do not allow him to purchase external items that can enhance his own strength through regular channels, and he can only hope to get a bargain. Of course, in a small place like Hogan City, without certain channels and power, it is highly likely that even if you have money, you won't be able to buy any magical creations. Unlike big cities, in Hogan City, magical alchemical creations are absolutely rare items. Gauda thought this in his mind without stopping, and he had already arrived in the middle of the open space in the square. It was already getting dark, but the magic crystal lamps set up in the square were already lit up, brightly lit. Moreover, as the magic crystal lamps lit up, the number of people in the square began to increase, and even the number of people setting up stalls increased a little. They must be the workers who had just got off work in the city. Like everyone else, Gauda walked slowly along the square, looking at each stall one by one, trying to find some good treasures. Among so many people in the square, he was definitely not the first one to have such an idea, nor was he the only one. It is obvious that such things as finding bargains do exist, and there are definitely cases where a small person finds something incredible at a street stall and makes a fortune. But the prerequisite is to have enough luck and vision. Most people generally get nothing. But Jayad did not have such luck. He went around many stalls but still didn't see any suspicious items. Most of them were daily necessities such as pottery jars and iron swords. Until he was attracted by a stall surrounded by more than a dozen people. After walking around for so long, this is the first time Jayad has seen such a lively stall. What good stuff are you selling? Gowda couldn't help but move over. The owner of the stall was a young man wearing a robe that looked a little worn but was still made of fine material. However, the originally intricate and exquisite patterns on the robe had been worn out and blurred. Most likely he is a kid from a small family that has fallen on hard times. Gowda made a judgment immediately, and then his eyes swept over the goods displayed on the stall in front of the young man. Some finely crafted hanging ornaments, a few old books and some shabby little items that show signs of time. The reason why it attracted so many people was that someone took a fancy to a strange rusty copper object that looked like ivory. 10 gold coins, one less. The young stall owner shouted. He picked up the ivory-like copper object, pointed to the mark on the upper right corner and said, "See this mark? This is the mark of the Oakenley Chamber of Commerce." Gowda had never heard of the so-called Oakenley Chamber of Commerce, but his eyes subconsciously looked towards the mark. It was a hexagram, and in the middle of the hexagram was a mysterious hieroglyph. Just like the pattern on the young stall owner's robe, it has become blurred due to the wear and tear of time and its specific appearance cannot be seen clearly. Do you know the Oakenley Chamber of Commerce? It's the most famous magic alchemy creation chamber of commerce in the entire continent. Their magic alchemy products are sold all over the continent and are in short supply. Without certain connections, you can't buy them even if you have money. The young stall owner continued to boast, "Since my treasure has this mark, it is enough to prove that it is a magical alchemical creation of the Oakenley Chamber of Commerce." The young stall owner's confident magical alchemical creations attracted more people's attention. A wizard is a synonym for power. Without a doubt, everything related to magic is an absolute treasure. They are mysterious and powerful. How can they not attract attention? The person who took a fancy to this bronze object was a fat middle-aged man. He was not intimidated by the young stall owner's words, and slowly interrupted the young man's boasting. "First of all, this mark is already blurred. With its current appearance, there is no way to prove that this is definitely the mark of the Oakenley Chamber of Commerce. Secondly, even if this is the mark of the Oakenley Chamber of Commerce, it doesn't prove anything. There are many unscrupulous merchants in the continent who forge their marks. It is unlikely that products from the Oakenley Chamber of Commerce will appear in a place like Hogan City. Anyway, I don't believe it." Finally, the middle-aged fat man curled his lips and said, "This thing can't be called a magical alchemical creation. It obviously doesn't have any magical fluctuations. Either it is damaged and the magic power is lost, or it is not a magical item in the first place." The young stall owner was not embarrassed by the middle-aged fat man's bluffing, and continued to say confidently, "It just lost its magic power, but it is an incredible magical item. You just need to take it to a big city, find a repairman to fix it, and then sell it for 60 or 70 Shan gold coins. If it wasn't for emergency, I wouldn't sell it." The middle-aged man was obviously an expert. He pointed at the mark on the copper and said, "Boy, don't think I don't understand. Judging from the wear and tear, it must have been damaged for 10 to 20 years. It's hard to say whether it can be repaired. Even if it can be repaired, the cost of repairing it will definitely be high with this level of wear and tear, and it is still unknown how much strength it can recover after the repair. I bought it at a high price, and I traveled thousands of miles to a big city to find a skilled restorer to restore it perfectly. You think I'm a sucker? If there's such a good and cheap thing, why don't you do it yourself?" The fat man said with a smile, his tone half sarcastic. The people around laughed happily. The young stall owner blushed, "So how much can you offer?" 2 Shan gold coins. The fat man held up 2 fingers. "How is that possible? This material alone is worth 2 Shan gold coins." The young stall owner was obviously not convinced. That was when it was just made. Now it's worn out like this, so the materials are naturally worthless. The fat man was telling the truth. No, if you want to take advantage, go somewhere else. You are not welcome here." The young stall owner was first squeezed by the fat man, and now his price was cut so viciously. He was not convinced and simply lost his temper and started to drive the customers away. "Young people are full of energy," the fat man said with a smile, "It's okay. I'll leave. You can see if there is anyone willing to pay the money. I will come again on the last day." If you still haven't sold it and figured it out by then, my offer will still stand. Even if it rots in my hands, I won't sell it to you," said the young stall owner angrily. The fat man shook his head and left with a smile. Once the excitement died down, the people who had gathered around gradually dispersed. To be honest, the things on the young stall owner's stalls were not very attractive. Without anything exciting to watch, naturally no one was interested in staying any longer. Chapter 26, Fang of the Hidden Mist. The bustling stall suddenly became deserted. The young stall owner seemed to be a little shocked as well. He hung his head for a long time before he raised his head again. He suddenly found that there was someone standing in front of his stall. A young boy dressed simply. The young stall owner had a good memory. After a slight pause, he recognized Gauda as one of the people who had just come to watch the fun. "There's nothing exciting to watch, why don't you leave?" The young stall owner pouted, but didn't show any displeasure to Gauda. Gauda smiled at the young stall owner and said, "I'm not here to watch the fun." "Okay." Gauda pointed at the copper object that had just caused the quarrel and said sincerely, 4 Shang gold coins, will you sell it?" Jayad is really sincere. Because his total wealth is only 4 golds and 15 silvers. The young stall owner hesitated for a moment and did not reply immediately. Instead, he stared at Gauda's still somewhat childish face and asked, "You don't think I'm lying to you?" Although the rune patterns have been worn off, it is still possible to see the complete runes, which should be quite extraordinary. Gauda carefully looked at the bronze object several times and confirmed. The young stall owner was silent for a moment, then he picked up the copper object and handed it to Gauda. "Deal." Gauda did not hesitate and took out 3 Shang gold coins and 23 leaf flower silver coins from his pocket and handed them to the young stall owner. Looking at the neatly stacked gold and silver coins in his hand, the young stall owner hesitated for a moment, sighed, and then spoke again. "To tell you the truth, this copper object is called the Fang of Hidden Mist. When it was intact, it was a first-level magical alchemical artifact that could cast the first-level spell Hidden Mist. It was just that the spell rune was accidentally worn out during a battle. So what I said just now, if it is repaired, it will not be a problem to sell it for 60 or 70 Shang gold coins. This is indeed not bragging. The average price of a first-level extraordinary item is generally 65 gold coins." Gauda did not seem too excited, because since the stall owner said so, there must be follow-up. "As predicted. It's just that my father once found an enchanter. After checking, the enchanter found that the worn part of the spell rune of the Hidden Mist Fang was the core rune. To repair it would be almost like recarving the spell runes, which was beyond his ability, so the matter was left unresolved. So, it's not an easy task to repair it. I see you don't have a lot of money on hand. If you regret it, forget about this deal." The young stall owner looked helpless and annoyed. "It's okay. If you really can't find a way to repair it, I can keep it as a collection." Gauda's calm voice sounded. The young stall owner was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Gauda got the item he wanted, but as he was short of money, he didn't want to continue wandering around, so he walked away. Medicine Garden. In front of the brown-black door, Goddard, who had just returned from the town square, knocked on the door. "Cough in." The familiar voice of Master Seda mixed with a cough came from inside the door. Gauda quickly opened the door. Master Seda sat at the long wooden table, facing him. When Gauda saw Master Seda, he was shocked. It had only been a dozen days since we last saw each other, but Master Seda looked as if he had fallen seriously ill, and his complexion was extremely sick. Although the original Master Seda had a pale complexion, it was not as bad as it is now. There was almost no blood in his face, and it was as pale as a corpse. Goddard suppressed the doubts and restlessness in his heart, and quickly stepped forward to salute Master Seda, then respectfully handed over the receipt from Phil's potion shop with both hands and lowered his head deeply. "Master Mage, today I delivered the potions that have been stored in the medicine garden to the city. This is the receipt I got back. Put it on the table." The voice of Master Seda also sounded weak, but Gauda did not dare to show any disrespect. He carefully placed the receipt on the long wooden table, then stood respectfully aside, waiting for Master Seda to speak. Master Seda had a blank expression on his face, and looked at Jayad with his eyes half open and half closed, wondering what he was thinking about. After a few breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a gleam of light flashed in his turbid eyes. "I see you leaving the medicine garden quite often lately." Gauda was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and his face changed drastically, revealing a panicked expression as if his crime had been exposed. He clenched his hands, his face showing fear and shame. Master Mage, I have a wrong mind and indulged in the prosperity of the city, neglecting my daily practice. Master Seda stared at Jayad, who was repenting, considering something. Master Mage, I will definitely get back on track in the future. Please forgive my ignorance and indulgence. Gowda said a few nice and flattering words in succession. But Master Seda didn't care. He sneered and looked at Jayad's performance with a mocking look. I don't care whether you practice diligently or not, I only care whether you delay my work. Master Mage, I promise that I have not delayed my work. Please understand my mistake. Gowda felt a little uneasy. The next moment, Master Seda reached out his hand to grab Jayad. Gowda knew something was wrong and subconsciously wanted to resist and dodge, but he calmed down in an instant, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately did not take action. Now is not the time to turn against each other. Master Seda's hand clamped God's wrist like an iron clamp, and the magic power surged in it, bringing God pain deep into his bones. Do you know that I have been researching the formula of the psychic potion for 10 years? Listen carefully, it's not 10 days, not 10 months, but 10 years. Master Seda said grimly, his voice full of murderous intent. Now that I am finally close to success, at this juncture, I will never tolerate any accidents. You have bad intentions. You keep running to the city every other day. You don't have any real skills. Sooner or later, something bad will happen to you. I tell you, if it were anyone else, they would have died. It's just the life of an apprentice. I know none of you really regard me as a mentor. It doesn't matter. I don't care because I really don't regard you as apprentices. But you are different. Even if you die, you can only die from my magic potion. The expression of Master Seda became more and more ferocious, and he almost roared at God, do you know that? As Master Seda's expression became fierce, the pain in Jayad's wrist became more and more excruciating. He answered with difficulty in a trembling voice, I know. Through the torture spell, Master Seda learned that God was not lying and then stopped his spell. Gowda had already broken into a sweat due to the severe pain, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. He bit his lip, unable to remain calm any longer. A soul from modern society cannot accept this kind of thing when it is clearly intended to take his life but still threatens him in every way. But he understood that no matter how much he begged or how angry he was, he could not change the other party at all, and he could only force himself to continue to endure. From today on, until the drug test, you are not allowed to leave the medicine garden again. The medicine does not need to be sent to the pharmacy for the time being. Master Seda was very satisfied with the tremendous pressure he brought to God. I understand, Master Mage. In the face of Master Seda's powerful strength, God gritted his teeth and surrendered. Hearing God's words of submission, Master Seda let out a sigh of relief for the anger that had been pent up in his heart for the past few days. When the time came, his nervousness and pressure were no less than Gowda's when he was planning the rebellion. Go back. Master Seda waved his hand. Gowda bowed again and then left. He knew very well that Master Seda didn't care at all whether he was polite and respectful to him. But Jayad still acted respectful, not wanting Master Seda to see that he was planning to resist. He knew that he must not let Master Seda be on guard. Originally, the power of the two was very different. If they wanted to resist successfully, the most important chance of winning was to take the enemy by surprise. Chapter 27, The Surprise Appearance of Earth-Vein Creatures. Gowda, who was frightened by Master Seda and broke out in a cold sweat, first washed himself and then returned to his workshop. Fortunately, old Deng only started the trouble today. Gowda, who had calmed down, congratulated himself secretly and felt that he was lucky again. At least I have used up my savings and learned some new spells. Fortunately, he was able to seize the time and prepare a lot of things in the previous 10 days. Master Seda's act of confining him to his home also completely stopped Gowda from escaping. In this case, there is only one way left. Fuck him. Gowda said viciously. He just didn't believe that he, a top student from another world, would lose to an old native man who was about to be buried in the ground. While cheering himself up, Jayad took out the fang of hidden mist that he bought today with 4 Shang gold coins from his pocket. Gowda's limited knowledge of spells did not include any information about the concealing mist spell, so naturally he did not know the specific effects of the concealing mist spell. But obscuring mist is a first-level spell. This is enough to make Jayad have infinite expectations for him. It doesn't sound like an attack spell from the name, but it may not be, Gauda guessed. No matter what, as long as the Fang of Hidden Mist is repaired, we will know what kind of magic the Hidden Mist is. Jayad held the Fang of Hidden Mist, concentrated all his attention, and cast Repair Plus. His magical power began to overflow, and a faint light flowed from his fingertips. The severely worn runes on the surface of Hidden Mist's fang began to flicker with a faint light, and began to stretch and heal, as if they were being drawn by an invisible pen. This process lasted for about 5 minutes, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on Jayad's forehead again. With a gasp, the light on Godar's fingertips dissipated. However, the Hidden Mist fang in his hand had not been repaired. Only a small part of the worn runes on its surface has healed, and the majority of the rest are still incomplete, waiting for more mana to be injected. It's not that Jayad doesn't want to continue, it's that the magic power in his body has been completely exhausted. With my current magical powers, repairing a supernatural item will take more than a day or two. Gauda had expected this. It took him a lot of effort to repair the Ring of Divine Guidance, so as a supernatural item, the Fang of Hidden Mist must be even more difficult to repair. Compared to this, he was more worried that Repair Technique Plus would not be effective. After all, this is just a trick, while the Fang of Hidden Mist is an extraordinary item. Cross the level. Although the repair technique strengthened by Wind Spirit and Moon Shadow is powerful, it has its limits. It is impossible to repair a high-level magical alchemical creation with just one trick. But fortunately, at least the first ring of magic alchemy creation is not the limit of repair. Gauda secretly rejoiced. It will take about 10 days, he estimated the progress and came to the answer, there's no point in rushing, but 10 days is still enough time. He didn't think any more about it, carefully put away the Fang of Hidden Mist, sat cross-legged, and began today's practice. After finishing his daily practice, Gauda returned to his bedroom and just lay down to rest. Before he fell asleep, he heard an unusual sound. Squeak, squeak, it sounded like a mouse, but too sharp. It seems particularly out of place against the overly quiet environment of the medicine garden. Gauda stood up immediately with alertness. Along with this strange sound, a faint smell of decay and stench wafted through the air. What is that? Gauda's heart tightened. The next moment, an extremely sharp wail of pain came from the apprentice room not far away. What? This was followed by another scream mixed with horror and fear. The sharp sound instantly woke up everyone in the medicine garden, including Amy, who was sleeping soundly. He woke up in a panic, and immediately lit the oil lamp in the room, then subconsciously looked at Gauda. What's going on? It seems something has happened. Godar's voice became serious, and he quickly cast the hand of the mage. A ghost hand emerged and silently extinguished the oil lamp that Amy had just lit. After doing all this, Gauda stood up and walked to the door, carefully opening it a crack. He looked through the crack in the door and in the dim candlelight in the corridor towards the direction where the sound came from. That was the room for the other 2 apprentices. The door was still closed, and there was no way of knowing what exactly had happened inside the room that would cause people to make such painful noises. At this moment, the continuous wailing sounds in the room stopped quietly. The medicine garden suddenly became quiet again. But it was only for a moment. Boom, with a loud bang, the tightly closed door shattered into pieces of debris and wood chips. Immediately afterwards, a ferocious shadow emerged from the broken door. With the not-so-bright candlelight in the corridor, Gauda roughly saw an outline. Like a wolf and a rat. It is very similar in appearance to a rat, with a distinctive head feature. A pair of brown eyes flashed fiercely and the ears were huge. Sharp, curved fangs protrude from its wide mouth, and its fur is the dark green color of a murky swamp, gleaming with a cold and tough luster. The muscles beneath the fur are clearly defined, revealing great strength and agility. It looks like a wolf because its body size is much larger than that of a normal rodent. It is 2 meters long and nearly 1 meter tall at the shoulder, more like a wild wolf. Earth-vein creatures. Gauda was horrified. This was not the first time he had seen a geomantic creature. But what he had seen before were the grey-eyed rat and the dark swamp creeper, which were the shame of earth-vein creatures that only had the blood of earth-vein creatures but actually had no fighting power. This kind of extremely oppressive earth-vein creature was indeed the first time he had seen it. The giant rat looked around with its brown eyes, and suddenly, its gaze focused, with a new target. The door to the room next door had been opened at this time, and 2 apprentices were looking out. It wasn't just Godar and Amy who were awakened by the wailing. All the apprentices around them were awakened as well. But not everyone is as cautious as Jayad. Squeak! Without hesitation, the giant rat pounced on the two apprentices who were looking out. Gauda witnessed this scene with his own eyes and was even more shocked. The giant rat moved so fast that the two apprentices seemed to be scared to death. They just stood there in a daze, watching the giant rat pounce on them. It is conceivable that if he were to suffer such a serious injury, he would be either dead or half crippled. Brute! Just as Gauda began to mourn for the two apprentices, a hoarse but fierce voice came from the end of the corridor. The air was suddenly filled with fiery energy fluctuations. An arrow made of pure flames drew a bright trajectory in the air, as if igniting the air, and shot straight towards the giant rat that pounced on the apprentice. The giant rat sensed the danger and immediately made the most correct choice, giving up the prey that was within reach and choosing to hide instead. However, the giant rat, which did not discover the flaming arrow in the first place, could no longer escape the punishment of the flames. The flaming arrow hit its waist accurately, and the raging flames spread instantly, enveloping the giant rat's body. Squeak! The giant rat screamed in pain, but its fur was so strong that the flames did not spread further and its injuries were temporarily stabilized. The scorching heat that kept coming out of its body made it suffer continuous pain, which aroused the giant rat's ferocity. It screamed again and pounced ferociously in the direction where the flaming arrow came from. There, a not very tall figure emerged. Master Seda. In the medicine garden, only Master Seda can cast such powerful spells. Chapter 28. Repair completed. Master Seda, who was also awakened by the apprentice's wailing, arrived at the scene in time and took decisive action. Although he never took his apprentice's life seriously, at least to him, the apprentice was part of his property. Property is meant to be used, not destroyed like this. So he must take action to stop the giant rat from committing crimes. Facing the giant rat's attack that would scare ordinary people to death, Master Seda appeared unusually calm. After all, for a senior mage apprentice like him who has reached the third-level apprentice level for many years, ordinary zero-ring earth vein creatures are really nothing. And this giant rat is indeed not special, nor is it a strong enemy. Under God's attentive gaze, Master Seda raised his right hand. After a moment's delay, a dazzling light bloomed in his hand, as bright as a small sun, dazzling Gauda for a moment. He felt dizzy even at such a distance from Master Seda, not to mention the giant rat that pounced on Master Seda. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his eyes were blinded by the dazzle. At this moment, the giant rat could not see anything except the blinding white, let alone attack Master Seda. With the intelligence of the zero-ring earth vein creatures, they naturally could not respond in time to this sudden flash of light. After its eyes went dark, it actually paused for a moment, as if it was at a loss. This brief pause was enough for Master Seda to activate the spell model and cast the next spell. Gauda ignored the tears that flowed unconsciously due to the glare and tried hard to look at the light. Another ray of fiery red light vaguely appeared from the light, directly and fiercely hitting the giant rat's head. Then the blinding light faded. The ferocious giant rat was now lying on the ground. It was not dead yet, but it was only breathing its last breath. It had completely lost its previous ferocious aura and could no longer move. Its body was covered in burn marks and blood, and it twitched occasionally, completely turning into a sewer rat. Seeing this scene, Gauda felt relieved, but his heart was also lifted up again. The power of Master Seda seemed even more terrifying than he had expected, whether it is the power of the spells, the understanding of the connection between spells, or the speed of releasing spells, it is enough to make Gauda in awe. Even Gauda was secretly grateful to the giant rat which was now half dead. It was its appearance that gave him the opportunity to further understand the strength of the Cedar mage before he broke off relations with him. Stop looking, clean this place up, and then do what you need to do. Master Seda glanced expressionlessly at the apprentices who finally had the courage to leave the room, gave them a cold instruction, and turned away. The apprentices who survived the disaster looked at each other, still unresponsive. However, Gauda had already opened the door and walked straight to the dying giant rat. He stepped on its head without hesitation, killing its last breath. If someone comes to your door, you would be in for a shame if you don't pick him up. The shadow of the wind and the moon flashed by at the right time. The attack by underground creatures in the medicine garden passed just as peacefully as it did. The murder of the two apprentices did not cause any ripples at all. If Gauda had not personally buried the bodies of the two victimized apprentices with other apprentices, he would have thought that the earth vein creatures had never appeared. Occasionally, the apprentices would discuss this matter in low voices during meals. Don't ley line creatures live in the wild far away from us? How come they appear in the medicine garden? There were also apprentices who were puzzled and frightened, and even couldn't sleep because of it. Will another earth-vein creature appear out of nowhere while I'm sleeping at night? In the eyes of most civilians in this world, underground creatures are terrifying beings that only live in the wilderness outside cities. The city, on the other hand, is a relatively quiet and peaceful world. Of course, this is just a misconception formed by the common people due to their limited knowledge and the propaganda of the rulers. That's just what the people above said. The city is so big, and there are only so many city guards. How is it possible to completely isolate the underground creatures? Another apprentice whispered. Gaude, who was dining nearby, nodded slightly when he heard this. Come to think of it, even in previous lives, there were cases of wild beasts mistakenly entering developed cities. Not to mention that the cities in this world are less developed and there are many unknown places. Moreover, there are many types of underground creatures, each with its own extraordinary powers, and they are far more powerful and magical than wild beasts. How is it possible to isolate the underground creatures from the city as was impossible in the previous life? There must be underground creatures lurking in the city, and they will appear from time to time. However, even if the underground creatures really show up and kill people, they will be quickly dealt with and then the limelight will be suppressed. The impact of a riot caused by panic among the crowd is greater than the death of 1 or 2 people. This is no different from the previous life. The apprentices all understood this truth, and Master Seda must have seen it even more clearly. Therefore, the appearance of the giant rat and its night attack did not cause any ripples in his heart. He just thought it was bad luck and he just happened to run into it. In the workshop, Jayad sits upright, concentrating his mind. Deep in the sea of consciousness, a lotus with only 5 petals emits a faint light. But today, next to the 5th petal, another lotus petal is slowly emerging. After more than half a month of practice, Gauda's meditation skills progressed rapidly, and he was finally about to break through and manifest the 6th petal. The time has come, and what we need to do now is to make a breakthrough in one go. Gauda didn't hesitate at all. Feeling that he was just one step away from success, he started to break through directly. He concentrated his attention, focusing his consciousness on the lotus platform, and used his mind to outline the 6th lotus petal. I do not know how long it has been. With a humming sound, the 6th petal, which was originally illusory with only an outline, finally had its own entity and was materialized by Jayad. In an instant, streams of warm currents surged out from the depths of his sea of consciousness and flowed through Gauda's body, nourishing his spiritual consciousness and relieving his fatigue. The 6th petal is completed, and the practice of meditation has taken a small step forward. Opening his eyes, Gauda couldn't help but smile. Before falling out with Master Seda, it would be good if you could improve your strength a little bit. Even a tiny breakthrough would be worth celebrating. Maybe by then we will win by just a hair's breadth. His persistence in practicing for half a month was worth it. At the same time, it also proved that his feeling was correct. Although his talent for practicing the guidance method had not changed much, his soul talent was indeed much better than his predecessors, causing his progress in practicing meditation to be much faster than his predecessor, as if the fast forward button had been pressed. Or even more than many. From this point of view, in terms of mage talent, he could perhaps be considered half a genius. The hidden mist fang should be repaired tonight. After being excited for a while, Jayad quickly calmed down and returned to reality. He still has the biggest crisis to go through and cannot waste any time. Today marks exactly 10 days since the house arrest, and the restoration of the fang of the hidden mist is proceeding as he expected. It just so happened that his meditation technique had just reached the point of a breakthrough. In his urgent heart, Gauda put aside the repair of the fang of hidden mist and focused on the breakthrough first. The breakthrough was successful, and Jayad did not delay any longer and took out the fang of hidden mist. After 9 days of repair, the runes on it that had become blurred due to wear and tear have been mostly restored, with only a small piece in the middle still damaged. The pattern in the upper right corner, which the young stall owner pointed out was the logo of the Oakenley Chamber of Commerce, has been completely restored. Of course, Gauda didn't know much about the Oakenley Chamber of Commerce and wasn't interested in it. Drawing on his mana, he cast Repair Plus through the spell model. A glow of mana transformation appeared in God's hands, surrounding and gradually penetrating into the fang of hidden mist in his hand, like a stream of life, carefully stitching up the broken runes. The last remaining part of the rune began to repair itself slowly and orderly. About 5 minutes later, beads of sweat appeared on Jayad's forehead. Mana is part of a mage's power, and excessive sweating when one's own power is consumed in a short period of time is also an instinctive reaction of the body. His mana consumption is almost reaching its limit. The restoration of the hidden mist fang is also close at hand. Gowda gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. As the last ray of light flowed into the fang of hidden mist, the repair was finally completed. Chapter 29. Hidden Mist Technique. The magic runes on the fang of hidden mist have become intact, regaining their luster and presenting a magical charm. Its magical power did not seem to be weakened by the previous damage. Instead, it seemed to have become more stable and powerful after being baptized by Repair Plus. Goder focused his mental energy on the repaired hidden mist fang with great anticipation. Immediately, relevant information flowed back. You can cast the first level spell Concealing Mist once a day without any cost. When casting the hidden mist spell, the hidden mist fang will be demonized, causing higher damage when attacking. Conjuration, first level. A cloud of mist 20 feet high and 20 feet in radius rises around you for minute, centered on you. The fog is static and blocks all vision, including dark vision. No creature can see anything 5 feet, about 1.6 meters, away, and vision is greatly reduced within 5 feet. A gentle breeze can blow away the clouds in 20 seconds. Strong winds can blow it away in 5 seconds. The mist will be burned away by the flames. This spell has no effect in water. It is a spell that does not have lethality. Disappointed, a little bit, but not much. After all, when Gowda heard the name, he could roughly guess that it would not have any lethality. At least it's not the worst situation after all, it's a spell useful in combat, rather than a purely auxiliary spell like Repair. Moreover, there are unexpected surprises. In addition to its own first level spell, the Fang of Hidden Mist actually has an additional effect, Demonization. This is equivalent to an extraordinary item that comes with 2 spells. There is no false person under the great reputation. The Oakenley Chamber of Commerce is truly extraordinary, as it can be called the most powerful magic alchemy and creation chamber of commerce in the entire continent. Jayad really wanted to try out the power of the Hidden Mist Fang after it was transformed into a demon. But considering that Master Seda was in the medicine garden, if he made any noise and attracted Master Seda's attention, there would be a risk of exposing himself in advance, so he decided to give up. How to use this first level spell? Gowda fell into deep thought. The alchemist who created the Fang of the Hidden Mist had an idea: use the Hidden Mist technique to create an environment conducive to close combat, and then attack with the Hidden Mist Fangs whose power has been greatly increased after being demonized. Very good linkage. The problem is that if you want to attack with the Fang of Hidden Mist, you must actively get close to Master Seda. The Sedan Wizard has at least 2 spells that require contact to be effective. This is contrary to the way Jayad envisioned fighting. Hey! Gowda, who was thinking hard, suddenly noticed a note on the Hidden Mist technique, and a wonderful idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps, it can be used in this way. When Jayad returned to the bedroom, it was late at night again. Amy was already fast asleep as usual. But this time, Gowda was not as cautious as usual. Instead, he came to Amy's bed and patted his shoulder. Hey! Amy woke up dazedly. It's me. God, what's the matter? Amy's voice was still hazy, and she hadn't fully woken up yet. As he spoke, Jayad had already lit the oil lamp in the room through the magician's hand. In his real hand, there were 5 3-leaf flower silver coins that were shining with a faint silver light. Help me buy some things in the city tomorrow, and the remaining money will be your hard work fee. Gowda instructed. Ah? Why do you want to buy this? Stimulated by the silver coin, Amy finally woke up completely, sat up straight, and asked in confusion. Don't worry about it. It's just a matter of one word whether I will help or not. Amy lowered her head and thought carefully for a moment, then raised her head and looked at Gowda and said seriously, well, I don't need any hard work fees, I will help you for free. Gowda nodded and said seriously, thank you. Time just passes quietly day by day. Until the last day of the awakening month arrives. This day was the time for Phil's potion shop to restock its stocks. Just as noon arrived, Master Seda left the medicine garden in person. God, who had been keeping an eye on Master Seda's whereabouts, knew very well that Master Seda was going to Phil's potion shop to get the last ingredient needed to prepare the potion. As soon as he saw him leave the medicine garden, Gowda went straight into his workshop. Of course not for preparing primary spider venom potion. At this point, he had neither the mood nor the need to do such meaningless work. God is making final preparations before breaking off relations with Master Seda. He took out the glass bottle that he usually used to pack potions, then cast acid splash plus to obtain acid that could be retained for up to 1 day, and then put it into the bottle. He then placed the bottles of homemade acid in various pockets of his clothes. I checked and confirmed that there would be no unusual noise when moving and it was not obvious from the outside, so I breathed a sigh of relief. Do your best to obey fate. Jayad has made as many preparations as possible within the scope of his limited capabilities. Whether it will succeed in the end will also depend on a bit of luck. It took Master Seda 2 full hours to return to the medicine garden. He specifically picked Gauda, who was leaving the workshop at that moment, and bumped into him in the corridor. Master Mage. Jayad stepped aside and respectfully made way for Master Seda. Master Seda just glanced at Jayad expressionlessly without replying, and passed by Jayad indifferently. Only after watching Master Seda's back disappear from his sight did Gauda start walking again. Although Master Seda tried his best to appear emotionless, he could still clearly sense that there was a keenness in Master Seda's eyes today, indicating that he was in an excited state at the moment. Be excited. The more excited the better. Gauda said secretly in his heart. When Master Seda returned to his room and began to meditate on preparing the potion, God was not idle either. He planned out the details of the final showdown in his mind ahead of time, rehearsing it in his mind. He carefully considered every possible scenario that might occur after the showdown with Master Seda, rehearsed in his mind various dangers that had not yet occurred, and made corresponding response plans. Then, we will wait for news from Master Seda, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. That night, Gauda did not wait for Master Seda's summons, but he almost did not sleep all night. The first day of the spring bud month. Morning. In front of the long wooden table. Master Seda looked obviously tired and seemed a little dazed. He stood there blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, he raised his hand, staring at the potion he had just mixed. He shook the bottle gently, his eyes following the movement of the potion inside, his heart also filled with waves and anxiety. It should work this time, right? Although Master Seda felt that he was very confident this time, he couldn't help but become anxious when the time came. Just give it a try and you'll know. Master Seda gritted his teeth, suppressed his restless emotions, and finally stopped worrying about it. Call Gauda to try the medicine. He ordered. Chapter 30, Abundant Martial Arts. Gauda pushed open the brown-black door again. Here I am. Master Seda sat at the table as usual, looking at God without any emotion. Here I am. Gauda nodded and looked at Master Seda. He felt that he looked visibly older than he was 10 days ago. When Jayad was looking at Master Seda was also observing Jayad and seemed to be quite satisfied with his well-behaved character. He pushed the potion bottle on the table forward and said, "Drink it. You have some talent in potions. If all goes well, I will actually take you in as my apprentice." It seemed that because he was so close to success, in order to get a good omen, Master Seda put aside his previous threats and took the initiative to promise benefits to Jayad. Looking at the fluorescent blue unknown liquid in the conical potion bottle in front of him, Gauda found that he was unexpectedly calm at the moment. He smiled and said to Master Seda in a very sincere tone, "Thank you, Master. Perhaps it was because I had been preparing for this day for too long and had been nervous for too long, so when the moment finally came, I calmed down and didn't have any major psychological fluctuations." And at this moment, Gauda actually felt indifferent to life and death. He didn't belong here in the first place, and this life was given to him for nothing. If he is the one who walks out of here after today, it will be a huge profit. If it weren't for him, he would have lived at least 1 month longer, which was not a loss. Since I can't lose anyway, why should I be afraid of you? After Gauda finally figured it out, he threw aside all his tension and worries. His mind moved, and the medicine bottle on the table rose into the air and fell directly into his hands. The hand of the mage. Master Seda was somewhat surprised by God's behavior, but at this moment his attention was focused on the success of the potion, so he temporarily ignored God's seemingly out-of-line behavior. Jayad opened the cork, and then, under the concerned gaze of Master Seda, he raised the bottle, put it to his mouth, and pretended to drink. Gauda, who had been keeping an eye on Master Seda, saw that Master Seda was staring at the medicine bottle in his hand with an obsessed look, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. The next moment, Jayad suddenly attacked. He did not drink the potion in one gulp as Master Seda had expected. Instead, he shook the bottle with his right hand with a determined heart. The magic potion that Master Seda had concocted with great expense, effort, and energy, and with great hopes, turned into an arc, cut through the air, and fell to the ground in front of Master Seda. Accompanied by a crisp and heavy crash, glass fragments flew everywhere. The fluorescent blue liquid escaped from the broken container and splashed onto the cold, hard ground, forming an irregular, mottled mark, quietly describing an irreversible decision. The air was filled with the smell of medicine. Everything seemed to freeze at this moment. Then it was quickly broken. "What are you doing? I want you to die, I want you to die." An extremely brutal roar sounded and echoed throughout the room. The usually indifferent Master Seda was like a lion that had exploded. Looking at the puddle of water on the ground, he could no longer suppress his emotions. Gauda looked on coldly. Master Seda's reaction was exactly what he wanted to see. If you want to destroy it, you must first make it crazy. Gauda was well aware of how much Master Seda valued the potion in his hand. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to irritate Master Seda, make him lose his mind, and increase his slight chance of winning. Puff, while Master Seda was still roaring, suddenly, a handful of flour was thrown towards him. The old wizard had never seen such an unethical way of fighting, and was caught off guard and blinded. And Jayad's next move has already arrived. He took a few steps back, creating some distance between him and Master Seda, and at the same time, he took out a potion bottle from his waist and threw it at Master Seda when he could not open his eyes due to the flour. It was the homemade acid bottle that God had prepared in advance. Spreading ashes plus throwing sulfuric acid, a classic combo by Wei Xiangzhu. It wasn't in vain that Gauda watched martial arts films as a child. On this side, although Master Seda was careless and fell into Jayad's trap, he was certainly not so easy to deal with. The moment he was hit, Master Seda responded in time. Without any movement on his part, an obvious wave of magic spread out in the closed room. The bottle of acid thrown by God could not move forward any further when it was less than a foot away from Master Seda, as if it had hit a layer of transparent but hard glass cover. The glass bottle shattered into pieces instantly, and the liquid inside splashed out with a pungent smell of sulfur. Acid splashed everywhere, much of it toward Master Seda. Given the corrosive power of the acid, if it really fell on Master Seda, even if he couldn't defeat the enemy in one blow, he would at least be in big trouble. But like the acid bottle, all the splashing acid was isolated and dripped onto the ground, but it could not get close to Master Seda's body. "Is this what you rely on?" At this time, Master Seda finally managed to open his eyes and laughed in anger. "You used some despicable means, plus a bottle of acid you got from somewhere, and you think you can turn things around." When he smelled the pungent smell of sulfur, Master Seda already understood the nature of the liquid. "You dare to show off such tricks in front of me?" His face was extremely gloomy. "You will definitely regret this. Today I will make you kneel here and beg me to kill you." Faced with the naked threat from Master Seda, and faced with the reality that Master Seda easily and without leaving any trace blocked his first attack. "Today, only one of us can walk out of this room alive." Gauda's voice was extremely cold and calm. He did not lose courage because of Master Seda's methods. Instead, it was the first time that he showed his fangs in front of Master Seda without any cover. Master Seda did not take Gauda seriously at all, thinking that he had gone insane. "Although I don't know where you got this bottle of acid from, do you really think that you can be my opponent with these external objects and some rogue methods? The reason why a wizard is because he can do everything. Only a wizard can kill a wizard. You are a mage apprentice, and I am also a mage apprentice." God looked at Mage Seda coldly. Master Seda seemed a little surprised at Gauda's audacity, and a little amused, and said contemptuously, "It seems that I have taught you too little, which is why you have such a ridiculous idea. You have to know that there are also differences between wizard apprentices." God ignored the verbal attack from Master Seda. "It takes time to activate the spell model. Because mana needs to flow along the spell model before it can be transformed into various incredible spell effects. This is called the casting time. The more powerful the spell, the larger the spell model, and the longer it takes to circulate." He talked with Master Seda to vent the anger that had been pent up in his heart for a month. The second is to buy yourself a short period of time to cast spells. At this moment, Gauda swung his right hand violently. A subtle wave of energy had gathered in his hands, condensing into a ball of acid that glowed green. The acid ball flew out of his hand as he gestured, leaving behind a slightly distorted light that crossed the short distance between him and the Seda mage and shot towards his face. "Acid splash plus."